here on this side, and then you put the new wire into the other hole, then you push down on this clamp, and that is like a tap. That's how you get your existing working without cutting the wire. So I have the battery always on source crimped to a wire. I have accessory and illumination crimped to a different one, and now I'm going to do ground. So I've got the tap adapter on the wire already on the ground. I'm going to go ahead and attach the wiring harness now. Okay, I just tested all my wires. Everything seems to be working properly. Now the big surprise here is that I thought on the back of the radio there was an antenna adapter. And guess what? There is no antenna adapter. I don't listen to the radio, so screw it. So I turned the key on and the radio did power on. Everything appears to be working. Now I have to plug in the most adapter and see if that actually works. So this is awesome. I got my dash complete. I got the, So this is awesome. I got everything installed, and of course, one channel of this converter box does not work. I've double checked 100 times. Only the left side is working. So this is great. I have to reassemble my dash, wait for another one of these to come in, unassemble my dash again, and then figure out what to do. Amazing. So I couldn't for the life of me get any of the stupid tabs in here to attach. So I saw these screw holes on the sides, and I'm like, Then I remembered I have this handy geek flexible drill bit, which is amazing. I didn't think I would ever use this, but dude, it's so good for getting inside here and bending. That was awesome. Now I gotta try to adjust the side tabs so that the radio fits in properly. See ya. The home button is doing ridiculous things. You press it once, it goes to every single audio source. It will not go home. It goes to then the storage, then the radio, then home. Okay, I'm here with my friend. He says I don't give a F, but
I don't give a F.
But here, buddy. Here's an F.
Okay.
I gave it to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Guys, welcome to Supercar Street Racing. We are out here in the Supercar Street Racing garage today with the 2014 Club Car Precedent. And today we're going to be giving you a short tour of the Club Car Precedent here that's sitting next to the Model S Plaid. And then we've got two new exciting products to show you for the Club Car Precedent, and all that's coming up today on Supercar Street Racing. So hang out with us. Guys, we are out here in the Supercar Street Racing garage, and right next to me is my 2014 Club Car Precedent that I completely remodeled from top to bottom and installed a killer sound system in. This 2014 Club Car Precedent started off with ugly brown alligator seats. I since have done a lot of upgrades to this guy, and I want to show you what I did before we take a look at two exciting new products from our sponsor today. Kemimoto was kind enough to send us two things that they thought you guys would like. I'm actually giving them away after the video. So let's get started. Take a look at the golf cart real quick. I'll show you everything that's been done to it, and then we'll look at these two products from Kemimoto. So we're right here in front of my 2014 club car precedent that has been completely remodeled from top to bottom. And starting at the front, we have some modifications here. One is we replaced all the bushings in the club car precedent because the wheels were folding in like that and the bushings were worn out. Also up front here, you do notice that someone has installed the LED light kit in the front. I did not get that myself. It was already on the cart. And it does include the rear tail lights and blinkers as well. And now moving up, you can see a custom Supercar Street Racing plaque here that I ordered online from Amazon. You can get your own and you can get whatever you want printed on it. Ours says Supercar Street Racing to support the channel. We're back here with the golf cart, and I just wanted to show you guys the mods to the side of the golf cart. And one of them is that we got new wheels and tires, and I think they look pretty cool. They're like a mesh wheel with a low profile tire. I like the golf cart not to be raised. I like it to be lowered. And so we did these street tires with these awesome SS wheels, which are completely black and spoked, and I love them. The next thing you can see on the side here is we do have carbon fiber armrest. This one has a little bit of glue on it that I have to get off. It's because when it detached itself, I had to glue it back on and I accidentally got glue on it. I just need to take some WD-40 or something and get that glue right off of there. But you do see the carbon fiber armrest covers here on the golf cart. Moving to the inside of the cart now, you can see we have done some major modifications to the inside. One of those is the nice seat that has been painted with black fabric paint. We did take the brown seats and paint them black with fabric paint, and it came out awesome, I think. We might want to put another coat on that pretty soon. It might be wearing off a little bit, but we'll get to that when we have time. The next thing we're showing you is our mat. Of course, we replaced the mat with a laser cut mat. I'll put a link to that in the description as well. It fits perfectly, and it has a gray stripe on the edge of a black mat. Now moving in even closer, you can see that we have a tablet that runs all of the golf cart accessories. It runs the motor controller, can be tuned with it. It also runs the sound system, and it can run any Android app that you want. So it's very cool. You can see I've got the speedometer up on it right now. But yeah, such a cool idea for the golf cart. It does not have to have any kind of head unit. Everything's Bluetooth back to the sound system. Now right down here in the golf cart, you can see that we do have a charger here. It is a USB charger, and we have a second one next to it with USB Type-C and also quick charging. So that's what these two are right here. Below that is our gauge for our eco battery. It shows you the state of charge and also the voltage level coming from the eco battery. Moving up here, we got the carbon fiber dash, of course, which we put on there to give it a little bit of extra sporty look. We've got the JBL speakers, of course, and we've got a carbon fiber steering wheel. And that's gonna do it for the front of the golf cart mods. And now let's take a look at the motor and the controller underneath the seat. Moving under the seat, you can see the most important thing in this golf cart that has been modified. This golf cart has been converted from 48 volt lead acid batteries to 70 volt lithium ion. This is the eco battery, 70.4 volt, 105 amp hour battery. It was not cheap, but it is so awesome. And we also added the Novitas DC to AC conversion, a 600 amp controller, and a AC motor. So this golf cart is no longer DC. The AC has better battery life, it has better torque, and it is just an all-around better selection. And you do see also when you do convert to lithium ion, you move your charger into the cart, the charger is right over here, and you use a standard female side of an extension cord to plug directly in the cart, and all the charging happens right here inside the cart. And on that side of the well over there, under the camera here, we have the 12 volt relay switch. That switch over there on that side of the engine bay controls all the 12 volt accessories. So if you go into a bar or somewhere and you want to turn off everything so nobody can fiddle with your stereo system or Bluetooth you or anything like that, you flip that switch there. Right here on the back of the cart, we went ahead and took the opportunity to go ahead and put in 2 more JBL speakers so we could get full stage sound back here. So we got the same speakers, our 6.5s, 2 ways in the back here. And then right next to them, we have our epicenter control for our bass. And we do have another fast charging USB-C and USB-A receptacle right here, and a little plaque to show you what this knob actually does. Guys, moving to the back of my 2014 Club Car Precedent, there's not a lot to see back here that was done by me. We actually got the cart with this brand new back seat already put on it. It does fold out. And also all we did besides that you can see here is remove the white top, and we went ahead and got a black top because it matches our theme better. But all the rest of this was done except for the stereo system, of course, and I did black out the taillights here by spraying a little bit of Plasti Dip on each one. Now let's not also forget our 12-inch woofer down here right below us. I did add that as part of the stereo system. Let's show you that now. All right, the last thing we have to show you, which you can barely see, is the stereo system. So behind the seat of the golf cart, we do have the entire stereo system. We have our 72 volt, 12 volt converter here. It's actually an inverter. We have a master switch for 12 volts here. We have some Bluetooth accessories there, a Bluetooth receiver, and that is how the signal does get down to the head unit. Right down there, you can actually see the amplifier chilling right there with the Bluetooth receiver sitting right on top of it. That is a 5-channel amplifier, so it's running the 4 speakers up front and the subwoofer. And then right over here we do have a 110 volt inverter in case you want to use shore power anywhere. And then next to that you can see the Epicenter right behind the back seat. That is our bass enhancement device, and it is connected to that control right there for subwoofer level control. And that is pretty much it on the stereo system, guys. So let's keep on going. Guys, right in front of me here, I have the Kemimoto windshield that they offer for the Club Car Precedent. And what this does basically is it would replace your hard plastic windshield that you see right here. And these factory windshields just clip in like this at the very top. Your new Kemimoto windshield actually is removable and would just fit right on the front, just like this. And it simply just has a Velcro strap to go around and fasten onto the windshield just like that. So installation is easy. I'm gonna show you guys by not removing this windshield completely. It has Velcro straps on it, pretty simple. And these Velcro straps just do go around. So installation is quick and easy for the Kemimoto windshield, and it just does install like that. And then you take your bottom 2 straps. Of course, you won't have a plastic windshield on it like I do. And you take them and you Velcro them. Now, of course, my plastic windshield is getting in the way. So this would not happen if you don't have the factory windshield. And I don't know if I've ever done a simpler installation. And also, and this top part, of course, can be folded down if you really want to. It will crease right in the center so that you can make this into 2 windshields. But first, before we do that, I'm gonna show you the tinted panel for this. So this also comes with a tinted panel like this, which you can then put on the inside of the cart. And it has straps to hold in the tinted panel as well. And then the other side just does fit the same way. Pull that tight and your little tinted panel will fit there. And there are also installation Velcro right on the inside here as well. And that is how you install your sun shield on your new Kemimoto brand new windshield. Yeah, so that's the Kemimoto windshield, guys. If you are interested in this, there will be a link in the description down below to get yourself one. Go ahead and order it through our link and save some money if they are running a discount. Go ahead and order it through our link and help out the channel and help out Kemimoto as well. All right, guys, the next product that Kemimoto sent us was a seat cover for the Club Car Precedent, and you can see right here and right now we have it right in front of you. And this guy just simply goes like this. You put it directly on your seat like this. It has straps that are Velcroed, and the straps just run underneath the seat. So you pick the seat up, take it off the hinge. You do the same thing for both sides. It's probably easier with 2 people. Here is the Club Car Precedent seat cover, looking so fresh. So if you are interested in this seat cover, there will be a link in the description. It is very easy to install. And if you just want a quick solution to cover your seat, I would go ahead and grab this seat cover. Okay, uninstalling your Kemimoto windshield is just as easy as installing it. Let's go ahead and get our sunscreen off, our sunshade. And the great thing is you can store this in the cart. Our sunshade is completely off. And now let's uninstall our Kemimoto windshield. Super easy to uninstall. You literally just pull the Velcro straps off. It does have a hinged mechanism in the center right here, as you can see. And this thing can be carried with you on your golf cart. Guys, thank you so much for joining us today on Supercar Street Racing. We are so appreciative of all your support and all your good comments. And we just thank you so much for liking and subscribing and buying all your products through the links down in the description and continuing to help Supercar Street Racing grow. And as a token to you, I'm giving it away to someone in the comments section. I'm gonna pick a lucky person to get this Club Car Precedent windshield and this nice Club Car seat cover, and I'm gonna ship it to you for free. Guys, have a great day. We will see you next time on the channel. Hey guys, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. We are happy and proud to have our sponsor Kemomoto on board, who was gracious enough to give us one of these seat covers and this foldable windshield to show you guys today. But I just wanted to apologize for some of the bad audio. The mic did fail a couple of times in the video, so a lot of the audio was done on the actual GoPro mic, so it's a little bit worse quality than the lavalier wireless microphone. So anyway, back to the subject here. Kemomoto provided us with their windshield and their seat cover. You saw that in the video. The windshield is foldable and it does have a sunshade on the top as well. It's super easy to install along with the seat cover as well. They all just Velcro right on. Simple as that. And that's going to do it for today. Don't forget to buy all your Amazon products through any of my links in the video. It helps me out greatly. It just gives me a little bit extra money here to run the channel. But we'll see you guys later. We got a lot of things to do. We have to go, I don't know. We just got stuff to do. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we have a huge update for Street Racing Studio, which we are currently in. And today was a day of pain, frustration, hard work. And now this is where we are. We are still live streaming. We've been live streaming since this morning. And let me tell you what we got done today. All right, where do we start? What a day, man. 14-hour, 16-hour day, something like that. But check out the studio, guys. So hype train. Today I got this whole wall finished with acoustic tile. That entire wall finished with acoustic tile. Got it cut in all around the AC and the plugs. You can see it turned out so good, so hyped. I got the Govee 6-inch recessed lighting done. Look at it, guys. It's going to sync to the TV lighting too. Check it out. We got 6 of them. And they are programmed and doing an awesome job. Those are also Govee. This one's turned off, but the actual bulbs are Govee there as well. And we got all the speakers mounted, guys. There's the center channel. There's the side surround, side surround. All we have now to put up are the Harbinger that are going to be flying. Oh, also got the hooks and the chains up for the Harbingers. They're gonna hang off of these. These guys right here are flying. Guys, the studio is coming along so good. And I am sleeping in here tonight, so I got all my stuff out. And the AC is set to 68. And we're live streaming at the same time. But yeah, we got all our lights on. And we're just having a good time. Went out on the golf cart with Joe, had some liquid refreshments, and now I'm gonna upload this video for the daily update. And I'm crashing right there, get up early and start work tomorrow. Guys, tell me what you think about the Supercar Street Racing Studio. It's coming right along. A lot of hard work has gone into this. All we have left to do is this front wall. And that is going to be an insane amount of work. I have to, first of all, put the walls up, and then I have to do all the electrical and audio and video. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 electrical boxes to put in. All the HDMI, all the network, everything's got to go. The switch has got to go up there. The Harbinger's got to go up. It's another week's worth of work, easy. And then, after all that's done, I still have to tile the ceiling with the acoustic tiles. That is a good, probably 5 hours worth of work, because I have to cut in around all the speakers and the lights. So, some of it will go fast, some of it won't. So, yeah, guys. So hyped for this new studio. Thanks for joining us, guys. We'll talk to you tomorrow on Monday. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we have a studio update for you today. And I have been working hard in here, but also had some other things going on outside of this, so I took most of the day yesterday to go buy a beater car, which I will put on the channel soon. But what I have done in here is I have continued the acoustic foam tile work, and I have the acoustic foam tiles laid in on the ceiling all the way as close as I could get to here. But Joe and I are going to go tonight and get the foam board so I can finish the front wall. But I got the acoustic foam tile done literally to past halfway through the room, and then I ran out, so I ordered some now. I need about, I think, 80 more to do the rest of this. And what else did we get? That's pretty much it. I've been working on foam tile for days. It's very time consuming to put these in, and I have to cut around these lights as well, so I've been doing that, and cut around the in-ceiling speakers. And I ordered the amplifier. I ordered the receiver for the front, for the whole room. It is a Marantz 7.2 Slimline TX, NR1711, I think. Just NR1711. It'll be here tomorrow, so we'll be able to test out this surround sound here. So that is a little update. The studio is looking awesome. AC is kicking. And the tiles are going in, and all that is really left to do is this front wall, which is going to take me a while. I have a lot of electrical and wiring to do in this front wall. The actual cutting of the foam will be easy. It's the actual putting the boxes in and planning all that, because there's 2 boxes up here, there's several boxes here, there's 3 or 4 down here, there's more boxes there and down there. So yeah, it's gonna be a big, probably an all-day thing. But yeah, wanted to get you guys caught up on the Supercar Street Racing studio. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here, and I have a studio update for you. It is insane. I want you guys to see this, the way this studio is looking. Check out the studio, guys. I am super hyped, and I want to give you guys a huge update. I have not been live streaming or updating lately because I've been super busy and I had the network down in here, but today we made some huge strides in the Supercar Street Racing studio. And let me get started and tell you what we have done. First things first, but not the biggest, the Harbinger's powered studio monitors are mounted, and they are flying from chains right there. Got that done today all by myself. I don't know how, but there is the other one. Alexa, set the office lamps to 100%. There is the other Harbinger flying from the chain and angled down at you for goodness. On top of the Harbinger. I haven't quite figured out how or what I'm going to do with this, but this is my 20 something whatever port. I don't forget how many ports it has. Netgear switch. And you can see the Ethernet connections all labeled and going into the wall. And up there we have a Wi-Fi extender hotspot thingy. And that is connected to Ethernet. And then it has a Supercar Street Racing Wi-Fi signal. So I gotta still figure out what I'm going to do up in this corner, how I'm gonna organize it, if I'm gonna do a little shelf or what I'm gonna do. Not that important right now. The biggest thing is I got the Ethernet connected. Secondly, huge. I got the 4K Fire TVs mounted, and literally luck that they can swing out and touch each other like that. It is absolutely perfect. I couldn't have done it any better if I meant to, and I didn't mean to. And they are on these, they're not horizontal like usual plates or mounting plates, they're vertical. And they swing out and they are tilted down at you. And you can see right now they are playing 4K video from YouTube. Visual Dawn, one of my favorite up here too. Visual Dawn with the 3D animation spacescapes. So we got the 50s mounted. I ran out of Ethernet cables, or they would all be connected to Ethernet. This one is connected to hardwired Ethernet, Wi-Fi. This one doesn't have an Ethernet jack. That one's connected to Ethernet. I ran out of patch cables. Next, we got the Marantz NR1711 receiver in. This guy is a high-end receiver, and the reason I bought it is it has front preamp outputs to feed our powered studio monitors there, and our 1711 chilling. We got our wall plates all done mostly. I've got two more to put in here. One of them is for the front speakers, where it'll be RCA. The other one is a dual Ethernet jack, one for this and one for the PC. So there is the home theater wall plate, and that little thing coming out of the corner is the USB. You don't want to do a USB extension. It's already extended twice and it's already going to be an issue, so I just drilled a little hole in the corner and ran it straight through. We got all the other wall plates done. They're not exactly on the same level, but they'll all be under the desk. We got all the power done. The only thing I have to do over here is connect the subwoofer plate for the sub that is going to go somewhere over here. I'm not quite sure yet because there's not much room right here. And we got all of the wall plates done behind the Fire TVs. This HDMI wall plate here feeds down here. So if you want to connect a laptop or a tablet or anything else to that guy here, you can do it right there. I have not connected the HDMI here to the TV yet, but that will be next. Same thing over here. This HDMI wall plate feeds this guy here. There's also network down there, so if you want to plug a laptop in and work on this 50-inch, you may do that via that port right there, HDMI. There's power there, power there, power there, and power there that I installed today. And I did the power and the wall plate with the USB, HDMI, Ethernet, and coax. We're not using the coax. Those are behind every television. There is one back there as well. It's hard to see. Every place that you can possibly sit. Here's another Ethernet and HDMI. HDMI feeds the 32-inch, and you can connect a laptop or whatever here and have Ethernet. Every place has Ethernet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's another jack there for just straight Ethernet. If you want to work right here on the couch, you may connect your laptop to Ethernet. If you want to work right here, you can connect your laptop to the 43 inch, and you have Ethernet. We've got the Echo Show 15 chilling flush mounted. Completely flush mounted into the wall. First one I've done like that. So this is not a completed tour. When I am done, I will give a completed tour. I wanted to do a little update. Oh, also got the Govee recessed lighting installed. All of it. And it is all controlled by Alexa. Set the studio switch lights to purple. And there we go, they are purple. And I have power there subbed out and power there subbed out. It is permanently on power, and that is for lighting for shooting videos. Most likely we'll have a light pointing down here at the desk and one up there pointing down here at the desk, and I just don't know yet quite how I'm going to do it, but that is an update from Supercar Street Racing Studios. Big update. I'm so hyped to start doing videos here. We'll see you guys soon. Welcome back to the channel, and we've got a huge update for you on this wonderful Friday evening in the Supercar Street Racing Studio. That's right, you are looking at the 95% finished Supercar Street Racing amazing 4K production studio, and I cannot wait to give you guys an official tour. But let me tell you what we have done since the last update. So we got the switch, the Netgear switch, mounted on a nice board, and you can see there I finished it all in very nicely with the foam tiles. It looks awesome. I have 100% finished, except for the door. We don't know what's happening with the door yet. 100% finished with all of the foam tiles in the whole studio. Some of them are falling off, so I have to glue them back as they fall. I put extra glue. That's okay. That's gonna happen because I didn't use a ton of glue everywhere, but yeah. The other thing that's not done is the studio lighting. So this is lights for maybe studio stuff, like a, you know, lighting for me when I'm doing productions. There's one on both sides, permanently wired on. That is not done yet. Everything else almost is done except for table management. So I ended up buying this desk. It's very cool. It's actually a door that was made into a desk with IKEA legs. 90 inches long. It's actually perfect for what I'm doing here. It will fit all of the editing equipment plus my work stuff on this end. I'm going to shift everything down to the end and then move it right over into the corner. That's going to open up this whole space over here for whatever I want to do with it. It's going to leave this space open. There's the subwoofer. I did put the subwoofer connector over there in the corner, and that sub is too big for going in that little pocket right there. So I don't know if I'm going to move this couch that way or keep it that way. But either way, this can actually go under the table as long as it doesn't hit my feet. It's fine. We've got the editing rig down there hooked up to the 4K 50-inch TVs. Two displays there, two displays there, and of course when you move the mouse, you can move from one display over to the next display, and then down to this display and over to that display, where then you can open up a nice monitor session here for Supercar Street Racing. So that is all done. There is the Marantz NR1711, which is actually output from the PC is feeding it. So we're listening to Purple Planet, no copyright music, playing through the Marantz in... Oh, and another thing I finished the wiring 95% for the 7.2 surround sound that goes down to the wall plate there. it all goes right there. And all I have to do now, right here, right now, tomorrow, because I'm burned out, is on the receiver end, I'm going to put banana plugs. So I'm going to shorten the wires once I get the table closer to the wall. You can see right now it's about 2 feet off the wall. When I get it closer to the wall, I'll shorten the cables, put banana plugs, clean that up, and then I've got tubing to run straight down because there's no wire management on this desk. What else did I get done? I got all the wall plates installed, all the foam tile done, all the speakers are on and running, and they have been set up with Odyssey, so they have been calibrated. That is probably not my final subwoofer. It might be, I'm not sure yet. I'm still looking for one. People think I'm a scammer on Facebook because I don't have a picture. Well, that's fine. I won't buy your stuff. Yeah, so we got Supercar Street Racing going on this monitor, some Visual Dawn up here, some 4K scapage, and that is going to wrap up this update until we do the full tour when I am finished. But guys, it's looking fabulous in the Supercar Street Racing studio. I hope you guys love it, and we will see you tomorrow with another update. We got this Wi-Fi security camera, we got a guitar, we got the Wi-Fi security camera, and we got the peel satisfaction. That peel sat is so good. That peel is so good on the camera with the guitar. Alright, so I am out in the garden today, and there is a spy camera in my garden aimed at my neighbor's house here. Text my neighbor, he has no idea what it is. So, it's about to get confiscated. But not until I cover the lens first. So I don't know if it does audio, but it probably just heard me. So I'm going to get it right now and cover it. Okay, so I am going to grab a black plastic bag, get the spy camera, but I'm going to be quiet when I do it. Okay. I got the batteries out of this thing, so it probably recorded the last few minutes of what just happened. I have no idea whose this is. I've been texting my neighbor, trying to find out if this is his or his wife's. They are currently going through a divorce or trying to, and I have a feeling that one or the other is trying to spy on each other. I need to find out when this was put in. I need to look at my security cameras and see if I can figure out when. It's going to be pretty tough finding, but I'm going to start looking through my cameras. But what we have here is, I don't even know what kind it is. It doesn't have anything written on it. It's got the serial number in here and a support phone number, so it's definitely a Wi-Fi. It's like a hunting camera, and apparently it's Wi-Fi. Okay, so it's a Moultrie Mobile in my garden, spying on my neighbor's house. So now I got to figure out what the hell this is and who put it in my house. For now, I am going to, I don't know how long this has been there. I was just actually doing weed removal and found this thing. So I'm going to keep texting my neighbor and try to find out if it's his or his wife's, but somebody put this there. Okay, so a little update here. I just talked to my neighbor. He doesn't seem too concerned about it, which is amazing. If this was in my neighbor's yard pointing at my house, I would be super concerned. But yeah, this thing is, I don't think it has internal storage. I think it just records to external. I don't see an SD card slot for it anywhere, unless it's under this. Might be under that. So I'm gonna take this little compartment off and see if it's got an SD card inside of it. I didn't even Google it. I wanted to let you guys see this first. But this is pretty crazy, to say the least, and I wouldn't have seen it if I hadn't have went into my yard to do some weed removal. So I don't know how this compartment comes off here, but I think it does. Probably an SD card inside here. But I'm not sure. Need a smaller screwdriver to get this out. I don't know how this compartment comes out, but I would bet there's an SD card inside here. Shoot. I have no idea how to get this out. Got a small screwdriver here. Okay, I found the serial number here, or sorry, the model number. I am going to look it up on Amazon and put a screenshot of what this is up now, and then see if I can figure out what this little compartment is on the side. But my neighbor is saying he knows nothing about it. But yeah, this is where I've gotten so far. All right, I did some more research on this thing. It is actually cellular based. So this is a subscription based device, and whoever put it in my yard was trespassing. to put it in there. So now it's time to start reviewing some security footage and see if I can figure out when this was done. And most likely it was done in the middle of the night. And I don't know if I'll be able to find it. I don't know if I have time to go through all these security footage, but I'm going to start looking. So I go out in my yard to try to figure out this thing, and I found another one. Different kind. This one is only rechargeable, I think. 2 feet away from the first one. Irritating. 14, I can't even read what model number it is. Turn the lights up in here. $14,076. Well, that would be the one with the rechargeable battery, but I don't see how this battery comes out. The other one came out pretty easy. This is unfreaking believable, dude. I missed this one by a foot when I went out there. This one has a battery pack too. How the hell do you get it out? Oh yeah, you just push on it. This is unreal. Yeah, I don't know how you get this thing out of here. First one came out pretty easy, but I guess it doesn't matter. Can't figure out how to get the battery pack out of this one. I thought you just pushed it in. But, yeah. Security camera number 2 in my garden. Tried to call the company, nobody ever answered. I'm going to try again. Okay, so I just got off the phone with Moultrie Mobile. They will not give me the information of who owns these cameras. Unfortunately, I probably should have left them there and put another camera on it to see who comes to get them, but I was kind of didn't want to be involved in this due to a bunch of different reasons. It's unethical, it's illegal, and there's so many different bad things about this. So I have to go work with the sheriff's office, JSO in Jacksonville, to file a police report, and they will have to get a search warrant to get the information of who owns the account for this camera and this camera here. So guys, I am going to do a perimeter search on my house to make sure there's no other devices anywhere. It's someone purposefully evaded me. Again, these guys were, I'll show you exactly where they were. So they were actually in this garden here and placed where the camera up there, my security camera right there, could not see them. There were 2. There was one right here that I didn't see the first time, and then there was one in plain sight right here, literally in plain sight. And it's very disturbing to think that someone did that on my property, but we will keep looking on the security camera footage. But that camera was blocked, and I have no frame of reference to know when to actually look, and it's like needle in a haystack type of thing. And I looked all it last night on the security camera, I didn't see anything. But yeah, so that's where we are. We are going to try to figure out what to do next and call the police, and I will do another video to update you guys then. Guys, inside this mystery box right here is something special for the channel, and you can see right here, you don't have any idea what it is, but I do. And right here, this thing is requesting it to be opened, so I mean, we have to at least do what it says and open this package right now and see what kind of cool things might be inside to benefit the channel. This guy, what is he doing? let's get this thing unboxed. Take a look at it. It might be something cool. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Supercar Street Racing back, guys. We are in the Supercar Street Racing office. This Mac is loud, this box is not, and today on Supercar Street Racing, we have something special for the studio. This is going to improve my life so much with the Supercar Street Racing 4K studio. We have needed this. We've been suffering without this. There's one more upgrade after this we have to do, but we got to get this thing open because there's some other things inside here we need to do to this particular product. Let's get this box opened up right now and see what's inside. All right, we got this box in front of us right now, ready to be opened up so freshly. Let's go ahead and get inside this thing and see what is happening here. Yes, this is very loud. I don't know why this does that. And here is the ASUS store, or ASUSter, I'm not sure of the pronunciation, FS6706T NAS. Network attached storage, right here, looking so fresh and so fly. Also a RAM upgrade for the NAS storage. Let's get this out of the box. Here is the ASUS store NAS. You can see it has HDMI. It uses M.2 NVMe SSDs. It has a 2.5 gigabit network port, actually two of them. A quad-core processor, optical audio outs, tons of cool stuff in this box. And on the back, you can see all of the features of the FS6706T right here. Enthusiast grade network attached storage with cloud security. It's got apps. It does a lot of cool stuff. But the best part about having this NAS is this is going to back up all my workflow for Supercar Street Racing. And this is going to all go on here and it will be attached to the network via hardwired. Now let's get this thing out of the box here. There is the label on the top for you guys to check out. Let's get this thing opened. And it has a protective piece of foam right on top of it, and it's a nice bag there. Let's see what's inside of the box here. What did they give us? Aha, standard power adapter here for the NAS. And then inside here, we do see the actual device in a very cool protective bag. And look how cool this thing is. Guys, you can see on the back there is a USB 3.0 for putting a USB drive, assumably, or a hard drive into it to serve it. You've got your HDMI ports suspiciously upside down, two 2.5 gig Ethernet ports, USB 2.0 ports, and your SPDIF, so you can do optical audio out to a receiver. Then on the front, that peel sat. Oh, I blew it.
These nuts.
That peel sat. It's got some lights on the front here. It looks like maybe power, network, hard drive lights, maybe a power button right there, I think. Pretty cool, guys. All right, let's see what else is in the box. And we do have, oh, okay, I was hoping they gave us a network cable. We do have an Ethernet cable. We got two of them, actually. And we do have this is a cable tie, little cable tie there. Okay, we're back in front of the ASUS store NAS now. We have some work to do. We have to get this guy ready for the drives that are coming in later today, and also for a RAM upgrade. So let's go ahead and get out. I heard a complaint online about the screwdriver size. So I've tried 3 now, and then none of them fit. Aha. It was the largest one I had. PH2, for those of you who are doing the same thing I am, it's a PH2. So that's Phillips number 2. The RAM appears to be under here. Oh, there it is. The top just slides right off. Okay. Ah, I got the wrong memory.
These nuts.
It's SODIMMs. Dang it.
Got him. Got him.
Shoot. Back in front of the ASUS store, and I don't know why I thought this used regular RAM. It uses SODIMMs. I did order 16 gigs of memory for this that will be here later today. Same RAM I ordered, PC3200, so That'll be here later today by 10 p.m. along with the drives. But let's take a look at the back of this where the drives go in. So it does have 6 slots for drives, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and they just slide right in right there. Slides in right here, all 6 of them. The model above this has 12. I didn't think I needed that many. I could always upgrade these to 4s if I want to go 4 terabytes. I did order 6 2 terabyte drives, and they will be in RAID 5, I believe it is. So if one drive fails, you still have enough drives left to rebuild the volume. So that is it for now until we get the drives and the memory in that we can install later. So we'll get back with you guys when we do that. Amazon just came and brought this plethora of 2 terabyte drives for us. We have crucial P3 Plus, PCIe NVMe 4.0, M.2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times 6 to go into the NAS. All we have to do right here and right now is get these guys unboxed and installed directly in this NAS. We are still waiting for the RAM though. It should be here any minute. Let's get moving. SSDs are installed, so now we were able to initialize the console. Let's get this thing hooked up and get it going. All right, the unit is powered on. I see lights. We just have a RAM upgrade left after this, so pretty simple. It's still initializing, and we'll need to get to the phone for the next part. Let's get the phone going and switch to that now. Okay, we got the ASUS Store app installed. It did give an error, but all I did was enter the IP address manually and it actually did go to there. And we have all of the apps here available for the ASUS Store. And if we go to the storage manager, we have 9 terabytes available. We have 3 gigabytes used, and it is synchronizing the drive, so we will give it some time to do its thing. I set up a user or two. There are some apps we can install. Look at all this good stuff, guys. All this. And services, we can do, we already have SMB on. We have already checked that and it does work. We have a web center and system info. There's all our information for our drive and stuff. Processor, memory, system temp's good. And yeah, guys, next thing we have to do is copy some data to this. All right, got to create a new account. All right, guys, we're back in the studio with our new ASUS Store NAS. And we have the page called up here. And you can see that right here and right now. We have all the apps available here, the file explorer, everything else to do all the settings on the NAS. But what I want to do real quick is go ahead and back up my editing stuff. So if we want to get to the NAS, we got to do 2 backslashes, 192.168.0.210. And it wants my credentials. I'm going to pull those over here. You guys can't see this. And here we have our folders on our brand new NAS. We're going to do editing old NAS. Let's go ahead and drag it and see how long it takes. Now this is coming from a really slow device to a really fast device. So let's see. All right, so that's about as fast as the old device is capable of going. And that says 6 hours. All right, so we're getting about 90 megabytes per second, 110, 112. And I want to see how much, that's actually really fast. 18% memory, 10% CPU. And it's copying at 110 megs per second over a gigabit Ethernet link. So I think I just backed up everything. I just backed up my whole graphics and sound folder in about a couple minutes. Yeah, it's steady about 113 megabytes per second compared to the old NAS was about 30 megabytes per second maximum. So this is four times as fast. Now, the rest of this is going to go while I leave the house. And this is a good amount of space that's got to be moved over. So I'm cutting and pasting all these from the old NAS. These are all my renders that I saved. I didn't save everything. I wish I would have. But that's going to take 7 hours at this rate. This old NAS is very slow. All right, we're back in the studio again, and we have some editing footage to do some editing with, and you can see it right here on the screen. Now, what you're looking at now is there is a USB 3.0 slot on the front of the NAS. I have the micro SD card plugged into an adapter, and it's plugged right into the front of the NAS, and you're seeing that right here. All this is GoPro footage. Now, at the same time, we're copying from the old NAS, which is right here, to the new NAS, and it is limited by the speed of the old NAS read speed, which is 39 megabytes per second. So now we're going to try copying all this footage to the local drive while we're going to actually copy this to the NAS drive so that we can try to edit off of it. We'll see. So let's select it all. Whoops, one more. We're going to cut from the USB drive. We're going to go to the editing drive. We're going to make a folder on the NAS, raw footage, and we'll paste it right here. Let's see how long this takes. So that's getting 94 megabytes per second from USB 3, dropping down to 88, while the other one is writing at 40 plus megabytes. So that is definitely as fast as the computer copies it from the USB stick. So no speed slowdown going from USB 3 on the front of the NAS to inside of the NAS on the actual NAS drives. And now if we pop our activity monitor up, we have 20% CPU, and we are using all of the memory, but we ordered 16 gigs of RAM, and it will be here today. I'm just waiting for it to get here to pop it in. But meanwhile, this is going at 90 megabytes per second, and the old NAS, my Book Live Western Digital, is copying all its backup files. So all the renders that I ever did are coming off of the old MyBook Live and going over to the new ASUS store with 12 terabytes. And if we look right here at the drive, you can individually select each drive here and see which one you want to look at activity-wise. But here is the usage. We have used, now remember, it's RAID 5, so it's going to use one whole drive for RAID, so that if it fails, it has a one drive tolerance and we won't lose any data. So we only have 9 terabytes after we have a 6 by 2 terabyte array here. We lose 3 terabytes for RAID, so we have 9 terabytes total. We've used 650 gigabytes already, and we're still copying. So here's the homepage of the ASUS store, and you can see there's a bunch of different things you can do, and you can add apps to the ASUS store as well. Here's our hardware settings. While this stuff is copying, we can take a look at all this stuff. General settings is the ports with auto logout. We're set on DHCP. We can change this to the ASUS store. The status, power, LAN, and drive indicators that are on the front of the actual drive. You can disable all the warning buzzers, which is cool. Got an infrared receiver on it, which is also pretty awesome. And direct routing access to the NAS. There you can factory reset it. This is for transcoding, like if you're using Plex, which I am not. So this thing has an HDMI port in the back. I have not hooked it up to the television yet. So I'm going to try to edit off of the NAS and see if I can. Not that I need to do that. I have enough storage, but it'd be interesting. All right. Here's DaVinci Resolve, and here's all of our footage right here. And we go in order.
Special for
Playing no problem right off the NAS. 5K 2398. Let's drag the first one. Now, this is directly from the NAS.
Guys, inside this mystery box,
No problem.
here is something special for the channel.
Flawless. No problem at all with the video on.
Right here. This thing is requesting
the
it
NAS.
to be open, so I mean we have to at least do what it says and open this package right. Thing is request.
Okay, we are back in front of the ASUS Store app, and you can see that now if we go to the system information, we have 16 gigs of RAM installed, which should help a lot on the caching. So that is going to wrap up this video, but all I wanted to do right here, right now, is also change the name. So I will have to do that in the actual app. But yeah, like I said, this is going to wrap up the video. We did put two 8GB ATEC premium memory sticks in. I'll put a link in the description to those. And we did remove the 4GB stick. And now the ASUS Store has 16 gigs of RAM. Guys, thank you so much for joining Supercar Street Racing. We hope you guys enjoyed it, and we will see you again on the next video. What's up, everybody? This is, I think, day like 11 or 12 with no pool pump turned on. And don't forget, we're doing a pool remodel. I just am not letting my pool get yellow for no reason. But look at this. All right, welcome back to the channel, guys. Supercar Street Racing and Brad here. And today we have a tour of the golf cart audio system. Alright guys, welcome back. I finally got some zip ties. I'm ready to start cleaning up this wiring. I'm waiting on the Bluetooth adapter though, and it will not be here until later today. So I'm going to start with what I have, and that is getting some of these white zip ties off. finally got a replacement Bluetooth adapter. The one that I had, the power cable was jacked up on it, so we got our new Bluetooth adapter there. So I'm just going to finish up all the wiring now and dress everything nicely while you guys watch. Okay, we are ready to test the new Bluetooth adapter. We are connected to Wi-Fi here, and we got some YouTube. Let's see. Which does not want to load, so let's kill it and open it back up. All right, we got internet. Alright, I just finished redoing again the entire audio system back here, all the wiring. I was having a little bit of OCD about it, so I went ahead and redid it all with less connectors. I figured out a way to use less connectors and redid all the tubing and all that. One thing I really need to do now is throw a zip tie around this guy right here to clean it up a little bit. But that's about it. I just wanted to give you guys a good look. We've got the inverter there. We've got the 5-channel amp there, the epicenter on the back of the back seat, the relay or the circuit breaker for the amp is there, and then the voltage reducer is there, and the Bluetooth adapter is there. So I am going to go ahead and button all this up. It works perfectly now. All the channels are correct now, and I'm happier. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and now we have a tour of the golf cart audio system, which is completely finished. And we will start here in the back where we have a 12-inch woofer here, and this is a SCSR audio dual voice coil, 4 ohm per voice coil, paralleled for a 2 ohm load. We also have a quick disconnect here made of just 2 plugs that I fabricated so I can take the box out easily. It's just a regular electrical plug. The enclosure sits facing the inside of the cart there, and the little cover inside there is off to help the bass transfer. I do have to do a couple more wire tie I see right here, but this is the amp rack. Yeah, it looks like I missed tying up some wires into there. Just totally missed it. But this is the amp rack, and on top you can see we have the, I'm gonna do this over. What's up everybody? Supercar Street Racing with a little update. I wasn't able to get a lot of video of the wheels being done, but take a look at the black, satin black powder coated wheels. And is my camera dirty? Satin black powder coated wheels, new brake rotors, and powder coated calipers. That's the rear, and that's the front in satin black. Calipers are powder coated red. Out here we've got the DEI high temp paint on the old calipers. These will be going up for sale if you need any for your 335i. These have been cleaned and they are painted with DEI high temp silicone paint. Those will be going out. And the next thing I want to do is paint this ugly gray, I don't know what it's called. Is it a rear splitter? I'm not sure, but look how it's fading. Why is it gray too? I mean, come on. I kind of want to paint it matte black or plastic dip it, so I'm going to work on that now. I'll be back with an update. Alright, we got the back taped off now. I learned to tape off a lot better than I used to because the stuff gets everywhere. But take a look at where that's fading is my main purpose here. And I don't like that this is gray and the rest of the car is black. I think it'll look good matte black. So I'm going to get my plastic dip here and put the first coat on of plastic dip. Got the first coat of plastic dip on. Remember to point the plastic dip can away from what you're painting. Oh, look at this pollen like falling everywhere. Point the plastic dip can away from what you're painting to clear the nozzle out, and put a very light coat on for the first coat. Wait 10 minutes and then do a second coat. We'll be back for that. Here is the stock brake calipers with the DEI high temp coating. I'm going to let that cure for maybe 30 more minutes before I flip everything over and do the sides that I couldn't get here. I don't have any really way to hang these things up to paint them. But this is matte black, which looks pretty cool. I think that's enough of a coating on the top, but we'll be back with an update. Alright, it's been about 10 minutes. I went ahead and polished the windows, but that's a good look at the first coat. You see it's a very light coat. So again, shake the can up good, make sure it's up to temperature. If it's not, put it in some warm water for about 20 minutes. So always spray away. It's going to splatter like after it's been sitting for a little bit, so spray it away to clear the nozzle. Second coat can be a little bit more thick. Make sure you put on uniform coats and get all the areas even underneath. And notice how I'm keeping it a certain distance away. Just keep it about, 6 inches away. You can see already where that was all faded out. That looks much better. So that's the second coat. I'm going to wait 10 minutes and come back and put the third coat. Putting the second coat of the DEI high temp spray on. Just either tape up your rubber parts or just don't spray them directly. Like for instance where this rubber boot is. Just try to avoid that part. Spray around it. Don't directly spray it, if that makes any sense at all. Trying to put 3 or 4 coats on this because it just covers a lot better when you do that. But here's a good look at stock calipers, completely cleaned, wire brushed and painted with high temp paint. See, I won't spray directly on the boot. Just like light if you're gonna get close to it. It'll make it crack and be stiff. Yeah, so that's the second coat of DEI high temp spray. Same stuff that's on my exhaust tips, and you can see my video for that. Check it out when you have a chance. Alright, time to put the third coat on, Plastidip. Remember, spray away, clear that nozzle. Every time you do the, second, third, fourth, they can be heavier. Keep a uniform distance from the vehicle. Otherwise, you will get kind of, you have the can too far away or too close. It can make a difference in how, sorry about that, I'm not even pointing at it. It can make a difference on how the end product looks. It might be like bed liner if you don't put it on correctly. So I actually did that on my grill, and I don't even know how I made it so bad, but I did. The grill's real rough. You can't see it, but you can feel it when you try to clean the car. I think this might be my last coat. This is, what was it, 4? But that looks awesome. That looks so much better. I'm gonna let that dry, and that might be my last coat. Alright, so we're going out here for the final coat, because what I forgot to tell you guys is, when you do Plastidip, if you tape off trim, so it's easy with logos, like your emblems on your car, because you just tape around them, pull the tape off, and then pull the extra Plastidip off. But when you're doing trim or something like this, where you have tape right up against the Plastidip edge, you have to take the tape off while the Plastidip is wet, so we have to do one more coat. So here we go. And I forgot to point the can away, but it didn't splatter, thank goodness. So this is going to be the last coat, and I'm going to pull the tape right when I'm done. See how the tape is right there on the edge? You want to do that while it's still wet. So here's the last coat. I'm going to start pulling tape. I need both hands for that. These are all done, good to go. Anybody needs any 335i stock calipers painted black with high temp coating, let me know. Check this out. This came out absolutely awesome. It looks so good. No more faded paint. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. Make sure you like and subscribe.
All right.
Oh, yes! This is you if you break in! Yes!
All right.
What's up, everybody? Headed to get the wheels and tires put on right now at Visual Effects Body Shop. First, I get to sit through the most terrible traffic in Orange Park. Did get out of work early today, which was cool. Won an award at my work meeting, so that was also awesome. Headed that way. Hit you guys up again when I get there. What's going on, guys? Just got back from the body shop that does the fender rolling. Ended up not having to roll the fenders. That's the good news. The wheels and tires look sick, and in about 5 seconds you're going to see the reveal. Okay guys, I just got back from the body shop, And it's time for the big reveal. What kind of wheels did I get? So, boom. These are the new wheels and tires. These are, sorry about the truck that just went by, guys. These are HRE FF01 in tarmac, which looks absolutely amazing on this car. It looks so great. I never imagined how good that would look with that 1-inch drop and the black badges and accents really came out nice. I mean, I even think the front could maybe be dropped another 1/2 inch or so, but wow, what a difference that makes. Looks great. So these are the HRE FF01 in tarmac black, and they are, 1 second, I'll be right back with all the specs. All right, these are 20 by 9 in the front with a 25 offset, 20 by 10.5 in the back with a 35 offset, and the sizes are rear 305, 25, 20, I believe. Yeah, 305, 25, 20 there. Good shot of the new brakes as well. And the fronts are 255, 25, 20. The tires are Michelin Pilot Super Sports. So these are replacing all season radials that were on the car before. And I gotta say, wow, what a great looking car that turned out to be with those wheels. So the next thing that's coming is some interior modifications, and they are on the way here now. That will be my next video. I'm so glad you guys are sticking around to see the cool things going on with the car. Makes me happy when you guys click and view. So please subscribe, thumbs up, all that stuff. We'll see you guys. If you have any questions, post it in the comments. Absolutely. That did come out good, man. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we are taking a look at my old 15-year-old racing videos. This is part 2 of a I don't know how many part series until we get through all of them. So let's take a look today on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, welcome back to part 2 of me reacting to my 15-year-old racing videos on YouTube. Now, all of these videos were shot with my single turbo Supra, 1990 3.5 hardtop Supra with a single turbo that made anywhere from 600 to the wheels to almost 815 to the wheels. And I think we got some bangers today because I have a few of them already pulled up for you. So let's start with this one. So this one says street racing, bolt-on Ford Cobra, and it doesn't even make sense what it says, which is hilarious. It says bolt-on Ford Cobra and even compete with 67mm single turbo Supra. I guess I have to fix that. But let's take a look and see. And actually, this is my buddy Leo's car, and he was the guy on YouTube that had the car sounds with your mouth video that was really famous. But let's see. Oh, actually, no, this is Tony's Cobra. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, I had to replace the music in this one. Let's see what happens here. So there's my old 67mm setup. And there's no audio because I had to remove the music. This is before YouTube started doing all the copyright stuff. But I spun hard on that one, it looks like. Interesting. Looks like we got a good start on this one against each other. Back in the day, those Cobras were pretty stout with just like pulleys and a tune and all that. Looks like I pulled them on that one pretty good. That's the Dames Point Bridge, I can tell already with those cables. So it looks like he pulls out a little bit on me, and I never get it back, and I missed 5th gear as well. I wish this had the audio. I remember it was really good, but YouTube said something about copyright, and I just had to replace everything. Yeah, the car would definitely, on the top end, it would usually get everybody, you know. So it looks like I pulled on it pretty good there. And I think that was it. I think John, my buddy John with the Evo, was actually recording this. And if we go back and look at this video again. So yeah, this car was making around 490 to 500 wheel horsepower, so not a slouch at all at the time. So I only had about 100 more wheel horsepower. I believe I was on pump gas at that time, but yeah, pretty interesting video. A lot of these Cobras back in the day wanted to run me. Now we have this next one that says old school chromed out Gixxer 750 versus 950 single turbo Supra. And I remember this one. So this bike was a Gixxer 750 S-Rad. They're not anything crazy powerful, but I remember this. I actually someone had a good camera for this race. So let's take a look and see if make sure there's no copyrighted music or anything on this guy. All right, so this next one I remember, and I had to start this over because it has some profanity in it, but this is actually a 750 S-Rad, so not anything super fast. And I do remember we had a decent camera for this, but of course, downloading these videos from YouTube, the quality has come down quite a bit. But I just cut out like 30 seconds worth of solid curse words because I know I'll get nicked on the advertising revenue. But let's see what happens here when my 67mm Supra takes on this modded Gixxer 750 S-Rad here. Make sure we stop it at the end in case there's profanity. Looks like we got 3 bikes tagging along here too. I don't remember this. There we go. So it looks like we're just going from a roll. I don't know what speed we're doing. Yeah, it was hard for a bike that wasn't at least a liter, you know, size to pull that car. So yeah, so just a little bit of a bike racing video there, which is pretty cool. Now this one, I remember this like, okay, so in Pasadena, I believe this was, my buddy lived in Pasadena, somewhere in LA, and this is my buddy's car and my car parked right next to each other. There was this turboed I think it was either a 350Z, and he actually called me out, and we both videotaped it, and then afterwards he talked a lot of smack about the race, saying that he beat me and all this other stuff. It was ridiculous. It wasn't even really a race, but let's check it out.
Come again. You know I don't speak Spanish. In English, please.
This is actually my buddy's Supra.
Huh? You pooped in the refrigerator. Point the dogs out!
Yeah, we probably can't even have that in there.
I need NOS. No. My car topped out at
Ah, no, this is just my buddy's Supra. This is not the guy with the, or maybe it is the guy with the 350 later on. This is my buddy's Supra with stop fuel and a single. Still pretty stout. Again, the video quality is absolutely terrible. Yeah, there's some cursing in this we're gonna have to go past. It's actually a 350Z. I don't know why I put 300ZX, mistake. Yeah, so I can't play this part because it's got tons of profanity, but this is my buddy racing the 350Z Turbo. And then me versus my buddy in his Supra. Stock fuel, I think he had like a 67 millimeter. Can't remember. I gave him the hit on this one. I'd say we're about 150 to 200 wheel horsepower difference. There we go again for round 2. I don't know what comes up at the end, but yeah, we're not going to go ahead and make that profanity happen. Alright, so this is a Trans Am. I'm trying to see. Yep, music was replaced on this one too. This is a pretty quick Trans Am running 150 shot, so. Yeah, all these videos I had to remove this had Du Hast on it. I remember this specifically, being upset about having to remove the audio. This car was pretty stout at the time. If you were around 500 wheel horsepower, you were doing good at that time. So here I think is the best race out of all of them. And I would pull on him on the top end for sure. I always had terrible tires, never got good tires on that car. I suffered with just bad tires. I don't know why I did that. Had BF Goodrich, I think, comp TAs. This is my buddy's Evo 8. Me with no boost controller turned on. Probably was about 350 horsepower, the Evo. Not to the wheels, just I think straight up. Alright, so let's take a look at another one here. That was all I queued up, but alright, so this is actually a really good one. This is Tracy from SpeedFab, which is now closed. This is his Turbo Hayabusa on low boost in me. This is a banger.
When we were a motorized bicycle company,
Right after the ad, we'll take a look at this. So this is the guy who did a lot of work on my car back in the day. This is Tracy from SpeedFab. I think he works at Stage 6 now. I don't know. I saw him on there the other day. But yeah, let's see what this is about.
The power of dreams.
Dang. You got sharks, pegs, lucky.
Nice Busa.
You ever take it off any sweet jumps?
You can barely see what's happening in this, but he just absolutely walks me. All you can really see is lights. And goodbye. It literally is just a bunch of blocks. You can't see anything. But that's him walking on me. And 170. Absolutely no chance of taking this.
You got like 3 feet of air that time.
Yeah, that's cool. Alright, I think we have time for one more. Let's see. Volkswagens can cheat emissions, but they can't cheat and beat a 800 horsepower Supra. Let's see what this is about. We're gonna go past all this because there's bound to be profanity in it. Okay, so let's go back to this so we can just see. Alright. Yep, so we were racing a GTI with upgraded turbos, fuel system, and the stock block at 22 pounds. And I had cams, 67mm turbo, and 850cc injector. Let's see. So this is me on low boost. Can barely make out a Volkswagen there, huh? Obviously, that thing was no match for the Supra back in the day. Even though the video is horrible and you can't see anything. It really was bad in the beginning, honestly, even though this is a copy of a copy. And I think that's going to do it for part 2. Those are some interesting videos. I hope you enjoy watching them as much as I do. And then we're done with this. We'll reflect on my Kings of the Street video, which is actually really good. But guys, thanks so much for watching Supercar Street Racing. We will see you in the next one. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I hope you guys had a great Christmas. And today we have this carbon fiber dash kit, and I have to figure out a way to put this ignition switch back in. There's instructions right there. So today we're going to start looking at this carbon fiber dash and figuring out how to get this thing back installed so that we can use this cart again. I did get some other stuff done that I will explain here on Supercar Street Racing. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here. Hope you guys had a Merry Christmas, and New Year's is coming up. And hope you guys have some big plans for New Year's, but you can see here the cart is in shambles. This is just the wiring harness. Literally was just stuffed back in there, and I'm gonna clean it up when I put it back. But we need to run some wiring from the front to the back. We are going to be running speaker wires. We will have 2 crossovers in here under the dash for the front component, 6.5-inch speakers, and then we will run the wire down through the trough right there where the other wiring will go, and it goes up into a little indentation in the dash right there on the end. You can see it. I did clean up underneath the mat completely, and I also got all the rust and stuff off of this plate where the accelerator pedal goes, and I did paint it black, or plastic dip it black, and you can see a big difference there. It looks really good. Came out awesome. The seats also came out great. Did those with the Duplicolor vinyl paint, and it looks like it's stuck perfectly. There's no more brown left except this brown stitching, and that is acceptable because you can barely see it. I think if I wanted to, I could get like a dye pen and just run across these stitches and make them black. But for now, our goal is to get the ignition switch off of this panel. Here is the switch panel. We are not using anything off of this panel again except for this ignition switch, and we will make a new label or get one. We're not using that, and we're not using the battery indicator, but we are going to take from this round charge thing here, and that is going to power our USB charger and voltage indicator that won't be here till Wednesday, at which time we will have to put a hole in this dash to put our charge indicator in. Don't know where that'll be yet, depends on how big it is, but I'm thinking somewhere in here, maybe right in the center, but we won't know till we get it. So first things first, we gotta disassemble this panel. Back here in the supercar street racing awesome kitchen, and we've been doing some tequila shots here, me and Susie. And today we have not this and not this knife, but we do have the instrument panel here from the club card precedent, and we need to go over a few things here. But first we need to get some sort of table condom so we don't mess up the table. This wonderful IKEA table. Get that tequila cap over there. And so looking at this instrument cluster here, we have on this side, this is an older cart, so 2014, so we have the battery dead indicator, which we don't need anymore. So what we're gonna do is go ahead and pop that out. But first, we are going to disconnect. Actually, we're not even gonna take it out. There's no reason to take it out. So we're gonna pop these spade connectors off, and they are in there good. Then what we're gonna do is cut these zip ties, but we're also gonna label this stuff so that if we want to reuse it in the future, we can. guys, welcome back. Here is the carbon fiber dash, and it comes with a, well, it did come with a something taped to the back. Now I have to find it. If I don't have that, I'm in trouble. All right, I had a mini panic attack because I lost this important piece of goodness. Now, this says for the ignition, locate the metal ring, that's this. Slide the ring onto the stock ignition and install the ignition in the dash. Be sure to install the ring with the notch lined up with the corresponding locating pin on the ignition. So here is the notch. And okay, so there's the locating pin. See the pin? And it says, slide the ring on the stock ignition. There's the locating pin. Right there. Goes on just like that. And it says now to drop it onto the floor like an idiot would. Okay. Now, what does it say? Wish I had a new piece for this. Slide the ring on stock ignition. Install the ignition dash. Be sure to install the ring with the notch lined up where the corresponding locating pin on the ignition. Install the plastic ring back onto the front of the dash to conceal the nut. Okay, so I'm guessing, so here's the hole. That's what she said. Back here with the cart, got the ignition switch installed, and these are the ignition wires we labeled. They are green and blue, and we clearly have a label on here, which I'm glad we do. This one goes to green, and I think they were this way. Alright guys, back outside with the club car and the dash. got my trusty screwdriver out with my bit, and these things just really just come right out, no problem.
All right, now I get it. Now I got to try to figure out how to reinstall this blinker.
All right, I got the steering wheel on, and after a lot of back and forth, I got the blinkers back on, finally figured that out, that I was using the wrong screws. And so the next step is we got to leave all this loose because we're doing stuff behind the dash, and we need to actually be able to slide the dash up, and that will be next. Okay, I struggled with this dash for a minute, but I finally understand, and it looks so good. So hype trained. Look at this thing, dude. This thing is awesome. I was like, this doesn't fit at all, and then I realized the back part of the dash has to tuck under the cart, and then this part goes over it, and now it is pretty snug. This is going to be so good once we have everything installed. I'm really excited about this. And yeah, kind of want to paint this steering wheel column. It's all scratched up, so I might do that as well. We'll see. Check out the new studio. I am getting it done, and it looks freaking awesome. I am so hyped about the new studio, Supercar Street Racing. What's going on, everybody? Supercar Street Racing here, Friday, coming to you from my backyard. So my house back there, and just hanging out on my dock here. And I'm going to talk a little bit about interior trim and what you can do to refinish your interior trim. Now, of course, there's a lot of things you can do, spend a lot of money on, and you can make it anything you want. However, I'm going to show you a way to redo your interior trim with minimal effort to matte black finish. And for those of you who have wood trim and you don't like that, you can easily make it matte black. So I'm going to show you that now, and let's take a walk over here. My boat over here behind me, and a little tour of my backyard. There's my pool, and here's my patio area. Gonna head over to the garage right now and show you guys what we're gonna do today. All right, guys, we're headed to the garage now. Take a look at what we're gonna do today. But first, we have some matte black Plastidip here. What we're gonna do is throw it right here in the sink like this. Throw that water on warm. Not too hot, just warm. Still getting warm here, so. What we're doing here is we're going to warm up the can of Plastidip so that it sprays better, more uniform. Very important. Let that sit there for about 5 minutes and get warm while we walk out into the garage. Also got some Bondo spot putty here. Now what this is for filling little cracks, hairline cracks, scratches, pinholes, and then you can sand it after that. Take a walk out here in the garage and turn this garage light on. And there's the Mercedes here and the Honda just chilling right there. So here is the factory Mercedes center console. So what we're going to be doing today is sanding. We're going to clean this really good after we sand it. Same with the door panels and the shifter. And then we're going to be Plastidipping these in a matte black and reselling them. That's coming up next. Got my supplies here for, I'm gonna rough up this. It's kind of smooth, so roughing it up will help with any issues with the Plastidip sticking, excuse me. There is also a scratch right here that I don't know if I'm going to be able to fill, but I am going to try right there. I'm gonna fill that and sand it after I get this nice and clean. So the first thing I'm gonna do is go inside and get my cleaner, so after I get done sanding, I can clean this off. Here's some cleaner with bleach. take that outside. All right, so right now I'm gonna take my sanding block here and I'm going to start hitting this pretty good with the sanding block, and I'll get back to you after that. Got the whole thing sanded down. Basically it's clear coat that sands down and it looks kind of powdery. Now I'm cleaning the area that is going to need the Bondo glazing and spot putty, just like that. Get it nice and clean. It takes about 25 minutes to dry. I don't have any thing to kind of spread it with, so I'm just going to use my hands. So I'm going to open it up, puncture the cap with this top part. Should be good enough. I don't need much here. Try that. Put a little bit on there like this. So that's how it came out. Gonna maybe with my finger kind of fill in that crack. Really kind of needs to be more uniform than that. A flat spreader would be way better for this. I just don't think I have one, or maybe a piece of cardboard. But that's the way it goes on. 25 to 30 minutes from now, that will be dry. So I'm going to leave that here and I'll update you in that time. Got the factory shift knob here. It does have some wood on it. So I'm going to offer this with the whole setup. Unfortunately, if you have keyless go, you will not be able to buy this from me. But I'm going to go ahead and mask this off right now so that I can paint it. Kind of need to find something to put it on. But I'm going to go ahead and mask this off right now and I'll be back. Got the plastic dip warmed up, good and shaken. And we'll start on the gear shift knob. So remember, on your first coat of plastic dip, you always want to do 50% coverage. And you always want to spray a little bit out to test. Make sure the can's warmed up, good and shaken. Spray a little test spray. What that does is clear the nozzle out. You want to do that every time and clear that nozzle out of dry plastic dip. So here is the masked off, sanded shift knob. I'm going to go ahead and do a 50% coat. May not seem like much, but if you do any more, it will run. Make sure you get it from all angles. So that's 50%. Still waiting on the spot putty to dry. I touched it a minute ago and it is still soft to the touch. It said 20 to 25 minutes, but it's kind of cool out here. I have not sanded that piece yet because I spot puttied a little chip right there. So the only thing really I can do is the ashtray top, and I can do that side of the door trim. So I'm going to do that now. Take all this stuff and get it out of the way. Get my sanding block out of the way. Go ahead and do a 50% coat on my ashtray, which I have sanded and clean. Remember, all sides. That's good enough. That's possibly a little bit too much, but I can live with that. Now the door panel. Remember the sides? 50% coating. You should be able to see through the first coat. Alright, there's that. First door panel. These are going to get 4 or 5 coats. So now, 15 minutes between these 3 pieces for their next coat. By the time that's ready, I'll be ready to sand down these 2. Timer just went off, 15 minutes have gone by. Gonna go out here and see how everything looks. Looks pretty good. There's the ashtray. And this door piece. And the shifter. Go ahead and put round 2 on the shifter. So for the second coat, you want to go a little bit heavier. Make sure to spray a test coat first. That's good enough for the second coat. This is a heavier coat, but you still want to be careful about runs and drips. Make sure you go all the way around. On a flat piece, you don't have to worry so much about runs, but still, that's good enough for the second coat. And then here's the second coat on this one. Don't forget inside the crack there. Now, while that is drying for 15 minutes, let's put our timer on. Got my 15-minute timer on. I'm gonna check the Bondo spot putty, see how that's drying, so I can start sanding that. Yep, that's the first area that I did there. It feels like that's dry. Yep, that's dry. I'm gonna go ahead and start sanding this, and I will give you an update when I'm done. Okay, I got done trying to sand this. It did not work. It did not fill this hairline crack. I'm not sure why. It's just the very surface that's cracked. Going to try to go ahead and paint Plastidip over this. I don't know how that's gonna go, but I'm gonna try that now. So I ended up sanding this down a lot more, and you can't feel the crack. You can still see it, but it's barely fingernail. I think this might fill with the Plastidip. I'm gonna go ahead and try that now. Got the first coat on the center console. The door panel that had the little chip, that did not come out good either. This stuff is just not working very well at all. I'm gonna try another coat and sand and then see what happens. Still having some difficulty with that other door panel, but it's time for the next coat on the pieces that are ready to be painted. So here's coat number 3 on the shifter. On the ashtray. There is a little silver piece on this ashtray that pops out, so that will go back in. And third coat on this door panel. Make sure you get all sides. So these are thick coats. Don't forget. This one I tried to touch up a little bit more. This stuff is just not working well at all for this application. I'm not sure what I'm going to do unless I just try to build up a really large amount of Plastidip on there to fill it in. Time for the next coat on the center console. Go ahead and get that. See how it's splattered out? You always want to do that test coat. Make sure you're getting all angles. This is a good heavy coat. Looks like that crack is filling in pretty good. I might get lucky on that. However, I'm just noticing that I've been missing this part that's really hard to get to here. And I may have sprayed too much right there. Be sure that you get all sides. Hopefully that doesn't drip right there. Go ahead and get another coat on these. Sorry about that, I had the camera off of it for that. Kind of hard to shoot and record. Paint and record at the same time. And this is coat 4 for all the rest. Now, the thing about Plastidip is for this shifter, wherever you tape something off and you have these lines, you can either attempt to peel that off, or the best way to do it is if you've taped off an edge, you want to peel that when it's wet. So when I do the last coat, I'm going to peel the tape off while the Plastidip's still wet. If you do it when it's dry, it will take the rest of the dip off. It will attempt to actually peel. Just saw another spot that I completely missed, and then just another one just now. So I hit those spots right there. This has a lot of irregular areas in it that you got to make sure you're getting in case they're in view. We'll be back. Out here ready to put the last coat on these pieces. Don't forget to spray a sample. Now right after we put this coat on, I don't know how I'm going to do this, but I need to peel off this tape, or either I can try to do it later. I might just try to do it after. Supposed to peel that off now. Got this final coat going on this center console. It's a heavy coat. Trying to get all the spaces that I missed last time. Also assure that nothing scratches. I'm just taking a look at all these areas up here that are hard to see. And all the edges, like that edge that I missed. Which is covered, by the way. Most of this is covered. It's a good thick coat. Now the final coat on this. Nice thick coat. A lot easier to do a thick coat on a flat object that it can't run as much. And then on the ashtray, got all that done. Still waiting for this putty to dry. I'm going to give it a while because I don't think it was dry last time before I can do that piece. So the shifter, I peeled the tape off too late. It has to be completely wet and I messed it up, so I peeled the tape completely. I'm going to try the other way, just spraying it and peeling around the edge of that little edge right there. So I have to start over on the shifter. Guys, welcome back to the channel for a Supercar Street Racing Studio build update. And it is Sunday and I am hard at work on the studio, and I want you guys to check it out because we are live there and up there. And what have I gotten done since the last update? So I have been working hard on the foam tiles. I made a mistake up there and started tiling, and of course when I ripped the tiles off, The paint came off with it, no big deal. Since yesterday though, I finished this entire wall. Probably have to replace this because it got some glue on it. And you can really see it. But in the dark you don't see much. I finished this entire wall. And I finished this entire wall this morning. Except for the edge, because I'm going to foam that. I've got to put the foam insulation up on this front wall. This is the big wall with so many cuts. It's going to be a while to get that done. I just finished this wall except for that little corner, and I ran out of spray glue. So I used 3 cans of spray glue on all this. So basically 3 walls, 3 cans. So it takes about a can per wall. There's some little mistakes here and there in the tile, but like I painted black in between like the whole wall, so when there's gaps in the tile you don't see the mistakes. Like there's one right there where you can see white through it where the paint came off. I just need to pull the tile up and re-glue it, but I'm out of glue. Now if this glue doesn't work for some reason, if it starts coming off, because there's been some, the first things I did, I spray glue on the actual tile, not the wall, and those have been peeling off slowly, and I didn't use a lot of glue. I stepped up my glue game, probably using 3 times as much on each tile, and I've been spraying the wall instead of the tile, and I think that's made a big difference. Like this is the wall I did yesterday and I haven't had any issues yet, but if they start coming off, I'm going to step it up to like caulk, because that stuff will hold and it will not come off once it dries. I'll get the fast dry stuff and put some on the back and then just put them back up. This wall was tough. These walls are hard because it's an angle. It's a lean-to building, so it's not going to be perfect. And these tiles, there's absolutely no way to make them perfect. You just have to accept the imperfections. That TV is completely done now. So this is a 32-inch TV, and behind the TV you can see we have the USB. We have USB, cable, HDMI, and a little splitter jack back there. So that one has all it needs for the future. And the HDMI jack actually runs from there down to there, so you can actually connect a workstation or laptop and or anything, tablet, and you can project up there if you want to. Same with this. We got the USB network. And by the way, there is Cat 6 run to all these televisions. This guy doesn't have a Cat 6 jack. You could add it to the Fire Stick that's on this guy. This is an older television. This guy has a direct network connection that is actually plugged in. But up in the corner up there, I have not installed the switch yet. Once I put the switch in, then we will have network, hardwired network to these televisions. Same with the 50-inchers up there. So guys, I have to make a run to Ace Hardware here in a few minutes and try to get some more spray glue. I think I'm going to buy like 5 cans because I used 3. I've got this whole ceiling and this whole wall to do. So I think 5 cans will get me through it, I hope. And that's going to do it for today's update. I'm going to go ahead and upload this now and get to the hardware store and to brunch ASAP. Guys are here doing stump grinding, which is insane. Alright guys, once again I'm an absolute idiot. I did a whole entire project without my wireless mic on and didn't check the first clip. And always check your very first clip, the first 5 seconds or so. And I can tell I have dust in my throat right now because I'm about to choke. So this is a upgrade for the office that has 6.5-inch in-ceiling speakers in it. And what we are going to be doing today is we are going to be upgrading those to the 8-inch pile PDIC, I believe it's R81. I don't have it right in front of me, but yeah, those are right here. They're a 2-way in-ceiling speaker And here I am unboxing the PCIe R81 and trying to get all this ready to be installed in the office ceiling. And so once again, I will be voiceovering this whole clip because I'm an idiot and I don't know how to do anything right with microphones or video production quality at all. Here's me rotating the clips toward the inside, but before you rotate the clips to the inside, make sure you keep one clip rotated towards the outside away from the voice coil and push down on it so you can pop the grills out easily. You don't even have to use the little grill tool that they provide you. So I took all this time doing this rotating of the pegs, and then of course forgot to take the grill off, as I just said. And this whole project is going to involve removing the existing, and here's the template that I saved from last time. This is removing the existing 6.5-inch in-ceiling speakers, which I've already done one. Here you see me moving the camera into the office, but you can see here I took one out last night and I needed a test speaker, and I don't have any, and that's hilarious, but I really don't. So I took one of these guys out, and then when I did that, I decided why not upgrade the office to the 8-inch in-ceiling, which is the last room besides my bedroom. My bedroom's still running the 6.5 for the center channel, and that will be next to upgrade. It makes an absolute disastrous mess when you do it, though. I hate doing it. And here is the 6.5-inch hole cut about 10 years ago for the 6.5-inch in-ceiling speakers. And this is me getting my act together and my tools together so that I can get up on the stool and trace the 8-inch hole compared to the 6.5-inch hole, which is nearly an inch bigger. And here I am pointing out that the AC needs to be off when you start cutting, because if you don't turn it off and turn off all your fans, your dust will blow everywhere and you will be miserable in life and you will hate yourself and everyone around you. Here I am marking the new hole. And I think that I actually blew this one because part of it didn't mark, so I realized that when I took this down, and I actually put the template right back up there, tried to line it right back up, and I started the process again. And here I am marking it for a second time and making sure that I'm actually making marks, and make sure you don't slip with your pen, otherwise you'll be repainting your ceiling. If you're like me, you have flat ceilings and nothing comes off of them. When they get dirty, they're dirty. Stuffing the wire up in the ceiling to get ready to cut and make a complete mess out of everything here. And I am ready to cut. I already have a sheet down below the cutting area, and here I am up on the stool about to destroy my arm muscles for a solid minute or 2 or 3 or 4. And there has to be an easier way, but if you use a tool, it gets so dusty. Like, I've used a Dremel before. I've used a jigsaw, which makes marks on the ceiling pretty bad. I've used a Dremel, works great, but creates dust everywhere. And I have used a Hole Pro, which works pretty good, except when it catches. Sometimes when you're actually drilling, a Hole Pro will catch, and when it does, it will like fly off the track and like make a big gash in your ceiling, and I've had that happen plenty of times. So Hole Pros are hit and miss for me. But I have cut plenty of speaker holes with them. You can't do that here because you have to have a center for your arbor to go through. If you already have a hole, you can't use a hole pro or a hole saw. You will be cutting it manually, my friend. Here I am about 50% done. And what I don't know at this point until later is that this speaker is the hole is a little bit too small, and I didn't see it until after I screwed the speaker in, and it came back later and noticed one side was not flush, and I had to pull the speaker completely out and trim some more. This is me about 75% done. It's been what, a couple minutes maybe. My arm is getting absolutely destroyed, tired. I already worked out today. That's me taking a break right there. And here I go, trying to switch hands to the left hand. Sometimes if you just go full speed, it helps because you don't feel it for a second and then you're almost done. Make sure when you're doing this, you cut on the outside of your line. Doesn't even matter if you're like 1/8 of an inch on the outside, because there's plenty of the bezel to cover any mistakes. And I did not cut this one wide enough, as you will see later, or you won't see because I didn't record me repairing it because I was so ill. And that's me where my cutting was not straight. My blade was not straight up and down. I was cutting on an angle, so there was a lot of drywall hanging over. When you get done, look for that and trim it off if you do have that issue like I did. And this is me just extending it, but I didn't do it enough, because you'll see here in a minute that the speaker is off and actually did not record that, so you won't see it. But yeah, one side was not pulled up all the way to the ceiling, and I tried to push it up and it just was not having it. So I had to pull the speaker out, trim a little bit on that whole entire side, and then put it back in. This is me having a panic attack because I couldn't find the wire, and I found it. And now this is me grabbing the speaker here, getting ready to get up on the ladder, not understanding that I could have put the drill in my pocket. I did that later and had a epiphany of sorts. And so I am going to get the speaker here, and you will see me ascend the stool here momentarily. I don't know if I left the planet or what. I do notice a pulsation over the video. That's odd. But here I am, about to climb on the ladder and try to install the 8-inch PCIe 81 speaker. And of course, I am right in the way of the camera as usual. Again, video production, not my thing. Even though I was a professional doing it in one lifetime. All right, here's me connecting the old speaker wires to the Pile 8-inch in-ceiling speaker. And then, these new PCIe 81s are good, and they have upgraded binding posts, and they can actually hold the speaker. You can hang the speaker from the wires. The binding posts are so good. Now here it appears to be in. This is me having a panic attack trying to get the drill and almost pulling a muscle. But in reality here, the speaker is not flush mounted at all. There's one side that is going to be a problem. It even sort of made a bubble in the ceiling, but as soon as I relieved the pressure, the bubble went away. But you might be able to see that here momentarily. This is me putting the third screw in. Yeah, when I sucked up one of those sides, it made a bubble. I think it's this side here. Because basically the drywall on top of there is broken. You can't really see it in the picture here. It might be this one. Yeah, I think it was that one. But I didn't see it here. I went ahead and put the grill on at this point because I thought, but you can kind of see that there's a gap. I didn't see it from that angle, but it was on the opposite side of where I was. And here's me putting the grill in thinking I was done, and boy was I wrong. Grill went straight in, no problems whatsoever. And here I am thinking that side is all done, and I'm so happy and life is good, and actually could not be further from the truth. And I'm repositioning here. Notice the other 6.5 is not out of the ceiling, so I have to get set up here to take that out. Alright, here's me again getting set up to do the second speaker up here. This one here is still in the ceiling, so I have to remove it first. So they will provide you with a little pin tool that goes through the grill. It has a little loop for you to put your finger in, and that's how you pull off the old in-ceiling speaker grill. Notice here you just put that through the speaker grill and just pop it right off. Now there's 4 screws here, so you take your drill and go counterclockwise, and the little feet inside the attic will turn away from the drywall and allow you to drop your speaker right out of the hole. Sometimes it goes better than other times. If you go too far, your screw will just fall right out of the clip, which is fine if you're not reinstalling these speakers, who cares? Now these old 6.5-inch in-ceiling speakers are, the binding posts are terrible. They're the only thing you can do with them is stick them through the tiny holes, or you have to use the spade connectors, which I did not do, but they won't hold hardly any gauge wire through that hole. You can get a tiny amount through one of the holes and a little bit more through the positive hole. The negative hole is tiny. This is me prepping the wire, but I still have to stuff the wire in the ceiling and draw the new template and get that cut. And honestly, I did a way better job on this one than I did the first one. Even though once I put this speaker in, you'll see that one side is not pulled all the way up. It pulled right up with the screw, no problem. Like I said, better to cut larger, because you have probably a 1/2 inch of leeway on your bezels. This is me prepping to cut and destroy my arm muscles once again. Here I'm making a concerted effort to cut on the outside of my trace line, because I have learned, because I have installed probably 50 of these in my lifetime. Every time I don't cut outside the line, I'm up there trimming and making adjustments, and it's just stupid when you can just cut a tiny bit more off. And you never see it. You're not going to see it at all. Don't do like I did and buy the tiniest, cheapest speakers you can buy. Go ahead and buy something mid-range. Get 8-inch, get something decent quality. The first time, at least get something 8-inch so that when you upgrade, you don't have to cut another hole. Like I was saying before, you can use tools all day long to do this, but automated tools make an absolute mess, and the only way to really keep that mess down is to put plastic up and like a tent around you, or it goes everywhere. Or get a vacuum cleaner and someone to hold the vacuum cleaner up next to where you're cutting, and that will suck up all the dust as you cut. I am a one-man band though. Sorry about the fan being in the way, of course I didn't notice that either. Just like I didn't notice there was no audio recording, fellows and ladies. But I'm almost done here with the cut, as you can see. It's about to fall down momentarily. Almost there. Here I am just kind of finishing off that last little bezel cut here. And then making sure that I don't have any angle cuts with drywall hanging over at the top. If you cut on an angle, the speaker won't go in. Here's my wire ready to go. And just me making a few little adjustments here. Making sure that I don't have any issues when I go ahead and put the speaker in. And I think at this point I'm trying to decide where to put my drill, and so I am getting my tools ready to put the speaker in the pile 8-inch PCIe 81. I think I'm aligning the clips down here, as you guys can't see. And I am getting my drill ready and putting it a little bit higher this time on my desk, because the desk is right next to where I was going, so that gives me the opportunity to grab the drill a little bit easier. And going for the wire to clip. Here I am clipping the wires into the clips with one hand, which is skill. Once I get those wires in there, I make sure all the clips are rotated towards the voice coil. And put the speaker up into the hole. And grab the drill real quick from behind me as I hold it up with one hand here. And make sure that it's flush. I grab the drill with the other hand and start the screwing process. And there's one, and what I didn't realize right here is that that particular side is actually protruding. It's not all the way up in the ceiling. Didn't see that till afterwards. And here I am doing the third screw. My arms are on fire. And I think I realized at this point that there was a big gap. On the far side there, towards the slider, I believe there was a gap there. Alright, so this is a look at the finished product. Here are the 8-inch in-ceiling speakers installed. Hope you guys enjoyed this. Yes, I made a couple of mistakes. I corrected them after. You would think after all that many installs, I would know how to do it, but apparently I don't. But hey, it came out great, and I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Supercar Street Racing here. Have a good day. Out here at Titan Live. About to get this thing up. There's the dyno. Outdoor dyno. Cool setup. Somebody post my link in Jack's Turbo. I don't have time. Probably less than a quarter of a tank. I'm just not sure. The gas gauge doesn't work. You know, have you seen the gas where the gas gauge like starts full on 3/4 and then it drops to like half and then it drops to like a quarter, like with the AEM and the factory ECU? That's what that one does. So I know it's straight E85 right now out of the pump.
Probably want to put another 5 gallons in.
Okay, 98. He said 98, but yeah, that's fine. Did you hear how it like wants to stumble on idle?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you turn the AC on, it wants to die. Okay, thanks, man. Getting all set up on the dyno here. Here's a good look at their all-wheel drive dyno jet. Seems like that would be bad for the components being outside. So do you still put fans and stuff on it out here? Yeah, you have to, huh? Because they're not moving. Uh-oh. That's not good. Aha! New hood. Quick releases. Doesn't matter. I just throw it under there anywhere. The little rubber thing came off the top of it. Getting it strapped down right now. You're gonna have to get RPM under the coil pack cover?
Yeah, unless I can pick up the number 6 and that.
Okay. It's kind of hard to get off with the strut tower brace on there. It like will scratch it because it is right up against it.
You know what spark plugs you got in there?
Yeah, they're the NGK, the ones that replaced the older ones that everybody was running. There's a new series that came out,
You don't know
but
what heat range?
they are. I'd have to look and see what we put in there. They're the BK7 REs. Yeah, they're the replacements for those. They're a whole new series that came out. They don't make them anymore. Car strapped down. These bad boys. So they're going to Australia day after tomorrow, and they rented 2 shipping containers to ship their cars over to Australia. Pretty expensive to think about to go drag racing. Wonder if this tire still has a nail in it, or a screw or whatever. About to get this thing cranked up. Crazy lightning out there, looking rough over there. I just was asking Ryan what you guys had, and he doesn't have anything. I'm gonna get that. I see it goes from 3 to 2.5 right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Sucks. I haven't had a chance to do anything about it yet.
This turbo, you should really have 4-inch all the way back.
I'm gonna look into that. You know, it's tough when they don't make hardly anything for this type
Yeah, you gotta just make some, have some speed.
of. Yeah. Go to the exhaust shop and tell them to do it. I was gonna do that. right. Getting this thing ready to be put down some power. It's nice and cool out too. It's really like, definitely feel the weather coming. It's nice and cool out.
Yeah.
It's weird, yeah. Yeah. More humid. Looking for that RPM sensor on cylinder 6. See if we're gonna have to pull off the valve, the spark plug cover to get RPM signal. Got this Titan Motorsports truck back here. Weather's looking rough up here, everybody, but it's nice and cool out, just a little bit humid. Trying to get the tack sensor hooked up, get a little RPM. Be the ground ticket. Not sure. So these guys are really recommending 4-inch exhaust with this turbo. So probably in the next week or so, I need to go to S&S Custom, give them the order, the D-band, flanges and stuff. Get that done. A lot of dynos in there. Ready to blow some stuff up. We need to do fuel now? Like add fuel?
Yeah.
I need to get Ryan? Oh, okay. Sweet. Got the laptop. 1650, I think, fuel injector clinic. Yeah. Jay-Z did that idle hunt. Idling really good right now. Yeah. So I guess he's taking a look at Tracy's default, Tracy's tuning, and seeing what he can see.
see it right here. 2,000. There it is, proof. 2,000.
Yeah, you can just fill it up with 98. I was thinking, if you don't, I mean, what do you think?
Fill it up?
Might as well.
Yeah.
Unless you need to do other stuff. Sweet. Got to get that 4-inch downpipe and exhaust ASAP. Next week, dude. Next week. S&S custom exhaust. That's what's happening. About to put some fuel in this thing. Hopefully it'll be enough to get me home and also to Cars and Jackasses tomorrow. So, where are we all meeting tomorrow morning? Someone listed in the live chat. Somebody make a comment. Where are we meeting for cars and coffee tomorrow? Comment. Right now. Go. Ready, go. I don't see it. I'm waiting. Where are we going? Where are we meeting for before cars and coffee, fellas? All right, anyway, Airtight Motorsports, getting the car dyno tuned on high boost, hopefully. About to find out. So the funny thing is that he says that the spring was fine. It's a 50-pound spring, so it should be making plenty of boost on the boost control solenoid. If that does not work, then he's going to have to figure out why. But as of right now, it should be on the boost control solenoid. It should make enough boost to blow the engine up. Live out here at Titan. There's Titan's truck parked in the back. They got a good parking lot here. I think they do meets here sometimes. Like, they got enough space back here to put like a bunch of cars in this lot. Waiting on the fuel. And I had to go back inside, check on my work real quick. Super right here. This one. Got a pretty sweet Lexus right here. 370Z. 911 Turbo. Another 6 Supra. Supposedly these are the tires to be running these ET Street SS's. Mickey Thompson. Got a slow Corvette, Chad's Corvette. Got another black Supra with a sick body kit. Up front we got this thing. It's only safe when it's parked, and then even so it will kill you. I'm gonna stay back. I'm gonna stay back. Get away from me. Get away. Get away. Heading up to the showroom. Don't know who's in here. Nobody. They got me all set up right here to work. So we're just gonna check on my work. And there comes Ryan doing a live stream. I think he's putting fuel in it right now.
Yep.
I told him just to fill it up with the 98 stuff. Got a whole one person watching. Super famous. Some of the stuff in the...
He's doing straight E85. So he didn't want to go to like E99, be like mixed blend or something, be too much.
Oh, he doesn't want to do 99?
So he's just going to do straight E85 for
Okay, that's fine. Right. But it's the good E85, not the junk from the pump. Somebody thinks they're fast out here. I hear them getting on it. All right, headed back over to the dyno. No idea what the gas mileage is. But check out those HRE wheels on the Supra. I think I've seen better days, but this thing's fast, by the way. This thing will smoke every one of you guys. Every one of you. Every last one of you. Can't show there's a secret car in there. Can't show for this Mark III. E85. This is the good stuff too, not the junk. So did that IAT actually work when you plugged it in? Are you concerned about it at all?
Yeah, you need to have one.
Yeah.
Gotta get one installed in the intercooler pipe.
Okay. So what is that going to do for our tune and stuff right now?
It's gonna change the based on, you know, air temperature, weather.
And that's not something we can do now?
Take too long.
Yeah.
Gotta pull the pipe off all the pump.
Okay.
Install the sensor, wire it up.
Right.
I'd rather get you tuned now and then you can put
Come
it
back.
in. And the biggest thing that's gonna happen is it's gonna get air fuel ratio get a little richer
Okay.
as you drive it.
Okay.
You don't have the air temperature compensation that you need. But if it gets cold out, obviously it's not gonna be cold
Right.
anytime soon, but if it's cold out, you could go leaner.
Leaner.
Without the air temp.
Okay, cool.
You just gotta get it installed sometime soon.
All right. Are we going to need to pin the AEM and all that to get it installed? Like install the pins on the...
They may already be ran to the patch harness. I don't know, I'd have to look.
All right. So, not getting an IAT sensor hooked up, which is a huge bummer. A waste of my time driving 2 hours in a hotel room to not get stuff done. So that's a fucking super ass bummer. Whatever. Filling it up with real E85, not this, not the pump stuff that Chad uses to blow up his engine. This is like legit E85, costs more. Chad's too cheap. He just buys like pump E85. He won't get the real stuff. That's sweet that it made 2,000 horsepower though on the first pull without even going full boost. That's sick. That was like a half RPM pull too. So, you know, that's like 4,000 when he goes full. Gotta get some of those ET Street SS's. Somebody comment. All two of you. Throw a comment. That better not be a scratch. Right there. I will be so butthurt. Yep, it is. That's a big scratch. Look at that. Just happened too because it's white. Man, I don't even have the paint for this car. That's a bummer. Hopefully that'll come out. quite a bit of it. $10. To get on the diner. for the first pull. Thing spools so crazy. So crazy. Sounds so good on the dyno. Must be the boost duty. Cycle. There we go.
Tires are pretty quick.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Well, they're road racing tires. They're like.
There's spinning a lot.
Are they really? Dang, they look really good on the street. Spinning on the dyno. Tires are spinning. Because 2,000 horsepower. That's what happens. Here we go. Try again. Spinning on the dyno. Making big power or terrible tires. Who knows? Alright. Here we go. See if it spins. Let some air out of the tires, trying to get that from not spinning. Here we go. So ridiculous on the dyno. You guys would freak out in person. Yeah, I don't weigh much.
I can get somebody else.
We don't have any blocks or anything like that we can throw in there. Cinder blocks. We'll probably have to get somebody bigger than me. I weigh like 130 pounds.
Yeah, I'll grab.
And that thing's full of fuel too, so that's got a little bit of weight in it.
Yeah, I'll get Taylor.
Okay. All right, cool. I'll get back here too. Got to get in the trunk. Spinning. I want to get somebody heavier than 140 pounds. But I mean, I guess I'll get back here. It's going to be pretty crazy back here.
Come with?
Yeah, man. Let's go for a ride. See what happens. See if we blow it up.
Fast on this thing, okay. You
And
don't
there's
have
like-
any problems with these tires rubbing, do you?
Nah. Usually don't.
You want to switch sides actually? This is exhaust though. Yeah. So you get a picture or video, whatever. Yeah. This is where I shine though.
Mm-hmm. I can't believe this thing's spinning. It's gonna be fun. Hold on. I know what I'm holding on to.
I got you.
Yeah? Get over it. It's gonna be weird. Sure you've done this before, right? There we go. Be loud. Didn't spin that time, I don't think.
Yeah, you grip good.
Out here live. I think we got a bullet. Is that better? Okay. You guys don't have like big blocks to put in the trunk?
A lot more density than the. We have to do it quite often.
Yeah.
Once you start getting the horsepower, you got.
Yeah. What did it do that time on power? 7. What kind of boost it made that? 26. That's like the most I've ever been able to get it to do.
Yeah, it's maxed out on the duty cycle on the weight on the boost on.
So what does that mean? What do we have to do to get it higher?
Well, you know, it should be higher than that. One wasting.
That's what I was really concerned about.
I'm wondering if you have a leak somewhere. You got the small housing too. That's part of it. They're suited kinds of housings you can get.
Yeah.
The turbo. One's called the H cover. That's the one that you should have on this car. But,
I mean, that seems awfully low for that turbo even.
well, if I can get it to make more boost, it'll probably make a little more.
That's what I'm thinking.
But no, you need the H cover. I mean, I've never run the small cover on this turbo before. Normally it'll make 900 plus. You know, about 32 pounds.
We gotta get more boost out of it.
Get it up to 30 something. I can bleed the side of the wastegate to get a little more boost. It's not ideal.
I mean, something's got to be wrong, right? If it won't go over 26 pounds of boost.
Not necessarily. You know what exhaust housing you have on here?
I don't know. I do know that he said he had to take off. That's why the solenoid was off, because he couldn't get it to make enough boost with the solenoid on.
You make the solenoid can do the exact same thing
As the manual.
I don't know what that's
Yeah.
what do. So you're putting full pressure to the top port of the wastegate. That's all you can do pretty much. Now I can take and bleed some off to the side. Maybe get us a couple pounds more, but
Yeah.
usually either you got a leak or that's just all the turbo loss.
That'd be disappointing. That's kind of the main reason I came.
Yeah. We can try to leak down. We can leak test it. We got something leaking.
Yeah, I mean, we have a little time. I guess we should. If you think that's... That one kept popping off, so that's what he put on there to keep it from popping off, that diesel size one. I don't know, whatever you think, man. All right, we're gonna stand down for now. It made 700 at 26 PSI, but it's not able to make any more boost for whatever reason. So we're gonna look into that right now, and then we'll come back after that later. Garden hoses continue to fail without any warning, and so today we're still looking for a good garden hose. The last two ones I got lasted almost no time at all. This one has good reviews. It's a metal, stainless steel, whatever, garden hose. We're gonna get this out and look at it and see if this works any better than the last two, because they fell apart instantly. The quest for a garden hose that actually works is still going on. My pool people did not tell me that the hose that's out there is absolute garbage and it's leaking from everywhere. And it was one of those blue hoses that is supposed to be stretchy and then it goes down into a small bowl. So we have this metal garden hose that we are going to be taking out of the box right now and looking at. It says it's stainless steel, 50 foot, made of 304, PVC inner tube, top grade connectors, and a leak proof gasket. Same thing on the side there. It does say the same exact thing. And on the back, It tells you a little bit more info. It weighs 10 pounds. It's a 3/8 inch inner diameter, 5/8 outer, good to -10 degrees and up to 122, and compatible with 3/4 inch faucets. Back in the Supercar Street Racing dining room, we have the stainless steel garden hose now, and it is going to come out of the box and break right through the top of my table. But before we do that, there is supposed to also be some other included accessories with this, but here it is, right out of the bag. It has a Ziploc bag around it. Let's get it out of that, and right away we have a warranty card, which probably will be worthless to us. Free returns if there is no deliberate damage. There is a code right there to return it, and inside of this nice envelope there's a warranty card, and let's see what that says. So you're supposed to just be able to scan this QR code and go activate the warranty. We will do that later. And inside of the box we do see a brand new spray nozzle. That's nice. And removing the hose from the box, we are left with this nice metal hose with these nice copper ends with some reinforced rubber there. Just a normal spray nozzle is all we have. Let's get this thing outside, get it deployed, and get my pool people happy. Checking the old hose, you can see that's what happens. It sprays right out of here. So we're gonna let the pressure run out of that one and disconnect it and get the other hose. Okay, so this feeds through. It's our hose pot. No leaks. Perfect. Okay, let's go ahead and test our new hose out. Okay, we did successfully use this hose with no issues. We're going to go ahead and wrap it back up into the pot. No problem. Now this can be inserted into the trash can. All right, guys, inside of this box sits a 100-foot hose, metal hose, to replace the one that died on the side. So far, these hoses are absolutely terrible. I've not had one that lasted more than a couple of months if you use them. Further, if you do not let the pressure out every single time, they last less than that. So we're going to get this hose out today. Also install the hose reel back on the side of the house, and we're going to do that right now. I love this. I opened this. I had to put it online, so the thing's already open, obviously, out of the box, but the last hose you will ever buy, I doubt that. Always hype, never true. This is the third hose I've bought for this side of the place. Let's see what happens.
It's not a game, it's a rich thing.
Okay, I replaced the garden hose reel, rehung the hanger, and the valve is leaking directly from the stem. That valve is shot. I don't know if it's going to be able to be disconnected from the house. If it doesn't, we'll probably have to cut that PVC or cut the stucco and get a new valve installed. So I'll probably, I'm not going to deal with that. I might just try to replace that thing, turn the water off and do that, but I'm not doing the whole cut the stucco thing. So we'll see, but I do need to water the grass a little bit, so I'm going to go ahead and do that.
Got him! Got him! Oh!
Always pick your tools up or they won't be there the next time. Supercar Street Racing and Brad back in the 4K production studio, and we are so happy to have you with us today. The channel's making such good progress, and all we can say is thank you for your support. Always like and subscribe, and today we have this metal garden hose as you see here on your screen. Now this is probably the 5th or 6th hose that I have tried because all the other expandable hoses have failed over a certain amount of time. And this hose is the first one that I tried that is metal. And now you can see right in front of you, this is a 100-foot hose for $59. It has a $10 coupon available for it. Now I did buy 2 different brands of hose for this video. The first hose you saw was a different brand than this one, but this is so funny. This is RC Fun Kid or RC Funkid. Don't know exactly what it is, but it's funny names nevertheless. And Amazon always has the best names in the world. But right here today, right now, you see that this has a 4.6 star review on Amazon. Go ahead and click through the link in my description if you want to try the metal hose. I'm going to keep this hose for a while and see how it does and then get back to you guys with an update. Because I've replaced about 5 of these now. I've tried the plastic ones and they kind of just like fell apart. They might be plastic or they might be rubber or a combination of both. But yeah, the rubber ones just kind of expanded and started peeling apart and eventually started leaking. So now we have the metal hose and we can tell you how we do after a couple of months. Guys, please like and subscribe and always look in the description of the video and order anything from Amazon you want through any of my links. You don't have to order what's in the video. Just clicking through my links actually gives me a little bit of credit if you buy anything from Amazon. For instance, this hose right here, if you would go ahead and order that through my link, I would be super grateful. And looking at them, they have a 4.6 star review out of 3,000 ratings. That is not bad. And you can see right here and right now is the video for the hose. We'll go ahead and drop that in at the end of the video if we can. And here's a good look at some of the features of the hose. You can see it has a thicker PVC inner tube according to the manufacturer, harder premium stainless steel, soft plastic protective cover, aluminum copper interface, 3/4 inch American screw connection, and it does have a tube pipe connection. Now guys, I would love to sit around here and talk about our hoses all day long, but I have to go play in the garden. I couldn't. We got this Kingston HyperX microphone, we got this brand new webcam, we got the microphone and the webcam and the peel satisfaction. Let's go. Okay, so
it's rumored that you couldn't sneak in liquor or anything in a bottle on your checked-in bags, but on your carry-on you can.
So let's see. Is it in there?
We've been waiting.
Is it in there? Is it in there? That's the key. Let's go! They stole it.
They took it out.
They took it. They took it. 100%. You're running out of time.
I told you it'd be
You're running out of
The
time.
dude was like, I can make that happen, but hope it's not too late.
You're running out of time.
You fucked up.
You're running out of time to open this.
Brad, you fucked up.
You got 15
You
seconds.
should let me
Come
go.
on, hurry.
God.
Hurry.
Where am I going? This right here?
Zipper, hurry. Oh my God!
We got one through. How is mine not in here?
You got chipped, dog. Let's. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we're back in the 4K production studio here, and we have a special video for you today because these guys right over here across the street, Rich and Trish, gave me a Eufy 11S robotic vacuum to check out because they couldn't get it working. They said it's all yours, so we're going to check it out today on Supercar Street Racing. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we have a very special thing for you, and that is our neighbors Rich and Trish over there gave us a Eufy robotic vacuum. They couldn't figure out what was wrong with it, so I was like, yeah, I'll take it and see if I can get it figured out, and they said you can have it if you get it working. So today we are going to be taking a look at that. I got the vacuum right from them, and when I would plug it into the charger, it would just flash orange for a couple of seconds and then go solid red on the actual vacuum. I did some research on this and I found out online that maybe the battery will be dead, so I ordered a new battery from Amazon. That came in the very next day, and what you're about to see right here and right now is what happened after we put a new battery in the Eufy 11S RoboVac. I hope you enjoy it, guys. Amazon just came and delivered this wonderful new battery, so we are going to be replacing that right now. It's as simple as these screws right here. You pull this battery up, and then there is a little clasp on this thing that allows you to pull it right out with one hand. No. These names are amazing. We have the Mastima battery installed, and now all we have to do at this present time is get this cover plate here and put this thing right back on. And it has these convenient little flaps to help you take the battery out and make it very hard to put the battery back in, but you should just be able to do this. And now you take your two screws and place them right back in there. And this battery was $20, and I will link it in the description. And that is that. Now we get to see if our free vacuum cleaner actually works by placing it on the charger. Interesting, no power. I don't think that works. And there is now power to the charger, so let's place the Eufy on its charging stand. Maybe. Let's see if that goes red or stays charging. It is charging, so the new battery has seemed to work to revive the Eufy vacuum cleaner. Let's let this thing charge for a while. While the vacuum's charging, we might as well get the remote done. I was going to clean it, but I can't find any cleaning utensils there. Got some Windex here. Go ahead and clean this guy and probably replace the battery. Get us some paper towels going here. And we'll give this guy a nice cleaning and replace the battery. Got some brand new fresh Amazon batteries going into the remote for the Eufy. It's going to love its new power source so much.
and flip it over. And we can see that it is working again. And it has some stuff on here from me cleaning it, but yeah. The time is wrong. I see that. Don't know how to set the time and stuff on this. I'll have to get the instruction manual out and figure out how to use this guy right now. Alright guys, we got the new battery installed in the free Eufy vacuum, the 11S. And it has gotten now to a blue hue, meaning that it should be charged. So let's see if our trick did it. Let's see. Okay. It's working. Totally working. So our new battery did the trick for the Eufy 11S vacuum. Let's see what it can do.
Alright guys, you just followed the brand new old Eufy 11S RoboVac all around my house. And it did amazing and came back to the base to charge. And it usually takes about 2 hours to charge. I have figured it out by now. And this was a come up from Rich right over there, my neighbor. All we did was replace a $18 battery or $19 battery, and this thing is rocking. And now we have to figure out how to clean it, change the filters and all that stuff, but I think I like this thing. And it's going to stay in the Supercar Street Racing headquarters. Maybe we bring it into the Supercar Street Racing studios and let it clean. And guys, I hope you enjoyed this video, and we will have a separate video with you riding on the vacuum cleaner for a cleaning frenzy on Supercar Street Racing. Kitty, I think you have these shoes on the wrong way. What? Oh, now you don't care about them? Bye-bye. He left. Over here on the treadmill, and there's a freaking little crab. It's the second one I've seen in 2 days in the sun. Little crab. Hey, crab.
Resistance is futile.
The line must be drawn here.
173467321 Charlie 32789777 643 Tango 732 Victor 731178888 732 476789764376 lock.
Oh, yes! I hate this! It is revolting! More? Please.
Judging by the pollution content of the atmosphere, I believe we have arrived at the latter half of the 20th century.
All right, we're out here watching Tennessee football on one channel. We got Florida football on the other channel. And we got the charcuterie board here. We got apples, we got bread, we got crackers, we got jam, we got grapes, we got ham, we got everything. 8 different kinds of cheeses, 10 different kinds of breads, 5 different kinds of apples, and so many grapes. Flat tire, but I got rescued. There's a slice of metal somewhere in this thing.
If I'm not even trying and you're just letting me win, just say that.
A little bit. I had to fight back. I had to fight back.
Amazing. This is great. Rebel. Hey guys, welcome to the channel, and today we have Patricia behind the camera.
Hello.
And we have this special box right from China that I've been waiting for about a month. It's a special delivery. It's gonna look so good on the house. I can't wait to unbox this amazing crate with you guys today. Let's get going. Let's get this unboxed. All right, we're back on the channel today with Patricia behind the camera doing all the videography. And today we have this special box that came directly from China. This was purchased off Etsy, and you can tell right here that they have actually packaged this very nicely. It's made of plywood and has like 8 screws in it. So we have our DeWalt cordless drill today. We're gonna go ahead and open this right now and see what's inside because I'm super hyped to get this going. All right, we got the DeWalt cordless drill here. So first thing we have is a kind of a clue of what's in the box, and it is a template. If you look, it's literally not my address. That's not my address, but it's somebody's address. But there's a template in here first. There is a checklist here that shows you how to install this and a nice bunch of instructions here on how to do this, which I'm really curious about. I've always wanted to do this, but I'm super nervous about doing it. This is one of the things I never wanted to do because you have to get it perfect. If it's not lined up perfectly, it's gonna look weird. And then inside the box, this is apparently the transformer. So this is a power supply, basically. And if you don't know what this is already, you will hear pretty soon. But this is the power supply, and it looks to be high quality. I was thinking this was gonna be cheap, but the whole kit was about $400. And look, you get this nice, high quality, multi-pin power supply. And it looks like there's a hookup for each number, which is really cool. That's cool. Right? Very cool. Very, very cool. And then inside of this, we have our screws. So they gave us very long screws to put these in. And the nuts as well. You can see right there, got my name on it. This is from Etsy. There's a bunch of sellers that make these. I picked one that had good reviews, and I went back and forth with him for about 3 weeks and finally ordered. So these are the LED house numbers, and they are mounted with the screws right there. I still don't know how. So they give you the template for that though. So you put the template up on the wall, you level the template like this, so you get your level. Once you get your level, and that's how you get your numbers straight on the wall. If you don't get it exactly right, the numbers will look weird. So you got one shot, like Slim Shady.
Like Eminem.
Yep, just like Slim Shady, dude. Yeah, so basically, all you have to do is plug that in there, and then when you put it on the wall, it sits out from the wall so it glows on the background. So I have kind of an idea of where that's gonna go, but these look awesome. And I do like the fact that the fonts are like, and then the wire just goes through the wall. So basically, you're not gonna see anything but the number. $380, I think, for all of them. It's kind of the typical price for them. The actual plan is I'm gonna put this power supply on a smart plug, so it'll be controlled. Floats out a little bit, like maybe an inch, and so it backlights. It looks really freaking cool.
That's cool, yeah.
So let's go outside and see where this is gonna go. And the plan right now is to put the numbers right up here. They should fit right in that space, hopefully. It barely fits. You don't even have to like put screws in it. It's like,
oh yeah.
You could just glue it there. To drill through to the other side inside the garage, and then pull the wire, pull the power all the way over to the outlet that's on the corner. So I'm gonna go above the garage door. I wish I could plug it in.
Jesus Christ almighty.
Got him! Got him!
Inside in the garage now, and I wanted to show you guys where this is gonna go. So Patricia, come check this out. So basically, above here to have to come through this side. The transformer will mount up here, and the power goes all the way over here to up there where I gotta still tie the wires up for the access point by our garage door opener, but that's gonna power it. It's gonna have a smart plug on it to turn it off and on with sunrise and sunset. So that's the current plan. How are we supposed to get this through the wall?
You have to drill a big enough hole.
You do. So here's the deal. See back here? You gotta drill. You have to drill 5 of these. It's gonna be hidden by the back of this. So when you put this up against the wall, that barely fits. These are like probably a ½ an inch too big. And then you drill through, and then on the other side, we'll have the transformer up at the top, tied up nicely with all 5 of these going to it. We'll run an extension cord over. Okay, we're back in the garage now. It's very hot in here, but want to show you guys what the plan is in here without dying. But up here, these numbers are gonna be right on this side of the wall, so we're gonna have to drill through this entire, for a couple of the numbers, we gotta go through this whole plate. But my plan is, come through here, mount the transformer right up here, just right here, up to the wall. We'll have all of our wires going there, and then we'll run a power wire up all the way over to our power right there, and then we will have a smart plug probably right here on the end of the power wire. That will be connected to Alexa, and it will come on at dusk come on at dusk and off at dawn, like the soffits and our new LED sconces. All right, we're back in the kitchen. Patricia has all of our house numbers connected, and here's a good look with all of the numbers. 5 connections to the power supply here, and all you do now is just take your lights. Patricia, show them how this would be laid out. So basically, that's what they're gonna look like at night from the road. They're very bright. I mean, you're gonna see these for sure. The contrast, the black with the white light, it's gonna look good. And also, the soffits are blue, it'll look just like that. And so that's what it looks like. And they sit out about that much so they backlight the house. Now, the next big job is getting the holes drilled and getting these things. I've already made a decision that they're gonna have to be wedged in because there's just no room. They barely fit anyway. And I think if I wedge them in and get a tube of clear silicone sealer and just go right behind them on the bottom and right behind them on the top here and just put like a dab there, they're never gonna move because they're wedged. I think even with a wind. The only thing that sucks is we're gonna have 5 holes drilled through above my garage door, which I'm kind of stressed out about, but there's really
no other option.
There's no other option. In front of our nice house numbers again, and you can see here are the mounting studs, and basically what you do is run them into the back of this. They screw in all the way, and then you simply drill a hole in the wall and these go right through it. All right, so we have a problem here, Houston. I don't have a big enough drill bit because this has to go through the stucco and all the way through to the garage. So that's fairly large. I would say that's probably a 1/2 inch, but I'm gonna check it right now. Let me go ahead and look at this and see what this is. All right, so on the end of these connectors, you're going to need a 3/4 inch bit to get through whatever surface. Mine is masonry, so I'm going to go ahead and order a masonry bit. This only goes up to, let's see, a 1/2. So we need a 3/4. Let's get online and order that now on Amazon so we have it. Checking out the actual studs is what I call these. These are the mounting. And the more you can get this off the surface, the cooler it looks. If you can get it to stand out like that, or even a little bit less, it's gonna look awesome in 3D and it's gonna project better on the house. But I think that one of these is just gonna be money. I want it to be snug enough where I put a little epoxy on each one and then it just is perfectly straight and stands up on its own. We're gonna go ahead and test on this box. Perfect. So now we know the size that we need for the actual masonry. We do have our template right here, and so basically we got our big bit in for going through the stucco. So this bit here will be how we get in the power supply wire, and we may have to wallow it out a little bit to get it through, but this right here hopefully is big enough to get this wire through all the way. Once we get through the stucco, we will have to drill through wood. So what we're going to do first is go ahead and put the template up, make sure that it's level, and go ahead and drill out all of our holes. So we have to drill out our small holes with our tile and masonry bit here. We have to drill our big power holes out, which are the red ones here. These are for the standard bolts. These are for the red ones. So we're going to drill all that out after we get the template up and leveled. That's also going to be tough because there is almost no room for this, and there might not even be enough room for this. I might have to cut the bottom of this template off to get it to flush mount up on the side of the house. Let's get out there and see what happens. All right, we're out in the front of the SCSR compound now, and the first thing that we have to do is find the center of this garage door. Okay, so I had to move the template down. There was absolutely no way to get the letters into the wall unless they were down. So I moved them down about 1/4 of an inch. I'm hoping this is level. I'm gonna grab my level and find out right now. I got all my holes drilled for everything, so all we have to do now is take the template off. Look at all of that destruction, and get my broom out, just clean this off, and then I'll have to blow off the driveway afterwards. But we have all our pilot holes run. Now we have to just hope and pray that we can get our numbers in there straight. Top holes were very difficult because the drill was on an angle. So I don't know how far I'm going to be able to get that in. We're going to find out right now. All right, the epoxy plan didn't work out as much as I thought it would. The stuff got everywhere and dried really fast, so even though it says it sets up in 30 minutes, that stuff was set up in like 5. So I've got the Alex fast dry now. I'm just going to go ahead and caulk in all the holes up there and around the screws and see if I can do that without making a complete mess. So I'm going to get a bowl of water. Yo, so, all right. So the outside part is mostly done, it's just drying, so now I have to figure out the inside part. I think if I have any black caulk, I'm gonna put my black caulk in that hole, right there, all those 5 holes. Then I'm gonna tie everything up really nice with wire clamps as far over here as I can, and then connect to the power right there. I need an extension cord though, and I ordered a smart switch as well. Let's start getting this together. We're inside the Supercar Street Racing garage now, and we can see here all of the holes that were drilled for the new LED house number. So our first mission today is going to be to tie these wires up nicely and not disturb the mounting that we did on the outside because it is drying. If we move the wires, we might move the actual numbers. So I really want to get the mounting done on this transformer, but it has no mounting brackets. So it is a rectangle, and I am thinking right about here. And then I don't know how I'm gonna keep it on the wall. I guess I'll just put screws to kind of wedge it in. I'm literally gonna have to wedge this thing in the wall, onto the wall. Okay, we do have the power supply mounted now. We just kind of wedged it in there. I'm gonna actually put some of this black caulk around it when I put it in. So next step is to kind of get the wiring done without disturbing the outside, which I am stressed about. Kind of want to just wait so I don't mess it up. But I mean, if I pull, all right, I got all the wires tied up nice. Now I'm gonna work on the power wire, but first I wanna go ahead and get the caulk in there so it can dry. So I've got my caulk gun ready, and I've got my big tube of black caulk ready to go. Let's go. Okay, I did ruin my lucky jeans because I'm an idiot. And there's literally no other word for it but that. And now, all I have to do right here and right now is get the power wire run most of the way and clamped up. Let's get this power cord situated. Probably right there makes sense. Yeah, I'm just gonna run it right on the base here. Base of the, whatever this is. Put a clamp like every couple feet. Hopefully I have a temporary extension cord. I mean, I'll figure it out, but. And one more down here should do it. All right, so this thing just needs power to test. And my smart plug will be here probably today. Have to check the order, but let's get some power to this thing and test it. A black extension cord, it's kind of long, but I think I can hide it up here if I put it up here. So I'm gonna go ahead and connect these lights right now. I ordered the smart plug. I thought I already ordered it, but obviously I was drunk because I did not order it. This is a bit too long though, but there's plenty of room to hide it back here in the back. And I will get a few clamps and some screws and get up there and tie this thing up and tie up the hotspot cable. This is the power cable, and then we are going to run it up and over so it doesn't interfere with the door. So we got to go way up there, way over there, and into this, but we have a smart plug that's got to go right here as well. So we're going to leave a little slack that we can disconnect this with. It's a big boy. So right here we have to unplug it and insert a smart plug. I'm just going to leave a little bit of slack there. I can also redo if I have to. Oh, let's go, let's go. And then this guy can go in the back. Guys, we did finish this project and connect it to power. Now this is the moment of truth. Does it actually work? If it doesn't, this was 4 hours worth of work for nothing. Let's see. They are all lit up, so now all we have to do is come check it out at night, and all of that caulk is drying. So we will check back with you guys when it gets dark tonight, but we have successfully finished this project. Guys, we are out here at night with the house numbers, and that's how it looks on the house at night. And yeah, I mean, guys, hope you enjoyed another project. And yeah, it is what it is. It's staying like that. Okay, the final piece of the puzzle for the outdoor lit house numbers came in, and it is a Amazon smart plug. I buy these now because they're just so much easier to set up, and they just go right in and they just work, and you don't have to use a third-party app. They work directly with Amazon. I'm not going to set it up inside the house because I wanted to connect to the Wi-Fi in the garage. So let's get out there in the garage and get this thing hooked up. Okay, I did get the smart plug installed, and it is rather ugly. I will probably paint it black so it kind of blends in. And it needs something to kind of stick up against the wall, like some 3M tape or Velcro. I'm going to go ahead and set it up and configure it now and add it to my routine for all the rest of the lights. We'll start to the studio with Supercar Street Racing and Brad. Guys, welcome back once again. Brad here at Supercar Street Racing 4K Production Studio. And you saw today that we did go ahead and get these LED house numbers installed on the house. It was pretty easy. It just took a very long time, and they are not exactly 100% straight, even though I followed the template. They're good enough, but the 4 is a little off on the very end. Looks a little bit lower, even though I put that right in the actual holes in the template. So the way these work is you just order the numbers. I'll have a link here on the screen for you. You order your numbers here, and they will also send you a transformer. And this one right here right now is on a plaque, but you can put them directly on your house as well. Guys, make sure you always click through my links when you order products for Supercar Street Racing's sake of the channel, and it just gives me a little bit of dollars to continue what I'm doing here, because I do lose money on the channel. As always, we love your support. We appreciate you, and buy your LED house numbers and drop a comment if you need any help installing yours, and we'll see you guys next time. Guys, we are back with another instructional video for the Club Car Precedent, and today we have this Club Car Precedent throttle, pedal, brake, whatever assembly you want to call it. Got this right off of Amazon, so we will hook you guys up with the link for that. But today we're going to be showing you how to install this on Supercar Street Racing. Out here in the Supercar Street Racing garage, and the very first step of this process is to remove the mat. Okay, for the next step here, mine is a little bit strange because I have this brake pedal switch right here that connects. But the next step is to pull out this little area here, and it has one of those little Christmas tree things on it. Set that to the side, and you can see here the brake assembly that we're going to have to disconnect here in a little bit. But on my cart, we also have to remove this extra brake switch. All right, so we just have 2 crescent wrenches here. And all we have to do is loosen this guy. And I think it's going to be this way. Now that we have the brake disconnected, we can go ahead and remove the pedal assembly from the cart. And that is that. It is out. On to the next step. We are back in the nice air conditioning in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen, and as you can see, this guy does not come with another one of these rods. So we have to trade this rod out. And we don't want to lose that, but I saw where it fell. So we're literally just going to take out this old one here and put it right through. Yeah, easier said than done because I dropped the nut. I think these are all reverse threads. So that would usually be tight. It is reverse threaded. And we do have a problem right here, and that is that a bunch of these screws have broken off. So when we put this back in, we're going to have to actually drill and probably use some self-tapping screws right there to get this thing done. But we are ready to put the new assembly right back in. Need a towel to kneel on. This does not come with a new rheostat, so we have to remove this one with a Torx. Or is it a, oh, forgot to put the Torx head on there. That would help, huh? Simple as that. It should come right off. but I don't want to take it off until I have the other one right next to it so I know how it goes back on. I don't know if there's another connection to something here, but I see it clearly on the other one. Oh, I just lost the only Torx bolt I have left. Okay, I can't tell how this comes off. Okay, it just literally slides right out. Pretty dirty. I'm gonna go ahead and wash this all up and degrease it. It just slides right out, literally. There's no way to get it wrong. Got the old rheostat cleaned up. Get that out of the way. Got the new part, just like the old part was oriented. I think. Okay, this is harder than I thought to get back on. I think it's in there. Looks right. Can't tell if it's turning or not, but I think that's right. Okay, now we have our rheostat reconnected and transferred over. And these can only go in one way. So you can't mess them up. And they have those anti-water dealies. you too. Just ran down to Ace Hardware and picked up some self-tapping screws to finish off the pedal assembly. 3 out of the 4, well actually all 4 were jacked up to the point where I couldn't save them, so I drilled and used one of the old self-tappers, and then I bought some more to finish off the other 3, which we will have to drill out here shortly. But yeah, just a little update, just ran in Ace Hardware, so yeah, that's what's up now. Alright, we are back from Ace Hardware and we picked up some self-tapping bolts. The trick here. I think these will be fine. They have the same head as the other ones. Let's see if those will go in. That worked perfect. I have to drill out this other side though. And I broke all these drill bits. Ah, it's just plastic. It's just plastic, or either there is metal down below there. Yeah, I think there's metal below it. If not, we'll use the bigger ones. Yeah, didn't do anything. That one won't either. We might have to use the big ones on this. Oh. They sold me one of the wrong one. Oh, that won't do anything. This one might. That back one. This one might go in, that back one is not going in. It's a way bigger hole. This one might go, maybe not. That one went. That back one's not going in. It's way too stripped out. But that's not going anywhere. All right, that part is done. I'm gonna call it good with 3 bolts in there. Guys, we got our new brake pedal in, and it fits right over the old one after I was so dumb and couldn't figure out that you have to take the old plastic thing off. But I don't like the way the wire is going to be showing here. So I think what I'm going to do is notch out this little cover plate here so that the wire can run under that and down through. And of course my light goes off every time I come out here. Ugh! What I was saying is I don't want my wire showing here. So I think this little plastic plate under here, if I just pull it off and notch it out, the wire can run behind it because there's a space back there, I think. Yeah, there is a space back there. So I'm gonna just take this off real quick and notch it out. And hopefully it can go back on and the wire will run behind it instead of like over the top here. You guys will see once I get a better idea of how I'm going to do this. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is drill a hole right through there, literally right where my finger is, and pass the wire right through and behind if I can. Yeah, and then underneath it. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to work on getting that done now. Okay, I did find a way to route the cable behind the pedal and underneath. I will have to extend it though, I'm pretty sure. So I am going to go ahead and mark off right here and drill a hole right there. And I'm going to have to go through both the plastic and the metal. So let's see if I can actually get, sorry, I wasn't even on it. Let's see if I can actually get a drill bit to go through there, and it is going to have to accommodate the wiring. And on the end, it will either have to accommodate this. I think I can get these through there one at a time, hopefully. Yeah, it looks like I can. So it's got to be at least that wide to get through there. So let's grab a drill bit and get to drilling. If I didn't break them all yesterday. I know. This thing, every time you touch it, it turns on. All right, let's see what we got in here that matches. And I think maybe this one will be perfect. Let's see. Either that or we just cut the wire and put new ends on it. Probably the best thing to do is just cut it and re-solder and heat shrink ends on it afterwards. Like go ahead and extend it right now, probably the best thing to do. And then we don't have to really put a super thick wire through the hole. We can drill it out smaller. So let me see what I got for wiring. All right, my plan right here and right now is to just cut off the ends of this and then extend it with this cheap little speaker wire that I have. The problem being the speaker wire is very thin, so I'm going to probably have to double up the ends in order to get our T-Con shrink wrap, not shrink wrap, solder connectors on it. I brought everything I need in here to do this connection. So what I'm going to do from the very beginning is cut off these worthless. You don't need bullet connectors. You're not going to be taking off your brake pedal. I don't know why they do it like that. I guess if you ever have to service it, I don't know.
I'm going to attempt to roll through this. Wait, come. See that wires back? Okay, no. Oh. Oh, I can't do that. Nope. That's right, it's plastic. Okay, that's not gonna work. Okay, that's gonna work. That's it, wait, somewhere back there. Yeah, no. Shoot, it's right on the edge of it. That sucks. Oh man. Alright, well, I gotta get over here. We'll break this thing. Let's go. Oh, maybe. Huh, okay. Let's go. That's fine.
update from the garage here. I did get the wiring run behind there. I need to tuck this in a little bit better, but yeah, the wire is run nice underneath the pedal right there. It goes behind the pedal and then underneath like that. And then what we will do now is just tie this up really nice to the brake pedal and leave a little slack so we can move, and then get this tied in right there. So that's next on the list. Alright guys, a little update from out here in the garage. I got the brake wire ran to the back and underneath, and I might have already done this update, but the next step is to actually zip tie the brake wire line to the actual brake thingy here, whatever it's called. Give a little slack right there, and then do the connection. So I'm going to do that now. This project is completely done. We have replaced the brake and accelerator pedal assembly on the 2014 Club Car Precedent. Looking so fresh and fly, and then we wiped it down and it looks great, and now the actual parking brake works again. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Please thumbs up, subscribe, buy from our affiliate links in the description, and we will see you guys on the next one. Peace out. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we got this gift from Greg and Danielle. And this gift from Greg and Danielle. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we have this little project which should be fun. I'm pretty hyped. It's a HP all-in-one PC, and it says some model number back there that I can't, H3, H4, I can't read it, but we're gonna get this thing all cleaned up today, get it torn apart, max out the RAM, max out the CPU, max out the solid state drive by replacing the regular spindle drive. My thoughts are all over the place right now, sorry. Yeah, we'll rip out the regular spindle drive, we'll put in a solid state drive, rebuild this thing, put Windows 11 in there, and see what we can do. But for now, the first step is cleaning this mess up. Alright, I found a solid state drive, and so we are going to be replacing this drive in this computer, and I have no idea how to do it, so we're just going to go for it here, people. So I have a towel here for protection,
Always use protection. And let's clear the table off of all this other garbage. So first thing first, we are going to replace this drive. And there are a number of screwages. So I'm going to grab my little lithium-ion screwdriver. We got our Kingston SSD now, 120 gigabyte drive going in here, and I don't know really how we will secure it, so let me figure out if I've got some double-sided tape for this. Okay, I decided just to do a little hot glue action here, just letting my glue gun warm up here, and then all we have to do is put some hot glue here and just hot glue that boy right there, that hot boy. So I'm really curious about the RAM in here. This is some kind of shield that doesn't need to be there. And if we can just eliminate this completely, we will. RAM. So there's little symbols here that say RAM. Ah, here's the third one. That was it. Might have some RAM for this. Don't know. Could be maxed out. I didn't even check. I say screw it. Pull it, check later. Alright, it's got a single SODIMM. And I'm going to have to take a picture of this to see it. Yeah, this is an 8 gigabyte PC3 12800, and I do not have any other RAM for this. So I have nothing to replace this with.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I wasn't that aggressive, but I had to bend the memory module clips back together to get the memory to seat correctly and get no beeps. But hey, if that's what you gotta do, that's what you gotta do. So it's probably going to reboot now, would be my thought. I'm going to go ahead and click restart. I don't know if I need to take the stick out, but I'm going to see if it'll boot off the drive this time. I'm assuming it will. That's what it's supposed to do. There it goes. Good morning, everybody. So we are back at it with the HP all-in-one, and we have an issue. That is, every 3 seconds or so, the video freezes up and the mouse freezes up. And did some research online, and apparently it's the graphics driver. I did try a solution that someone else suggested that worked for them, but it did not work for me, and that is an older version of the AMD driver for HP. So now I'm just researching, trying to figure out if this is going to be fixable or not, or if I'm going to have to back down to like a super old version of Windows or go to Linux or whatever. But for right now, I'm just kind of playing with different versions of AMD drivers, trying to see what I can do to get this working. I'm digging around on Reddit and I found graphics driver 17.4, I believe it was, and there is a good chance that that worked. Oh yeah, look at the smoothness. Heck yeah, I'm hyped. All right, now we can get some software installed on this beast. All right, a little status update on the PC. We got it all working now finally with the AMD Radeon drivers that we downloaded that I got off of Reddit. And now we are just waiting for the 8GB module to arrive later today, and we will give an update after that. All right, we got the memory module for the HP all-in-one right here, so we will be doing a little installation on that up next. All right, we're back here in front of the HP all-in-one. We got to take the back off again, and I forgot to shut it down. Let's go ahead and shut this thing down. And before we shut it down, we have 8GB of RAM. And right here we have, hopefully, another 8. Thing comes apart pretty easy. Really takes itself apart. And there is the extra RAM module spot right there. Let's get our RAM opened up. SP power RAM. And hopefully this will work with this board. If not, it will be returned. So it goes in this top slot. I was having a lot of problems with the other one. Interesting. That should be it. That easy. See if she'll boot up or if she gives the dreaded beeps or doesn't see the RAM. Power lights on. Aha, we have HP. I didn't see anything about memory. Maybe it just goes right to Windows. We will see. Let's see if we even have 16 gigabytes. We don't have video. We do now. Let's go to system information. $16 gigs of total RAM. Right here. Awesome. Let's open up Task Manager. This should be substantially faster. And we'll go up here to memory. $15.4 gigabytes, 16 gigabytes of DDR3 RAM right here, and 12.7 available, which means more disk cache, more memory for applications, and just all the way around better. Guys, I hope you enjoyed getting this PC back to life. This was fun. I really enjoyed hanging out with you guys once again. Please like and subscribe and buy all your products through my links. It helps me tremendously. We'll see you next time on Supercar Street Racing.
Power on. Bluetooth mode. Connected.
Welcome back to the channel, and we are here in the SCSR bathroom today to take a look at this IPX7 waterproof Bluetooth speaker. Now, this was graciously provided to me from the manufacturer to go ahead and check out. So today we're going to unbox it, see what's inside, test it out, and let you know how good it is. Back in the Supercar Street Racing bathroom again with Brad, and today we have this IPX7 wireless Bluetooth waterproof speaker for the shower on the channel to check out with the funniest name ever, PRSCFUM. It's like perfume misspelled, so I don't know what that's all about, but it does have some pretty cool packaging. I was kind of impressed by this right off the bat when I saw the packaging, like they're trying to copy some higher end packaging or whatever. But next, let's open this up and see what's inside. We got the IPX7 here in Supercar Street Racing, and inside of the box, which I've already opened so I could charge it for you guys, we are going to find the following goodies. Like I said, really cool packaging and a very nice display here when you open up the box. And right inside the box, you do see the actual Bluetooth speaker in here. And when you take it out, you can see it is kind of like a show device, so or a dot. So I don't want to say it to wake up the friends there, but you can see it does look like a dot here if you check it out. This one is white and black, and on top it does have controls, which I will explain to you here in a moment. But taking a good look at this. It has a way to hang it right there, and also it has a way to hook it on the back if you happen to have a screw available. A lot of people don't have that in their shower obviously because they have tile, but this has a couple of different ways to hang it up. One of them being you could just put it on a string and hang it from your shower curtain rod there. And then now let's take a look at what's in the instruction manual. So taking a look at the instruction manual, here on the first page, just some gentle reminders here about keeping it away from children and things like that. And then it shows you how to operate the on-off key by holding the power button for 3 seconds to turn it off or on. And then resetting it, you hold the power button down for 8 seconds. And as we move to the next page, you can see it shows you how to go next and previous to play the next song, or you short press it to turn up the volume or turn down the volume. You can adjust the light here, and you can switch between Bluetooth mode and FM mode here on this page also. And then it shows you your display screen, your display clock, the FM frequency, and then how to actually go ahead and wirelessly pair. And it does remind you, you should be charging this thing for at least 2 hours before you go for your first rip with it. Next page, we got the TWS interconnect, which just shows you that you can connect 2 of these speakers together, which is pretty cool. And then down at the bottom, it shows you how you can reset the speaker by holding the power button down for 8 seconds until the red light flashes and the speaker turns off. And then after restarting, the pairing is separated. And then the last page just shows you your charging equipment, your activation and your warranty, and has some technical specifications about your Bluetooth speaker. And that's pretty much it for the instruction manual. Now that we took a look at the IPX7, we're going to take a look at what's inside the accessories box here now. So what did it actually come with? Well, inside of this box, you're just going to find 2 simple things. You're going to find this instruction manual, and then you're also going to find this USB Type-C cable to charge your brand new Bluetooth waterproof speaker. And they gave you one more surprise goodie that's buried way down in there, and it is a little suction cup. So you can take this suction cup and you can actually put it in the back there where that screw hole is, and then you can suction it right to the tile, and it sticks up on the tile really cool. So even if you don't have a place to set it down, you can use this suction cup and go ahead and put it up in your shower. Now let's take this IPX7 right into that shower and see how it performs while we get clean. Here's a good close-up look at the front of the IPX7 and a good close-up look at the box here that it comes with. But I wanted to show you guys the controls here. So basically we have the power button right here. You hold it down.
Power on. Bluetooth mode.
And then there are different ways for actually pairing it, but it did just show up. When you hold down the power button initially and keep holding it down, it is ready to be paired, and it come up as S3 on the phone. And then once you are connected to the device, this is your volume up and your volume down button. This button here controls the lights, so right now it is just on an endless cycle. But if you do push this button again, you can go to a solid color, and it'll go right through all the solid colors until you get right back to the cycling of the LEDs. Now, my one question was how to set the clock, and I did look in the manual for a while for that. But as soon as I connected it to the phone, the time did update. So I guess it gets it from Bluetooth would be my guess. Now, once that is all connected, then you just have your other device, your phone or your tablet, and once you're paired to the S3, you can go ahead and play music from it from there. Okay, you just saw how this IPX7 performed in the shower, and I got in there and it sounded really good. We were listening to no copyright music. Now let's take this thing over to Brad in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio to check it out on Amazon. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We're out here in the 4K production studio, and I'm Brad. And if this is your first time on the channel, welcome. We're so happy to have you here, and we encourage you to like and subscribe to the videos. And also buy all your products through our affiliate links down below and leave comments and suggestions for me. But today we are talking about this IPX7 Bluetooth and shockproof speaker. And you can see right here, right now, when I turn on this power button, it will come on, I promise you.
Power on. Bluetooth mode.
Now I wasn't pushing it hard enough, that's why it didn't come on immediately. And you can see right here, it does have a clock right here, and it did say connected because it is currently connected to my phone. On the back, it does have a nice slot there to put in the suction cup or either to hang it from the wall. And I do like the way the colors rotate on this. And also you can actually change the colors just by pressing the button on the front. And then to power it off, you simply hold that down.
Power off.
And it does say power off. Comes in this stylish box with a USB Type-C charging cable and a suction cup for the back. And taking a look here at the reviews, it does have a 4.9 rating, which is actually really good. 37 ratings, and it is rated at a 4.9, a 95% rating. It is IP67 waterproof and shower speaker is what they're calling it, but I guess you could use it on the water also. 6 LED light patterns. Basically, it'll cycle through the lights, or you can actually just put it on one individual color. It has the sucker thing on the back to stick it up on the wall there in your shower or other places. It does have an LCD display that shows you the time and the battery and the track number. And it says it is true wireless stereo, so it thinks it is a stereo speaker. And now let's take a look at some of the reviews on the. And now look at the. I just wanted you guys to see the name, because it's funny what they think that they when they name these things that they think we understand the names. It's Perksfum, I guess. I have no idea. But taking a look at the ratings, it has 5 stars, great sound quality for how portable it is. This next one says this speaker is actually nice, and it does show the speaker right here with the colors on it. And this says great little product, gets loud for its size. I'm using it as a computer speaker and it gets the job done. Absolutely agree. You saw me in there in the shower. I had no issues whatsoever with it in the shower. It did get wet, and also it sounded pretty good in there, I'm not gonna lie. Very satisfied with this product, super fun. Great shower speaker, loud, and then there's some pictures of the box here. And it does have an FM radio, which we did not even show you on this review, but it does do FM radio as well. And this is from another country, so it is in a different language. Now, if we go back out to the main page here, there are some other speakers here for you to check out. There's one here for $29. Not sure if it actually does RGB LED where it spins around the top like that. There is some other ones here for $15 and things like that. There are plenty of options available for a Bluetooth speaker for your shower, but this one is actually a really good option. Let's take a look at some of the pictures here. Now you can see the front here, the buttons on it, and if we get to the side here, the USB Type-C jack does have a waterproof little plug in there to keep water from getting on the speaker. Now it only has one picture of the device, and it does have one video. Let's see if we can call that up.
Speaker for the shower. Love that it just suctions on anywhere. It's a good strong suction.
So somebody just did a video review of this.
Works with Bluetooth, recharges. Awesome. Has volume levels. Has a fun little light. Seriously, it's been the best thing. It's waterproof, so it's fun too. Also, we can take it on the boat. It has like a little thing.
There you go.
Like a string too, so it hooks on and not worrying about it getting water damage because it's waterproof. Works super well, goes really loud.
Alright, so you can see in this review, she did say that they do take it on a boat, so that is very interesting. That's another use for the IPX7. And once again, please buy this through my affiliate link down in the comments section below. Anything you can do for us, and you don't have to buy this product, you can buy anything you want through any of my links. Click any of my links when you're going to Amazon and buy anything you want, and that gives me a little help with the channel because we do lose money. Now this one was provided for us, so we didn't lose anything on this, but it still helps the channel greatly if you could buy through our links. And please like and subscribe and hit the bell icon, and we'll see you next time. I don't have to take a shower, but I'm peace out. This is huge, literally. That's gonna leave a mark.
That's blood.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. This huge box is something amazing for the Supercar Street Racing channel, and we have been trying to order this for a while, and now, boom, how do you like that? We have this amazing upgrade for the channel. That way all 10 people who watch the videos can be upgraded. No, for real though, this is a huge upgrade for the channel, guys. I have been wanting to get this for a while. We got the official SCSR scissors out so that we can open up this incredible, huge box on the channel today. No joke, this is big. Suspense is killing me, guys. This is probably one of the biggest upgrades for the channel yet. The only thing that I haven't bought yet that I really want to get that is coming is a camera. And that will be in the next month or so. Guys, I'm hyped for this. Half the box is empty. Where's my other half of my... I got gypped. And inside of this box is another box. And probably inside of that box yet another box. Hopefully this is actually recording. I got this SD card off of Ali and it immediately said, oh, you can't do everything you want to do with this SD card. But I did play back the video and it seemed fine, but if this doesn't work, I am going to be one upset individual. Ooh. Alright, well, those scissors are sharp. I just cut my finger hard. Not good. I just sliced myself open. So, lesson learned, don't grab a scissor. That was quite a little slice. That's gonna leave a mark. Just thinking how the scissors weren't sharp and they sliced my finger wide open. Not good. All right, so inside of this box, trying to keep my finger from bleeding all over the place, but inside this box here, I know, it's a lot of drama. I look like I opened the bottom of the box. I don't know. Let's see. Look at that bag, guys. I am hyped. I probably need to get my finger taken care of real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, those scissors took care of my finger pretty good. I went ahead and washed that off, but yeah, I didn't think those things were that sharp, but I just literally pushed on the blade and it took a chunk out of my finger there, but that's okay, guys. I am not discouraged because no one can ruin this. And inside of this box, I don't want to bleed all over this stuff either, so I may need to get a Band-Aid. Yeah, I'm gonna go get a Band-Aid real quick and we'll be right back. All right, so you can still see some blood there, but hey, I'm not gonna bleed blood all over my brand new light kit. But yeah, this is my new lighting kit for the channel, and you guys can see right here and right now inside of this nice canvas bag what should be a set of lights for the channel. And right there we have a couple of power supplies, guys. Get hyped for power supply and power cords that go with the power supplies right there. So these guys actually have good reviews. They are RGB LED photography / videography lights, and inside of this you can see one right there coming out of the packaging, so fly, looking amazing. And looks like they have 2 pockets here for them. So there's one pocket on each side where the actual light slides into right here. And then we got a completely empty 2 bags because those were where the power supply were. And then we should have 2 tripods. It looks like we have 1 and 2 tripod assemblies right here. And what a nice bag this is, guys. So cool to have something for the channel decent. And this tripod slides right out of this unit like this. And the battery on the GoPro has been used now for 5 minutes and it's at 81%. So welcome to my life. GoPro, dead battery and overheat constantly. That's your life if you use a GoPro. No joke. Use the phone? Nope. GoPro? Yep. And inside of this box, guys, look what, we had 2 boxes right there. Both of them housed a nice tripod for each light. And then inside of the light right here, inside of the bag right here, we have the actual light. Now I'm not seeing any kind of instructions, but I haven't really looked. Don't see any kind of instructions on that, so I'm just gonna keep on going. And maybe they will pop up at some point. But is my finger bleeding? Yes, it is, all over the place. And there's 1 light outside of the kit. These guys right here are now scary to me. So I'm being careful. That was kind of a dumb move on my behalf, but I've done some dumb things in my life, so, you know. Wouldn't be the first time, brother. And that's a good look at unboxing and unplasticking this light. That finger really is trying to bleed a little bit, and I know I'm being drama filled, but I just don't want to get blood all over these brand new lights. And inside here we have the nice K80X lighting right here and right now, and you can see looks like there's a spot for a battery right there, I guess. Not real sure. It didn't come with one, but I don't know what. I guess this is a slot for 2 batteries. Not sure. I'm gonna investigate this a little bit more. Those sharp cuts though. So this manual does say use the Pixel LCS app, so I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can find it. Pixel, I haven't even powered these on. LCS. All right, there's the Pixel LCS app. We're gonna go ahead and download that. Now, you have to buy batteries for it, that's fine. I didn't expect it to come with batteries, I don't care. The point was for you guys to see if it actually had batteries or not, and is my finger still bleeding? All right, so that's the LCS app. So we have not even powered these guys on yet. So I think the next step is to go ahead and get these guys set up. This is going into the fire, guys. Let's go. Oh, there's blood on my floor. There is blood on that floor. All right, blood and all, we are back in full effect on Supercar Street Racing, and we have our lights set up left to right style here. They do have barn doors, and you can see right here and right now, when you make an adjustment To the back controls, it does affect both lights, which is pretty cool. These things are like joined. Very cool. This is 45% brightness. You guys can already see how much a difference this makes on a production. Like, I have nothing set up here except my Echo Show 15, and look at the nice stage we have here set up. I'm gonna need to grab my tripod real quick so I can get you guys on a tripod and we can go in front and do a little presentation. All right, I was able to open the app and add the devices to the app, no problem. And yeah, look, it says devices added and they are right there now. So I don't know how to use the app yet. I don't know if I will use it, but there is the K80 lights. Definitely working in the app, even though some people said the app does not work with the lights. I beg to differ. The app is right there, and if you hit power, one light went off and two lights went off, so it does work. Guys, we are back in the Supercar Street Racing. Wonderful compound here, as you can see. Hurt finger and all, bleeding all over the place. There's blood on the floor, and who cares, because today the channel got a serious upgrade and we have these wonderful lights now for productions, and it's so intimidating to actually do production with lighting. If you've never been in front of lights, these are very bright. This is 30% actually, so you can imagine what this would be like on full blast. Perfect for night shots, I would think. And right here in my hand, I do have the carrying case that came with the light, so you guys can get a good look at this. Now inside of this, there's two nice pockets right here for the lights to go into. They come off the tripods and they slide right into here and here. And then the actual tripods themselves can slide right into the bottom of this. And as you can see right here, right now, we have the Supercar Street Racing channel called up right here, if we can ever get it to work. And of course it does not want to work for us, but this is our beautiful Echo Show 15. But yeah, so I just wanted something for you guys to look at while I was presenting with the new lights. And this is what they look like, guys. I mean, this is going to be huge for us. The only other thing we have to figure out now is getting a good camera. We're on the GoPro now. The GoPro is set to 5.3K. We usually downsample that or down-res that to 4K and get it to you guys on YouTube that way. But we're looking at a really good camera, a Canon R5C, which shoots in 8K, no problem. And this is just the start of what I wanted to show you with these guys. We'll take off the camera off the tripod now and see if we can show you guys some more stuff with the actual lights. All right, we're right behind one of these lights now. As you can see, we have one light lighting up the other. It is incredibly bright. So I'm gonna go ahead and crank down the brightness a little bit. And also, there is a bit of a glare on it because it's only lit from one side, but that might be better. But as you can see right here, right now, here are the controls on the back of the lights. We have two slots here for lithium-ion batteries right there, which we have to order. It uses Sony lithium-ion batteries, so we need to order 4 of those. And then, of course, your controls are right here. You can see we are at 3000K, and to adjust the 3000K, you just go to the mode where you see the color temperature, and then you move. That's the brightness, so you go like this. You hit this multi-function button, and then as you raise it, the color temperature does raise. You can see that clearly on the other light. 2600K is more towards yellow. 2900 is warm white, which is where I want to be for what I'm shooting today. And then of course these guys also do RGB, so they have plenty of RGB settings as well that I haven't even gotten into yet. We're going to look into that now. So in this mode here, you can actually set the individual RGB channels, so you can go up with red, and you can see that the red is increasing. If you hit the multi-function button here, it goes into green. You can add green. If you hit it one more time, it goes into blue. And in that case, you can add more blue, and that's how that part works. We're in the flash mode now, and then now we're back into the regular photography mode of the light. Haven't gotten any deeper into that yet, but I do love how these guys are on the same channel so that when you do something to one light, the other light responds in the same manner as the first light, which is very cool. Okay, a little deeper dive into what is on the front of the display here. The channel is in the upper left. You can see it right there. It may not focus directly on it. And also, I think there's some peel satisfaction still on that. The group is A, B, C, D, E, F for a group of lighting. The brightness is there at 41% right now, 0 to 100%. And the DC mode is right there with the plug, and you can see right here and right now it says Bluetooth, and then the color gamut would be on the left, but right now it's color temperature. If you have it in a different mode, it would show you the color gamut and the saturation, but right now it is set on 2900K for the color temperature. And then we went to the other mode. You can individually adjust the R, G, and the B of the lighting. All right, guys, so this is a good look at how it looks with the RGB turned on. And right now we are a nice hue of blue, looking like a bunch of Smurfs right now for you guys. But this is how the RGB lighting effects work on this. It's pretty bright still, like it's literally hurting my eyes right now. I can imagine that these guys are so good at night when you don't have any light, or in the dark garage where we're always working. This is gonna be awesome. That's blood. All right, a closer look at the actual tripod for you guys as well, and the barn doors. As you can see right here and right now, this is the back of the unit, and the guy just kind of drops right on here and tightens up with this. You have the normal tripod here that you would get with any kind of other tripod. It looks exactly the same, performs exactly the same, has some height adjustments here, and then the top is the clamp for the actual unit. And we are lit up by the other light, guys. Get hype on the lighting. This is lighting up the other tripod so you guys can get a good look at it. And then the barn doors are simply right here and right now if we spin this guy around. This is a good look at the front, and the barn doors just do open and close like so. And there is a plastic diffuser in there. And this thing tightens up just like that, and that is how it looked coming from the shipping. So to pack it back up, you loosen up this bolt right here and then place it right back into its place right here. There's one for one light, one for the other light right there, and then the tripods go right there. And then here's a look at the light from the front. I want you guys to see that before we go have some fun. Let's go! And we have the light successfully packed back into the carrying bag, and you can see right here the way you do it is you put one light head right there, one light head right there. The tripods go in the center here, and I put the power supplies in this zippable bag right here. Then the whole thing just shuts and closes like this. Might be hard with one hand, but it will, in fact, close. Yep, it's going to be really difficult doing this with one hand. I'm trying my best. And yeah, not going to be able to do it with one hand. Let me get that zipped up. I'll show you guys. All right, this guy is all packaged up and ready. Let's see how much it weighs. I would say maybe 15 pounds max. It's very light, super easy to transport. And as we go here into the Supercar Street Racing closet, it will sit just like that, where the tripods sit right behind it, and that will be in storage there. Just like we planned for the closet here, it is perfect. And actually, we could move that to the back and put the tripods in the front, and it'll fit kind of better. We don't need this light anymore, so we're going to have to retire that or put it in the studio. But let's take it to Supercar Street Racing Studios with Brad And look at this on Amazon. Guys, we're back once again in the Supercar Street Racing Studio. I'm Brad, and I'm so glad you're with us here today to take a look at these lights that we got for the channel. So let's get going by checking out the actual listing here on Amazon. Now, these are the Pixel K80 photography lights. You can see they have a 4.6 star rating there, so not bad at all. They are 2600K to 10,000K adjustable for the warm to cool lighting on them, and also they do RGB as well. You saw that in the video. You can adjust the individual R, G, and B channels, and when they are working, they are actually locked together, so when you make a change on one, it is changing it on the other one as well. They are $297 right now. I just purchased them. They are not given to me. I am not sponsored by Pixel, but you can see they have 4.6 stars here, and not bad. They do come with 2 power supplies, 2 tripods, a nice bag, and then the 2 lights, and they do not come with batteries. I wanted to make sure that you guys saw that. They do not come with batteries, and the batteries were up when we first started broadcasting here, and you can see that they are an added expense. You can get 4 batteries and a charger for $139 right here on Amazon. I'm going to put a link in the description to these. The app does work. Some people said it doesn't. It actually does work. I'm going to put a link in the description to both the light kit and the battery kit. And please, when you guys are buying anything off of Amazon, it doesn't matter what you buy. Even if you buy something different than what is in the actual link, if you could please click on our link, I would be grateful. We get a little bit of money from any time someone buys from my affiliate links, even if it's not what I'm featured. Amazon understands and still gives me a little bit of tiny bit of money to keep the channel going here. And as you can see, it's not cheap to run the channel. We lose probably about $300 or $400 a month on the channel, but anything you can do would be great. And I'm gonna leave links. Like I said, go ahead and click and subscribe and like the video, guys, and we will see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. I'm peace out. Three-hour nap. Wasn't expecting this at all, but I am hyped for this, guys. Check this out. All right, we are back in the kitchen as the Roomba goes crazy in there, looking at this new wine fridge that we just got, and that is going to go right here. However, we do have lighting for this first, and so I have to come up with a scenario here that's going to work. We're going to work on that today. Okay, so I do kind of have a layout here. Sorry about the vacuum cleaner. It's doing its thing in there, but I had to put this down on paper to kind of visualize what I wanted to do, and I am going to have to drill 2 holes, one at the top up here in the cabinet and one at the top up here in this cabinet here with my paddle bits. I'm gonna go grab my bits right now, and I think they say that these are not cuttable, but I'm gonna look at the manual because I think they're cuttable. Not sure. I'm gonna go ahead and also, before I put the stuff on, I'm gonna prep it with the alcohol pad. I am going to go ahead and set up the LED strip now and just kind of put you guys in here for it. I'm going to start here with power. So we have our freshly painted surface here. It shouldn't be dirty. And I am just going to, and then we just start up at the top here. It's kind of perfect length. And we'll tack up the wire. Oh, I drilled that in the wrong place anyway, but we'll tack the wire up right there somehow. Did get the lights added to the Govee app. Now all we have to do is get our vacuum cleaner out and clean. We will have to have a different power solution. I have a flat plug for this, but let's get busy and get the vacuum out. Okay, we did take a chance on the Schmecky compressor wine fridge that we need to get unboxed now. I looked at the reviews and they weren't amazing on everything, but I went ahead and got it. And we're gonna get this unboxed and it should be almost the exact size of this opening. Now, one thing you have to understand about non-compressor wine fridge, they use a chip to cool down the inside and they need room in the back to breathe. There is no room back here for anything to breathe. So that was a problem with the other one. Let's get this unboxed. Alright, we have this tiny little flat plug extension cord just for this purpose. This actually lets you push the thing back further because you don't have a plug sticking out. There is a hole at the bottom of this wine fridge in the back, and so I'm thinking we can put all the power down there because this will be long enough and it will kind of stuff in there, but the problem is you can't get back here to do it. So that's going to be kind of a pain, but we can hook up this power extension and maybe it'll just work. Let's see. I might be able to get my hand in there. Once it's in there, it's kind of in there, so I don't know how I'm going to do this. Perfect. Wow. Wow, so lucky. Dang, that's fire. It is a millimeter. It is literally a millimeter on this bracket up here. Look at this. I don't think I've ever had anything fit that lucky. It almost would have had to been pulled out because this is right on it. Unreal. Very cool. Now let's clean up. right, I just realized I didn't get the handle put on, and that's what these 2 screws are for that fell out, and the handle just goes like that. And I do have my drill up there for this, so should be pretty simple. Hey guys, today we are in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, and we are taking a look at the Schmecky 28 bottle compressor based fridge. And you know this is different from a regular wine fridge because it has an actual compressor like your refrigerator does. What that means is a normal wine fridge, and I say normal, traditional wine fridges now usually only have Peltier coolers. Now what a Peltier is, it is a chip that gets hot on one side and cold on the other side when you apply current to it. It's pretty cool, but also inefficient, and it needs a lot of room to breathe. And that means in the back of the fridge, you need some space for the air to get in and out so it doesn't overheat. Now, the last wine fridge I had in there had the Peltier cooler, and it had a issue with overheating, so I bought a fan and put it up above the wine fridge, but there is no room for that now. And here's a good look at the wine fridge with a 4.2 star review. Doesn't have absolutely great reviews, but I'm going to go ahead and give it a shot, and if it doesn't work out, I will let you guys know somewhere in the future. But you can see right here, it is only a single zone fridge. It does not have 2 zones. So if you wanted to do your hot side for red wines and your colder side for whites, you actually cannot do that on this fridge. It does have a white LED light inside that does stay on, which one thing I was really adamant about. The other wine fridges, the light turns off after a certain amount of time. This one stays on the whole time. And you can also see that right here and right now on the other tab here, we have the Govee RGB IC Alexa LED strip. Now what we did with this is we drilled holes in the cabinets and we went ahead and lit above the wine fridge and behind it. It looks pretty cool and also goes with the theme of the kitchen where we have other things also lit up like that as well. Please, when you're going to buy any product, go ahead and buy it through the Supercar Street Racing official link in the description of the video. Now Govee does have a special deal right now. You can get a $5 coupon plus you can save 5% on 2 items. They have like 3 promotions going on right now. So it's a good time to go to the affiliate link in the description of the video and go ahead and click right there for me. Now go ahead and also make sure if you're going to be enclosing this fridge that you check those dimensions pretty closely. If you notice in the video at the top of the fridge, there is a hinge that sticks out about another ½ inch that could make things difficult for you. And that is not shown in the description of the fridge on Amazon. Guys, I want to stick around and hang out with you guys for longer, but I got to get this video all edited up and I've got to actually work. Man, if I would have had this, I probably wouldn't have had this. Back in the Supercar Street Racing amazing living room here. And today we have been provided this product by the manufacturer to check out the Mini Ultrasonic Pest Repeller 2-pack. And you can see right here and right now that in my sunroom we do have an occasional critter that likes to get in, and there is one right there. So what we are doing right here, right now, today on the channel is taking a look at this pest repeller, and you can see right there, if it'll ever focus, it says no pests, and it looks almost like it's RGB, so I'm interested to see what happens when we plug this in. Now yes, this was provided with me by, from the manufacturer, and it says that you can plug it in to repel mice and pests using high frequency sound waves, and they're imperceptible. And what we also will do is probably put one outside on the patio since we have a problem with rodents. and then I will let you guys know if I honestly think that this guy will do anything. Guys, we are back in the lovely Supercar Street Racing dining room here, where we have the mini ultrasonic pest repellent unboxed here on the table and out of its cardboard condom and in its plastic condom. And as we can see right here and right now as we remove this from the box, is I'm hoping it has an RGB ring on it, is what it looks like on the picture. And we do have a warranty card right here, and we're not supposed to show you that part up close. So this tells you about their lifetime warranty, premium support, and releases from the giveaway team. And on the other side, it says that you will have to register there to get your lifetime warranty, and it gets you a gift website there also to check out. And right here we have our instruction manual. Let's go ahead and take a look at what that says inside. And it tells you about the working principles of how this works, how it does prevent pests, how to use it on the back page, the cautions, and how to deal with batteries, and the warranty, and a little support QR code here. So let's take a closer look at each part of this little part of the manual. Alright guys, we are here live in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, and you might hear the air conditioning on because that is the only way for survival in this hot, ridiculous environment. And the first thing in the manual here, it talks about the working principles of the mini pest repeller here that we have the box for right here. And basically it's saying that the high frequency waves will not cause harm to you or your pets, but will annoy everything else like rodents and other creatures like roaches and things like that. And next in the manual here, it tells you how to use it. Plug it into an AC outlet, press the button on the side to turn off the light, etc., etc. Don't place this product outdoors or in a high temperature or humid place. This is definitely both of those, but we're going to see how it acts in here in a little bit. It says install low to the ground and it will take effect within a few days, but the maximum period of time is 2 to 4 weeks. And the next page talks about batteries, which is interesting because it actually just plugs into the wall. We have one plugged right above my head right here, which is coming up in a minute on the video that you can see. And then it comes with a free 12-month warranty, and inside of the manual you have to go register on their website to get this warranty. And then it has a support email address, Thanos Home, and 1-802-200-9062 for support. And that was that for the actual manual itself. And so now let's take a look at installing these things right behind me in the Supercar Street Racing studio. Guys, back in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, and we have brought out, while all of our systems are firing up here, we have brought out our ultrasonic pest repellers, and we're going to go ahead and plug 2 in here right now. And these have a switch on one side, so I think it would be more convenient if the switch was at the bottom. And so we have outlets up here on the wall ready to go for this installation. And there we have it. We have the pest repellers installed in the 4K studio, and they look so fresh with the RGB ring. And now let's put the other one in place. And we have another outlet way up here, and we will face this light down as well and install this guy in the studio to hopefully block out any bugs. And there we have it. We have both of our pest repellent guys in the studio cycling at different RGB rates now, and the studio is fully fired up so we can start editing this video. And yeah, that's what it looks like in the studio. It looks pretty cool. I dig it. Guys, we're back in the beautiful 4K production studio here at the Supercar Street Racing Ranch. And right in front of me right here right now, we do have the ultrasonic pest repeller indoor pest repellent ultrasonic plug-in 2-pack X-Pest mouse repellent electronic rodent repellent Pest control for fly, insect, mice, rat, roach, bug, and spider. That's a lot, and we do have it right here, right now. Now this is selling right now for $29.99 on Amazon Prime, and let's take a look at some of the ratings here. And we can see right here and right now it has a 5-star rating, and it does say amazing right there. But let's go back to the actual product here and take a look at some of the pictures. Now you can see on this main picture here, we call this up in the Supercar Straight Racing studio, we do have a RGB looking light. Now one thing that is not exactly correct is it does not chase on the RGB mode. It looks on the picture like it does, but actually in reality, right here, right now, where my finger is, that is actually what it does. It just fades between colors. You can see it's blue right now, and it will fade to red and yellow, and then it will fade back again. So it does not chase in a circle like the light right here does. That is a chasing light. Very different up here where it just fades between colors. Kind of not what it does and what it looks like. And this thing says right here that you can repel mosquitoes, flies, and there's another type of fly, and there's a spider and ants, roaches, and then mice with this. So it is yet to be seen if this is capable of doing that. I will have to run it for a few weeks and then get back to you guys to see if I notice a difference in the amount of critterism. And then on this next system here page, it shows you that it affects the nervous system, the auditory system, the reproductive system, and it takes about 1 to 2 weeks where it doesn't do much. 3 to 4 weeks it is the impact period, and then in like later, I love how it calls it the explosive period, like they're just going to explode, which would be hilarious, but I doubt that is the case. And this thing says that it is 100% safe for you and your pets. Safe, non-toxic, and harmless. It shows you like some of the areas you could put this. Now you actually can put this anywhere you have a 110 volt plug. If you are a firm believer that this works, you might put this anywhere. And that again, it does not chase like this. There will never be more than one color on the device at one time. As you can see right here and right now, it is one single color at a time. It fades off and fades back on. And it shows you here the dimensions of the product are 2 inch by 2.4 inch by 2.4 inch. And looking down here further at the ad here, you can see that it has another picture here that calls it the Pest Extermination Expert here. And the invisible pest killer, it is claiming to, in 1 to 2 weeks, decrease the appetite of pets. Pets start getting sick and then they bail, as in this cartoon character here took off and went into hiding. Showing another picture of pets here, acting like it is safe for your pets. And it shows you again a bunch of the things that you can do here for it. And it does have a warranty. And if we click there, it says to contact the seller directly. And if we do a search for other ultrasonic pest repeller indoor, let's see what we can come up with and look at a few of these guys. Alright, so we can see right here we have a variety of choice. With this seller you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It has 4,738 reviews here, mostly 5-star. With this guy you get 6 for 36. We got 2 for 19. With the current seller, we have a big 1 million pound looking device here. We have some right here that look completely different, and another set here that look completely different. So you can see that we have a lot of choices for our pest repeller, but the far from least amount of reviews has got to be this guy with 4,738. Now that doesn't mean the one that is behind you right up here, right here, and right now will not work. It just means that it does not have a lot of reviews yet. And if we go back to our product right here, we can see the brand here is X-Pest. And make sure that you please look into the description for this. I will drop this whole description here into the video description, which then you can click, and what it does is it puts the full description there. And then since I have an affiliate link, I go up here and I go to this and I copy this link, and this is the one that you click for literally anything you want to buy on Amazon. You can click through this link. Even if you don't want to buy the pest repeller, you can click through and buy something from my affiliate link, and you can help out Supercar Street Racing so much if you could just do that for us and give us some income from your buying on Amazon links. But again, hopefully you will be able to go to my affiliate link here and check out the Brand X Pest Ultrasonic Pet Repeller and give that a shot. And then in a couple of months I will do another video and update you guys on exactly how I feel about the product and if I feel like it did anything, and we will put that back on the channel later. Guys, your support is so important to Supercar Street Racing. What does that mean? It means you need to click the like and subscribe button, the little bell icon, so that you get notified when we have new videos out. Support us by buying through our affiliate links. Let us know what you think in the comments section, and we appreciate you guys so much. We wouldn't be here without you. We're doing this without making money, and we just appreciate you so much, and we'll see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. And we just want to kind of explain about how this house is actually going to be paid for in the next 2 weeks. I am super hyped about being able to do this. I've worked really hard for this for the last few years. Alright guys, welcome to the home tour. I'm starting you guys out at the front door, and as I give the tour, I'll give you any highlights of what I think is important as far as technology or upgrades to the house. Now here out front, we do have the Wisecam stuff, but I also upgraded this light to a new light with LED bulbs in it for the front porch, and then of course we've got the Eufy Smart Touch Wi-Fi lock here that you just use your finger to come in. And now coming into the front of the house, you can see the living room and some of the highlights of what I personally did to the house. As we go, I will share with you. And this shiplap type board and batten, I forgot what it's called, is actually created by me. I did this on my table saw where I cut all these pieces individually and then painted the wall white, and now it is what you see now. And also added these coat hooks to hang umbrellas and coats on, and that's what was done to the entryway here, the foyer, plus this nautical light right there. And of course we have guitars on the wall for a touch of entertainment looking things. This is the rest of my living room, and as far as the house goes, this was probably the least amount of work done to every room, although I won't say it was no work. It was actually a lot of work, but the least amount. To highlight some of the things that have happened in here, the floors were all carpet there. They were replaced with hardwood throughout the house. This is engineered distressed hand scraped hardwood. These floors were replaced. They were slick white tile. Now they are like a stone tile we got from Lowe's. Same thing happened in the kitchen and in the bathroom in there. They were all white tile. And so all that got replaced at the same time. What else was done in here? Well, when we first bought the house, the whole entire house had popcorn ceilings and it had carpet. So we took that opportunity, instead of having to clean up the whole house after they scraped the popcorn, we let them scrape the popcorn into the carpet, and actually they removed all the carpet with all the popcorn residue in it for us, and it saved us some time, at which point we then had the floors installed. Now, of course, this whole room has been painted multiple times. It does have some issues with drywall cracking, so I have to get that looked at some point. I've got a crack there and a crack right there, which I've never gotten correctly fixed, because every time I get an estimate, someone wants like $500, and I think that's insane. As far as the rest of the upgrades in this room goes, or what has been changed or improved, well, this house had 0 recessed lighting when we bought it. Not one single recessed light, except maybe this one in the hallway. So I added all these recessed lights. They are dimmable LED lights, and they are connected to this dimmable Lutron dimmer here, which is a smart dimmer. I don't buy these anymore because they're not necessary. I do have a Lutron hub over there where all the equipment is for IT. You can see here we also have some nice IKEA decorations here, framed art, which there used to be guitars there. I pulled a lot of the guitars down because it was overkill. We have a wise cam up in the corner there pointing at the front door with an alert if someone comes in the front door. We have an upgraded ceiling fan, of course, but that fan has been here since we bought the house. It's approaching 10 years old now, so it's time to get that replaced soon as the blades start sagging on these after a while. I just repainted this entire ceiling ultra white with the Lowe's ultra white flat paint. It took me all day to do this, and I did 3 or 4 coats on it. It's not easy when you have to get up on the ceiling. We also have in-home audio up here on these 2 speakers. Eventually, it might be nice to have 5.1 audio and a projector in here, but for now, I don't really watch TV in this room much, so we do have a Fire Stick up there, and we're looking at security cameras right now. So we have 2 8-inch in-ceiling connected to the whole home audio system. Nice IKEA mirror over there. Couches I got off of Craigslist for a while now. I got them right when I moved back to Jacksonville. And we have a nice rug that Susie gave me, which she upgraded there, and also that one she gave me. Taking a look at the fireplace. This fireplace was reconditioned by me. Basically, I painted it with stone look-alike paint is all I did. Wasn't much to do there. And I painted all of the fireplace gear with the oil rub bronze. And that is all that was done there. And you can see here on the slider here going out to the sunroom, we have installed curtains there. There was nothing there for a while. The curtains actually was a good touch for the room. They're not blackout curtains, but they are black curtains. Stepping back this way, looking back towards, we have our dining room, which is hand painted with stencils by my ex-wife, Jenna. And I just replaced the light that was over that with a gift from Susie from her house, and it is this nice white fixture with the Govee LED light bulb inside of it. And here we have a IKEA table and chairs, which is not sold anymore by IKEA, so I picked that up on Craigslist as well. We have an IKEA lamp, which I converted over to a RGB LED lamp. And yes, all this is hand painted stencil. If you get up close, you can see all of it's stencil. So that will need several coats or wallpaper to cover up due to the thickness of the paint there. And that is a good look at the living room in Supercar Street Racing. One thing I forgot, we do have a sub. We got the Pile subwoofer there. Is it Pile or Polk? I always forget. Polk. Yeah, Polk. I always call them Pile, but that's an insult. So we have our regular television here. We have underneath there our network equipment. We've got a switch. We've got a hub for the lighting. And behind there, I don't even want to show it because the wiring's so bad, we have our Netgear Nighthawk cable modem, which is providing internet to the entire house. And that's all for the living room. We're going to move on now to the Supercar Street Racing sunroom here, which is absolutely beautiful. And this was one of the reasons that we initially purchased the house. Although we don't have any documentation or pictures left over from that, this room was carpeted with like industrial type carpeting, and it had a drop ceiling. This room was one of the biggest improvements that we made in the house, and what we did in here, we also had these vertical blinds all the way around the room, and Jenna convinced me to remove those. I didn't want to because I wanted the darkness in here, but she did convince me to remove those, and we put up these sheer curtains, and it did come out very awesome. Moving down to the floor, this is tile. It is great because it is good for an entryway from anywhere that gets wet, because all you have to do is just mop this and it comes out awesome. And it looks exactly like wood. So we did the entire floor, we ripped up the carpeting and did the floor in this tile, and it came out really nice. The room does have an air conditioner there. When we bought the house, it had a heater / air conditioner. Instead of that, we just used a little space heater, and it still has this little AC. The goal one day is to get a split system installed in here. I don't know when that will happen, but that will happen one day. We do need to replace this futon. It is getting old. We've got this nice chair, super expensive leather chair in here. And we used to have a cat, so we have a cat door there, but we are not using it anymore, and it is sealed up and hidden by those outdoor boxes. We also have some RGB LED lamps. Alexa, turn on the sunroom lamps.
Sunroom doesn't support that.
Oh, I'm sure it does. I've been having these issues lately with these lamps not responding, but we will get into that later. But these are RGB LED bulbs. I think that one actually is unplugged. Yeah, so there, that one is unplugged right now. I just need to get a splitter for the power here. So the rest of this room, this shelf is handmade by myself and my ex-wife. We literally threw the shelf together and fastened it to the wall to have something on this side. We have a TV here with a Y security camera on top. This TV has a Fire Stick on it, and we have my Crosswalk Proform that I am on every morning at 5 a.m. and the shelf that I suction to the window to hold everything keeps falling off, so I'm still working on getting that. But this is what it looks like from this side going into the living room. And then we have a fan up here that actually needs to be replaced at some point. It doesn't go on high anymore, and I don't know if it's the wireless remote or the actual fan that is dying, but I want to get another nice fan for this area. And an artificial plant over here with old standard LED bulbs in it. And the view outside from the Supercar Street Racing sunroom. Let's talk about the Supercar Street Racing sunroom just a little bit more, because I neglected the ceiling, which was a huge part of this renovation. So what I did was I ripped the entire ceiling out, and the whole entire up part of the ceiling is now insulated in there. And also I added whole home audio speakers and recessed LED lighting. And you can see we added this nice blue color to simulate that of the sky, and that is the Supercar Street Racing sunroom ceiling all redone. We are in the hallway now at the Supercar Street Racing headquarters, and the important part about this hallway, there are two things we need to talk about, and one is the audio closet. So this closet has power run to it, and this is where the audio system for the house is, and it feeds the whole house with this dot right here. We also have the subharmonic synthesizer, the ultra bass, and this is the amplifier for the whole house. There is the switch box for every room, and that monitor is just connected to this receiver, so you can look at the menu if you need to. So that is the whole home audio. There is a subwoofer in here as well, but it has taken a death blow and it is gone. The other important thing about this hallway, and I'll show you the smart light. Computer, turn off the audio closet light. There goes that. So the other thing in this hallway is we do have smart lighting here up there on this recessed lighting, and we have this beautiful Venstar thermostat, which is a smart thermostat for the house. And that wraps up this part of the tour. This is the guest bathroom. It's kind of difficult to shoot. I'm on the widest angle I have. This entire bathroom was redone. You can see the floors have been redone. with stone look like tile. The walls have all been redone, and I did create this board and batten type look on the walls here, on both sides, all the way around. I also removed the medicine cabinet and did my own treatment here, and that's how it came out. And I added a nice light to the inside that is tied into the regular lighting here. And I have not moved this permanently in here yet because we are going to be doing a smart mirror here and getting rid of this, a large mirror, and we're going to move that into the wall somehow. We also did the lighting in here. We did recess lighting there and over the shower. And this entire shower has been redone. So it was resprayed and made to look white because it was brown originally. And I did the new stainless look, not stainless, but like silver fixtures here not too long ago. So that is really a rundown of the Supercar Street Racing guest bathroom. And it's not huge, but it's plenty. All that was brand new. I did new vanity, new faucet just recently, and a new toilet when I did this room. Welcome to the Supercar Street Racing master bedroom. This is the master because the office is in use for work and studio until I build a new studio. So this is the master bedroom. This at one time was an office until my ex-wife grew out of the office and moved into the big room where I have my office now. And in here we have IKEA furnishings along with some nice Govee LED lamps. We have our Show 8. These lamps are wireless charging and they have wire charging. They are fitted with the Govee LED lights, which are set on immersive sound. Well, they should be set on immersive sound. They're actually, that part's not enabled right now, but they will follow the video on the TV as long as that is turned on. Let me get that switched on. All right, we have the immersive video on now, which we will show you here momentarily after we give a tour. So for the bedroom, like I said, we have the two IKEA side tables. We have the immersive lighting technology here from Govee, which is that camera up there is part of it. And we have some nice 8K video showing, which only 4K will show on this TV. And we have the Pioneer VSX 1021 doing 5.1 sound. And you will have to go back and refer to my project videos for this, but we have surround sound in here with the center channel there, left, right there, left, right, rear there. We don't use that rear center for anything doing surround sound. We have a couple of guitars on the wall there, and we have our second Polk audio subwoofer down there, which sounds awesome in here. Now what we'll do is lower the lighting, and you can see now how this immersive lighting works when I shut the blinds and close the blackout curtains, and we will go shut the door. But as you can see, it's already immersive in here. And if you follow the television, when this changes, it's actually not as blue as it's coming out on camera, but as the TV shifts colors, so do the lamps and the TV LEDs behind the TV. That is a 4K Omni 65-inch Amazon, and there will be links to this project video in the description. That is just an LED, sorry, not an LED, that is just a IKEA dresser is all that is. And I did everything nice up into the walls behind the TV here. It all ties up into the walls, and all the speakers are run through the back, down through the wall, up to the attic. And that is a tour of the Supercar Street Racing bedroom. I didn't really show the closet. It is just storage now, and it does not have a curtain rod in it, but this is where I store all my electronic boxes and guitars and things like that. It is nothing exciting except for the fact that all the closet doors Most of the closet doors in this house have been removed in favor of curtains because they look better, and that is what that came out like. We're back in the hallway here, and you can see the entrance to the house right there. Guest bathroom is on my left here, but we are going to be entering the 4K theater in the house, and as you can see here, the doors have been removed. We have a double set of curtains. I did this when I remodeled my home theater. All that stuff is on video and available on my channel. It's very interesting. I remodeled the whole home theater system and made it 4K from the original 1080p. Let's turn this light off and enter the Supercar Street Racing home theater. So here is the home theater room. I do have the lights on just for this tour, just so we can get a quick tour of it. And we have a futon here, and we have home theater seating here. We have Govee, not immersive, but just Govee LED light strips around the corner of the room, just for a little ambient light, because it is very dark in here, and that was the whole point. I do have the blinds open right now. They're not usually open, and in a minute we will turn off the light so you can see the actual performance of this Nebula Cosmos Max 4K LED projector. So there is it. I believe it's a laser projector. So there is the projector on a shelf with all the wiring run up through the walls. It comes back down and hits the receiver there, where we have our Pioneer receiver and 2 JBL studio monitors for our front speakers. Our center channel is an Advent. Eventually I would like to do in ceiling for these, but for now this serves the purpose just fine. We have our subharmonic synthesizer, our Advent center channel, and we have storage and some place to put everything on, and all the wiring goes up through the walls. Of course, we have our spaceman on each speaker. And stepping back from this side, we have in-ceiling speakers in the back. They are 6-inch, 6.5-inch in-ceiling speakers for surround. They are black. I painted them black. The air vent is painted black. The ceiling fan is black, and it is a low-profile ceiling fan, and we have some guitars and artwork from my favorite shows on the wall, and we have some tambourines and some maracas for those who don't play stringed instruments. We have some lamps here with regular white lights. Some important things over here. We have this Show 5 in black, and we have black switches here and black, all black receptacles. And here is a closer look at the Cosmos Max projector. You can see on the bottom it has the star field. This is an absolutely awesome projector, and up above it the wiring runs straight into the ceiling. And a look at the artwork here. All my favorite shows. We got some, and favorite sports. We got some boxing, we got some Aqua Teen, we got some Star Wars, and we got some Jake and Finn. And now let's turn the lights off. And that is, I don't want to turn the music on because it might be copyright, but that is 4K HDR video on the Nebula Cosmos Max. And if you could hear it, it would be digital surround sound. And the blinds are still open. That just goes to show you the performance of this. But we can easily close our blackout curtains here, and that is what you're looking at. This is a 120-inch screen on the Nebula Cosmos Max, and this is the view from sitting down in the chair. Both of these recline. It's an awesome experience. I absolutely love my home theater room. I love the remodel. I painted the whole thing this dark green, and it's absolutely awesome in here. This is one of my favorite rooms. I hope you guys like this. Moving in from the living room, so that way would be outside in the back. This way is outside in the front. We can take a look at the Supercar Street Racing kitchen. This kitchen was all remodeled when we bought the house. It was a pink color with soffits up here with fluorescent lighting there and all the way over there. So what was done in this area? So first thing was the floors were all this slick white tile. My neighbor actually still has it in his house. The walls were pink. This entire area did not exist.
There was a small cabinet that did this, countertop actually, went straight over that way, a little wedge. This was all open. So we made the decision to have these shelves built and this shelf unit built by a carpenter, and we made it so that it can support a wine fridge. This gave us so much extra space, and you can see how well that came out. Formica countertops were all removed in favor of this nice granite. The backsplash was all removed, and this is translucent glass tile on the backsplash. And I did all of the LED lighting underneath the countertops. There was no under counter lighting here, and it also extends behind the refrigerator and puts a nice glow on the refrigerator. The pantry was completely redone with a shelving unit up top, and I did recessed lighting there, and I did all this recessed lighting in the kitchen. It did not exist, and I redid this hanging light here. All of this fluorescent soffit stuff was filled in with drywall, and then the much nicer LED lights, updated technology installed. All of it is smart home with the Lutron. This is just for the dining room, or the little breakfast nook. We don't have to have a smart light on that. It does have LED. Every bulb in this house is LED. Moving to the appliances, they are all LG smart appliances. They are all connected to Wi-Fi. And you can see the Wi-Fi indicator there, and they are very, very nice but expensive appliances. Same with the dishwasher. It has the top controls. It is Wi-Fi enabled. At that time we got the countertops done, we got the new sink and new, of course, new faucets and everything. We have a Fire Stick here, which has switched off, that we can do anything we want. It feeds the whole home audio system if we want to do that. We have the stove, which is smart enabled with Wi-Fi, so you can remote start it. And we have this beautiful LG microwave. We got our Show 10 there as well, and a nice little air fryer. Out front there you can see the view of the neighborhood, and we just have a little breakfast nook with an IKEA table and some chairs I ordered online. So stepping back to the corner where we can get a better view of the kitchen, here is the full kitchen view, and looking up into the ceiling, we have whole home audio installed into the kitchen. And that is going to wrap up the kitchen tour. Guys, today we're going to take a look at what is under these aero covers on the brand new 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. We're going to do that right here and right now on Supercar Street Racing. Stick around. Alright guys, this is my 2023 Model S Plaid, and we are going to be taking a look at what is underneath the wheel covers, but not before we clean it, and then we will pull these right off and see what is underneath. And here is the Model S Plaid aero cover, sitting here so beautiful. Under this cover.
Oh, so much better. So much better. Just needs hubcaps. That's all it needs, and I wonder if these will fit it. Don't think they will. Guys, that is such an improvement. My hands got dirty. Let's get the rest of this clean. Guys, here is the Tempest wheel from Tesla. Right underneath this cover here. And what we are going to do now, right here, is clean this wheel. right, so we have successfully uncovered the mystery of what is behind the aero covers on a 2023 Model S Plaid. I just ordered the wheel cap cover kit from Amazon. I will put that up on the screen right now and link it in the description. And here is a look at the car without the aero covers, and it is a humongous improvement over stock with the aero covers. Of course, it looks way better. So I encourage you, if you're not doing long distance on the highway, to take off your aero covers. If you're going on a trip, you can throw them back on. They do nothing in the city. They don't help you in the city that much. I would say negative 20% or more. But, and I'm making a joke. But yeah, the car looks awesome. I am going to get a picture of this and tease it in the thumbnail. And man, I'm hyped for some better wheels for this car. And that is coming in about 2 months after the car gets the special treatment from All Set Auto. And that wheel that we are getting is a surprise, and it is going to take a while to get. So this is how the car looks now. I'm going to step back and give you guys a view. It's too bad they're not black, but they are gunmetal, like a dark gunmetal. They look great. They will look even better with the center cap kit that I just ordered. And I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and we will see you for the next thing with this amazing 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid on Supercar Street Racing. This is how much rain we got. Check out the pool. It's like to the very top. I've never seen it like that. So I just turned on the drain, and it does drain back into the pond over here. Crazy. I woke up to this. Today we are starting on the garage door project, and the first step of this is we have to have power run over to the new garage door opener area before Monday. So we're going to go ahead and do that now on Supercar Street Racing. And here's the parts we're going to use. All we're basically going to do today is start off by prepping these parts. We are back in the SCSR kitchen now with the receptacle for the new jack shaft garage door opener. Now, as you can see, yesterday we did get the receptacle and the cover plate painted black. It does have a little tiny little white spot, no big deal. You won't be able to see that. But these are going up on the ceiling where we cut the hole yesterday and got super lucky, and we're like a billionth of a millimeter from the joist up in the ceiling. So first things first, all we have to do right here and right now is to get this pre-wired. And so to do that, we're going to go ahead and open up the back of the receptacle, whatever this is called, the wall box. And this is a type that screws in from like that, and then the tab goes around and holds it to the drywall. It's for just cutting a hole in the drywall. And now we just simply feed our brand new Romex wire. We got 25 feet of 14/2, which is 14 gauge Romex. We feed it right through the box like that, and the rest of which will go in the ceiling before we seal the hole up with the receptacle box. But first, we need to pre-wire this receptacle. Remember, when you do these receptacles, the white wire, the neutral wire, always goes to the left. You see the larger of the two slots on this receptacle, the neutral wire goes to the left when you're facing the receptacle. And now we need a razor knife, which I will go get. Take this Romex wire and strip off enough. Strip off the Romex, strip the paper off the ground. Ground wire is the bare copper wire. Take your scissors. Now let's see if our wire strippers still work. These have been giving me fits lately, probably because I don't know how to operate them. Okay, we got our wire strip back, and we are going to use the back, the quick connector, where you just push through the back of the receptacle. And don't forget, white goes to the left, so white would be this side. So you either use the top or the bottom. You don't use one of each. So the top, left side here, you just push the wire in and it locks in place. Same with the black wire, push the wire in and it'll lock, supposedly. Oh, wrong hole. That's what she said.
That's what she said.
All right, that is in there. And it doesn't look like I stripped back the ground enough, but we'll make it work. Now remember, when you are doing your ground, any screw actually, when you make your loop, if you're gonna do the screw, your loop always goes in the direction to tighten the screw. You put the loop in like this, the direction of the tighten. Does that make sense? All right, we have successfully finished the first part of getting our new garage door and garage door opener installed. This is the new Chamberlain RJ101, I believe is the model number, jack shaft opener. Hopefully it's better than this piece of junk up here, which every day or two disconnects from Wi-Fi, and it's almost impossible to get it reconnected. It is the biggest hunk. It will not go into Wi-Fi setup mode no matter what. I have to play with it for 10 or 15 minutes to get it to reconnect to Wi-Fi. And then over here, we did install this electrical outlet and tested it, and it does work. That will be for the opener that will go right here on the wall, and they will just run the plug directly up to the ceiling right there. The garage door will be here on Monday. It is an Amar Vista garage door to replace this. It has frosted glass, and then they will also install the opener for me. And all this up here will go away. All right, welcome back to the channel. We are currently out here in the garage waiting for the garage door to be delivered, and they said they are about 10 or 15 minutes away. So we are just gonna set up the camera and put video up of them installing the garage door and this jack shaft opener here. So let's do this. All right, guys, we're back in the Supercar Street Racing garage, and you can see right here and right now, the garage door company just left and installed the Amar Vista garage door into the garage and the jack shaft opener. And you can see that up here, it eliminated all of this track. And all we have to do now is just shorten this cord for my extension right here and paint that ceiling black. And then over here on the side, you can see they did install the jack shaft opener where I put the power, and you can see it right there, and it looks so good. And you can see it right there. It looks so different, and it is a Chamberlain jack shaft opener. I had no problems with it like I've had with this garage door opener up above. It joined straight to Wi-Fi and was fine. I just have to tie up the wiring right there. And if you see right here and right now, This garage door looks awesome. Let's take it outside now where we can see the outside. All right, we are outside Supercar Street Racing compound, and you can see the AMAR Vista garage door installed from the outside with the frosted glass. And of course you cannot see through this, but it is letting some light through, and you can see the hexagon lights here looking so fly and so fresh. And the sprinklers are going off, and I did tie the sprinklers into the city water so that it would not ruin my pavers with the rust. But stepping back, the house looks absolutely cool now with the new driveway and the new AMAR garage door with frosted glass. It's a Vista. I'll put a link in the description to this right now, but I'll step back here now. That is how the house looks from the street now. And you can see all of the fun things that we have done, wrapping up to be a pretty cool looking place. And walking back up right here and right now, we did the mailbox, the tree delete, new sod, tied the sprinklers in, redid all the sprinklers for the new setup. And now all we have to do is finish our gardens, edging, and same thing over here. Gonna re-edge this. And that should do it. And oh, also the new lounge area right here looking fly as heck. Guys, I just wanted to make one final video here of the outside of the house. And you can see right here that we have the house lights set on light blue. And we have the garage lights set on red, and this is what it looks like from the street. And we can change the internal colors of the garage as well, but this is what it looks like from the street the way it is right now. It looks insane and just a crazy cool looking exterior now. A million times improvement over what it was before. And I hope that you guys like this video, and if you're interested in any of this stuff, drop me a comment or an email, supercarstreetracing@gmail.com, and I can talk to you guys about how I did it. One more video here of the light blue, and this looks insane. Level 1000, guys. I love it. This thing does 8K video. Whoa. What?
Oh, so where you scrolling out of the attic? I thought we was going in there.
Got him! Got him! Oh! Whoa! Whoa!
Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and this is part 5 of me reacting to my 15-year-old racing videos on the Supercar Street Racing channel. I'm so glad you joined me today, and I can't wait to check out the last videos that I have of me racing on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, welcome back. This is part 5 of Supercar Street Racing reacting to his own videos on YouTube from over 15 years ago. And today we have the last installment. This is all I have left. There may be some videos out there somewhere, but a lot of the sites that had my videos hosted are no longer available. So let's start taking a look at these now. This first one says, Single turbo 750 horsepower Supra versus the slowest Mustang in the world. So I don't know what this is. I do not remember this at all. Let's see what it says. No audio here. Oh, the music had to be replaced. And so yeah, you can see there that it was a Celine Mustang. It was a Celine Mustang and it was incredibly slow. I know it's hard to even tell with this old video. This camera was absolutely terrible. I don't know why I never bought a real camera. I let him get the hit this time. And of course just walked him. Alright, so this is very interesting. So this is the only video in existence that I know of my M3 Turbo, my E36 M3 Turbo, which was totaled in an accident. A lady hit me and absolutely destroyed it. And so there are videos out there somewhere of me running high speed in it. I don't know where those are. Like I said, one of them used to be on Speedo Pics, and I think that site is long gone now. I think I looked for it, but this is my Turbo M3 from back in the day, leaving an event. It's really short, I know that. Let's see, and quality's terrible. And I got sideways there. Let's take a look again. Nice wheels, huh? These were Denon wheels or Dynon or whatever you want to call them. I don't care what you call it, but I think it's Dynon. I don't know. So that was my E36 M3 Turbo from back in the day. This is an old video. Let's go ahead and like it. And this one is from this event called, it was some kind of toy thing where you would go to a car show and you brought a toy to enter. So on the way there, obviously we must have had a little bit of fun, but I don't remember anything about this. Let's see. Okay, so let's pause it right there. So this was actually called Motor for Toys. That's a Ferrari F40, I think, right there. I actually raced one of those on video one time. I don't know what happened to the video, but yeah, third annual Motor for Toys. You bring a toy, 2006, so almost 2007, and you are able to enter, and it was in Agora, Westlake Village, which is north of Los Angeles. Let's see what this is. We decided it was street racing for toys. Okay, so this is my buddy's brother, and he had a fake M3 CSL, so it's not a real M3 CSL. It had M3 CSL parts on it, so it says M3 CSL. It's really not. Let's go back. You can hear his exhaust. Obviously not even a competition there. Pretty crowded streets, you know. I was kind of an idiot back then. That's 101 north, headed towards Westlake Village. It's another Supra. Pretty quick. I was worried about my face being shown for whatever reason. Stock fuel systems, single turbo, my buddy. And he beat me. Because the car had no traction, so he beat me. This car was quick. Really close race there. Here's the M3 CSL again. Oh, from another camera view. Me with no traction. This is a good video, man. I forgot all about this one. And here's the view from the other car looking at me. And then I just waved goodbye like an idiot. As I spun. And I don't know what this is. It says Super Racing in Los Angeles like effing idiots. Let's see. Okay, this is my buddy Dan's car, which had gears. So he had a different rear end, so he had some good acceleration compared to me. And of course it had this stuff in front because I thought that was cool. This is a cool car, actually. So this is my buddy Dan, and he is in my other video with the R6.
I hate this. It is revolting. More?
I remember this.
Please.
Alright, so there's me. I'm in the... That's me in my Supra. Great race. I had no problems beating him at that time. I think he was on stock fuel, maybe. But I had, you know, aftermarket ECU, fuel system, single turbo, all that. And then we had some traffic. I think we had to slow down there. Great video. Probably one of my better shot ones, which shows a lot.
Judging by the pollution content of the atmosphere, I believe we have arrived at the latter half of the 20th century.
Yeah, so that was pretty cool. This one is insane. So I was actually supposed to race a Veyron, I think, this night. Something insane. And the guy didn't show up. I remember this. And the music had to be substituted, I think, as well. I don't think there's audio on this, but let me get to the actual video. So I'm going to turn this down in case this is copyright, but that was a ProCharge Z06 sitting in the parking lot. 600 and something real world horsepower. I know it's hard to see. That's my buddies that made 621. Supra. Hot girl. I don't know. Pretty childish, but she was hot though. So there's a Venom Viper pulling up that wanted to run me, which was absolutely ridiculous as far as his ability to actually race was. I remember I got so mad at this guy because he would never go on the honks, and he would be like, oh, I tried to go, I missed shift. I mean, there were so many excuses. It was a sick car, but like the guy just kept on messing around, and I could tell he wasn't trying to race at all. That was a dog in a black Supra, I think. I don't know. So this is my buddy Dan against the ProCharge Z06. Looks like Dan won that race, though. There's no audio here. It was all copyrighted. Maybe it still is. I'm going to turn that down. So here we go. Here's a race between the Vet and my buddy Supra. And I think that I tried to stick with them. Yeah, Dan beat him on that one. They didn't go very far. They hit traffic, it looks like. Now here's me versus the Vet versus Dan. And I spun most of the time. It looks like Dan... Oh, okay. I think they let off right there. Oh, okay, no, they didn't. I actually kept the race going and won. Yeah, this dude was like... He said he would never get beat by a Supra on the freeway. And he kept saying... This is now I remember. He kept saying... he misshifted and things like that, and he never came back to the meet after I beat him like 3 or 4 times. And it's a 745 Li versus the vet and me. Of course, the 745 has no chance. I just went when I heard them race, so I don't know what happened. But obviously I walked on the vet. Pretty interesting video back in the day. And then I don't know what this is. Oh, Dan, Brad, me and my buddy Dan, who was in the last video that we watched racing. Okay, so he has made 600 and something to the wheels, and he has gears. His top end's not going to be as good, but his acceleration was great. But I did pull on him right here. I was up in the 800s, I think. So this looks like we ran again. I wish there was audio on this, but there just isn't. Dan was a cool guy, man. He helped me out a lot with Supras, and really nice car. And absolutely terrible camera work here. These videos are so bad compared to what we have now. And I think this is just me playing around on the freeway, looks like. Yeah. There's no audio on this. It's just me kind of ripping. It looks like the speedometer is buried down there. Wow. Okay. And that is the end of the video and the end of the series of me reacting to my 15-year-old racing videos. And I think we went enough time. We did get past that 10-minute mark. So guys, thank you so much for watching. Please like and subscribe and buy through my Amazon links. It helps me greatly. Even if you're not buying something that's in my link, please click through one of my links in any video and purchase things. It helps me out, and I can give you guys better content. And thanks for watching Supercar Street Racing.
So slow.
Alright guys, we are at a point now where we are ready to connect the battery to the solenoid and the controller. B plus goes here to this cable right here, which goes to this side of the solenoid, which goes to B plus on the controller, and then B minus goes to the battery. And we are ready to make this connection. I just need to tighten the top of this solenoid up a little bit and then go ahead and make that connection. All right, we have power to our battery and our display is on. Green light's on, the eco battery. Should be able to access the controller now. All right, we see our controller, our battery is at 13% there on our meter. It's interesting because no power lit up on the USB charger up there, which gets 48 volts. Wonder why that is. Not sure. Okay, now that we have onboard charging, all we do is plug in a regular extension cord to the charging port right here. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. All right, we plugged in our onboard charger and we see that we have charging going on now. And there should be a charge light somewhere on there. I don't see. Oh, there it is. There is a charge light somewhere. I'm going to go look for it over here. All right, we're back out here We have been troubleshooting the controller. We both have COVID, and so it's okay, we can hang out. But no, we've been troubleshooting. We had a couple wires reversed. We think we got it, and we're ready to start putting the controller back in the cart. And we did test that the motor actually works, and we're ready to go. So we're just buttoning some things up now, and it's going to be insane.
All right, here we go, everyone. Maiden voyage on the 70 volt upgrade. I think this is going to be a little ridiculous. What do you think, Brad?
I think this is, from what we just saw, this is literally insane.
All right.
Check motor temperature. What? Oh, wait, it's on demo. It's on demo.
Yeah.
How do I? Communications. Okay. So we got to connect to the controller. All right, we're connected. Waiting for forward and reverse switch. We're on. All right,
it's a good sign. It's moving.
All right, that's full throttle.
No, it ain't.
Just kidding.
It can't be, not for what I did earlier.
Got him. Oh, my lights don't work!
Here, I got you.
Okay. Right,
just slowly ease into it.
It's so slow. Full throttle. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing for another video, and today we have a very special sponsor with us. Rove was kind enough to send us one of their 4K, dual channel 4K dash cams for the Tesla Model S Plaid. Now I thought this would be perfect for the car because I need a dash cam in that car. You cannot access the footage inside of the car unless you have an incident. So this will really help out with that goal. Now this dash cam is awesome. It has GPS, it records in 2160p, it has a 2.4 inch IPS screen on it, it has a 150-degree wide angle lens, and it also has night vision, which is important if you're going to be driving a lot at night. These guys have 37,400 reviews on Amazon, so you know they've sold quite a few of those. I am super hyped to get into this gift box. They sent us a bunch of stuff for the 4K dual channel dash cam. This thing also supports over-the-air firmware updates, built-in 5G Wi-Fi up to 20 megs per second download speed. It can geotag you with its built-in GPS, and it does support up to a 1 terabyte micro SD card. I think that we have an SD card included with this. When we dig in, we're gonna find out. And I just looked at the box. It does come with a 128 gig Rove SD card. It says it right on the front right here. This guy has an app for both iOS and Android, and we will look into that as well today when we dig into this. Right now on Amazon, this is a $99 purchase. It is 17% off right now. It might be different by the time you guys get this video, but for right now, you can pick up the Rove for 99 bucks on Amazon. Now, Rove was also kind enough to send in their big gift box this 3-lead hardwire kit. This allows you to hardwire your cam into your car permanently without having to use a USB-C port or any other type of wiring. Now, I don't know if we're gonna actually use that in the Tesla because of the high voltage system and getting 12 volts, but we're gonna look into that. And then there's another thing in the gift box, the Rove Ultimate CPL. This guy right here has a circular polarizer and a microfiber cleaning cloth for your Rove. We got 3 awesome products right here from Rove today to take a look at. So let's go ahead and get these 3 guys unboxed right now. What's up, guys? Welcome back to our other channel sponsor today. PureOx was so kind to go ahead and forward us some of their mushroom gummies. You can see them right here. They are 20-in-1 complex mushroom gummies. Now, these guys are so awesome. They help your brain, your focus, and your immune system when you take these. These guys have a powerful blend, a great taste. I let my neighbors try them. They said they taste just like chocolate, and I agree. Very good taste. I'm gonna go ahead and take one right now. So yummy. Literally tastes like chocolate. Now, these PureOx mushroom gummies have cordyceps, lion's mane, reishi, maitake, and shiitake, all in a 20-in-1 powerful blend. These guys help you get through the day, and they help you keep focus. They help keep your immunity high, and they help keep your brain at tip-top levels. I'm gonna continue to take some of these mushroom gummies every day and let you guys know in about 3 or 4 weeks if I feel a difference after taking them. But these are rated very highly online. I will have a link in the description to the PureOx mushroom gummies. And if you go to their store, you'll find a lot of other cool supplements you can take as well. If you don't want these, please buy something else from PureOx. Get your mushroom PureOx gummies right off of the Levanta.io link that I'm going to provide for you in the description, and let them know that Supercar Street Racing sent you and that you support us. Let's get back to the video. All right, guys, we're back in the SCSR living room now with the Rove dash cam. And the first thing we want to unbox is the main product. This is a Rove R2 4K dual channel dash cam we're going to get into right now. And on the front of the box, you can see here, it just gives you all the features: 4K 2160, Sony Starvis image sensor, over-the-air updates, built-in 5G Wi-Fi up to 20 megabits per second, a 3-inch display, built-in GPS, and it does support up to a 1 terabyte micro SD card. It comes with a 128 gig SD card. You may want to upgrade that if you want to be able to store more data. There's also something on the front here with a QR code that says if you want to meet other Rove dash cam users, you can go ahead and scan that and meet up with other users. Now on the back, it does tell you all of the box contents, and we're going to dig into this and see exactly what it is inside of this box. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at this guy on the side. Now on the side of the box, it just kind of tells you the same features here, kind of that it does up to 2160p recording. It has HDR. It does have a screensaver, supports up to a 1 terabyte micro SD card. It does have motion detection also, so that's cool. And it does use H.265 and H.264 codecs. H.265 is the newest and most efficient codec. It does support that. Let's go ahead and use the patented SCSR Smith & Wesson knife to get this Rove completely unboxed. All right, we got the plastic off of the Rove. Let's go ahead and open it up. And right at the top of the Rove, you do see a SD card here, a 128 gig SD card with a micro SD card adapter sitting right on the top, looking so fly. All right, guys, we got the Rove 4K dual channel dash cam right in front of us. We're gonna go ahead and take a look at what's included inside the box now. Now, the first thing we see on top of the box in the Rove 4K dual channel dash cam is this nice SD card. It is a 128 gig SD card with a SD card adapter in case you have a slot in your laptop for running an SD card. And right inside of that, there is a nice thick user manual to describe to you how to use the Rove R2 4K dual channel 4K dash cam. Pretty thick. Looks like it might contain a bunch of good information there. We'll take a look at that later. So this warning here on this card does show you that it wants you to use Rove only SD cards. If you get an SD card error, they want you to choose a class 10 U3 speed. Now they want you to use a Rove SD card, but I will challenge you that Rove SD cards are probably the same thing as other SD cards, so that is your call. I'm not going to say that until we try other SD cards. They want feedback as well. Once you purchase this, they want you to go ahead and go into feedback and leave them some good feedback. They're also giving away $500 gift cards for big captured moments. So if you have done something on your Rove camera that you think is worthy, you can go ahead and apply for a $500 gift card. There is a little warning sticker here that says smile. You are on a Rove dash cam, so if you want to put that on your car, you're welcome to go ahead and do so. I'm not going to, but they do give you that capability to do that. And now inside the box, everything is labeled very nicely. This side says it is a USB Type-C power cable. Now it does have a rear camera cable for the rear. This is a dual 4K recorder, so it has a rear camera as well. You can see right there on the front, there is the second camera. They give you some nice spare stickers there also. They give you a 1 meter USB data cable as well. They give you cable clips. A wire trim tool, and some wet cleaning pads to make sure things stick properly. Let's go ahead and see what is on the left side of this. All right, let's get the left side of this unboxed now and see what's in this box that we already read here. All right, we got the first box out right now. And the first thing inside this box is some 3M sticky pads and also some cable sticky pads. Very useful for installation. We do have a little trim tool here. These are cool. I have a whole different set of these that I bought myself. We have a super long cable here, assuming this is USB-C. It is. This might be what gets to the rear of the car, so we will check that out as well. We've got some sort of a 90-degree USB-C to USB-A. We have a USB-A to USB-C, and we have another USB-A to USB-C, which is a little bit longer. We'll have to get in there and see what those are for. Now we got a second box sitting here that was on the other side, and this thing says it does have a rear view camera in it, a fast charger, and it looks like a cigarette lighter type charger, a suction mount, and a sticky mount. Let's get this guy open right here and see what is actually inside it. All right, right here in front of me, we do have some sort of a sticky mount. It looks like you have a 3M pad on the bottom of it, and this probably just does stick to the dash if you want to do it that way. That's not going to happen in my car. This is a USB Type A cigarette adapter right here. I already know without opening it, that's what that is. Now right here, we do have a suction mount adapter for the dash cam. And then one final thing in this box. All right, now we do have the rear view camera was just pulled out. So here is the rear view camera, pretty cool. All right, we did get the rear view camera out of the box. It is that small. That's all it is to it for the 4K dual rear view camera. Let's put that in the box too. And all that's left to take a look at now is the actual Rove R2 4K dual camera sitting right here in front of me. Let's go ahead and get that out of the box now. All right, you can see how good they packaged the R2 4K camera here. Let's go ahead and unbox that real quick and take a look at it. We got it out of the box now. It is pretty cool looking. Check it out, guys. The Rove GPS 4K camera, looking so fresh and fly. It has a protective film on the back. It wants you to go ahead and read all this stuff. This says it needs continuous power for operation. It wants you to use only Rove SD cards for this camera. It's talking about SD card errors again. And it does say it's merely a recommendation that you can use any SD card you want, and I agree with that. Why would you have to use their cards? You should be able to use any one you want. And there we go. We have the Rove 4K unboxed. It does need continuous power. And right here on the side of the Rove, you can see the USB Type-C connection for power and data. Up at the top there is the connection for your rear camera. So that would be where you would connect USB Type-C to the rear camera. And if we go back in here and look at the rear camera, it also does have a USB Type-C on the side. So we will be using the long USB Type-C cable to go ahead and check out the Rove. And that's all that's in that box. Let's go ahead and open the next box. And this is actually a 3-lead hardwire kit to permanently mount your Rove in your car. Let's get that opened up. All right, we got the Rove 3-wire kit right here. Let's go ahead and slice that open. We do have some sort of alligator clip device here. We have some wire ties and some sticky stuff, another trim tool, which is awesome. And there is our actual 3-wire kit. And it looks like you might have a turn-on wire like you do when you have an amplifier for a car. So it looks like you've got power, ground, and then a yellow. Yeah, so you have 3 wires here. Here you have power, ground, and accessory. The yellow is basically a turn-on wire for the Rove. Then we've got some other stuff inside here. Oh, wow. We have actual fuse connectors. They gave you everything you might need to go ahead and use your fuse block if you're going to do it that way. So these guys all provide you with different types of fuse connectors. They gave you everything. They thought of every possible thing inside of this Rove accessory kit. That is very cool. And that leaves us with one more box to check out. This is the Rove Ultimate Kit. It has a circular polarizer, a cleaning cloth, and a user manual for the Ultimate Kit here. We'll get that opened right now. All right, there is the kit there. There is your circular polarizer filter there, and they give you a nice cleaning cloth so you can go ahead and screw that right on the front of your Rove. Let's do that right now. I mean, that should be it right there. It's screwed directly on the front. All right, guys, that's gonna do it for the unboxing for the Rove. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Now let's get this thing out to the Tesla and see if we can get it connected and start making some video. We are in the Supercar Street Racing Garage right now with the lithium-ion 72-volt golf cart. We have everything for the Rove camera right here. You thought I was putting it in this Tesla Model S Plaid, didn't you? Not happening. It's going on the golf cart, and I will tell you why. The Tesla, I have a plan for that already. A manufacturer is trying to work with me to make the dash cam in the Plaid available all the time. So they have a product we are going to be installing. So we're going to be putting this in the golf cart, and I think it's really interesting for the golf cart, and I'll tell you what my plan is right now. This thing can mount several different ways. You have a suction cup right here. That's a standard mount, right? They also give you this little like extra mount thing here that goes with a 3M tape pad, right? Like a shoe, and then this can slide directly into the shoe like this. You just literally slide the shoe right into it, just like that, no problem. So I think what I am going to do is attempt to somehow directly mount this dash cam up here like this. I want it on the roof pointing forward like that. So just like that is kind of what my mission is. So I'm gonna screw it from the top, and then what I'm gonna do after that is run the wires over the roof. So I'm gonna go directly over the roof like that. And you can see right here, there is a grating for water to pass through the back of the cart and go down to the ground. It goes all the way through here and down to the ground. Well, my plan is come through here, drill a hole directly through here, and then tap into USB power right here for the cam. Now there's also a rear camera right here. So I'm about to show you what my ultimate plan is for the rear. It connects with a USB-C cable to the camera itself. So it'll go all the way over the top as well. But let's show you what we're doing in the rear over here. Okay, we're at the back of the cart here. So my plan is to also mount the rear camera to the roof. So the rear camera is kind of cool. It can rotate and all that stuff. So I am going to basically take the shoe mount right there. I'm gonna mount it up here, just like this. And then I'm gonna screw it from the backside right through there, right there. I'm gonna screw it right to the roof and then run the cable. I think that's gonna work out perfect if it still works. It might be broken now since I dropped it. Okay, so we went ahead and just used the sticky tape mount right here on the front of the golf cart. You can see right here, it is a shoe mount, and I went ahead and just pressed that hard right there onto the ceiling of the golf cart, the roof, and now you can see that the Rove Dual fits just like that. And here is the power cable. The power does just come directly out of the side. I am gonna drill a tiny hole in the roof. It's gonna have to be wide enough for this to pass through, so I'll end up like caulking it in with black caulk afterwards. Now here's the power wire for the rear camera, and you can see it's huge. Okay, we're gonna do a little test now with the Rove, but I wanted to show you guys the SD card that comes with it. It comes with a 128 gig SD card. If you need more than that, go ahead and buy one, but make sure you get a high enough speed card that it will support the Rove. I'll put a link in the description to some on Amazon. By factory default settings, your dash cam is ready to go without changing any other settings. You can now utilize the user manual or how-to videos to learn more about the dash cam. Oh, what's up guys? I didn't see you right here, but I'm glad you're here because we have a new sponsor on the channel today. Bakio is kind enough to sponsor us on Supercar Street Racing, and they have something that is very important for your, and you know, the only thing that matters in life is how comfortable you are in your, and so Bakio has sent us 3 of their boxer briefs to check out. And I gotta say, I was able to live with these guys for a week. These are the most comfortable boxer briefs that I've ever worn in my life. And Bakio asked me which ones I wanted to try. I immediately went down into the website and picked their boxer briefs made from tensile modal fibers. Now I'm gonna put a screenshot up here on the screen right now of the Bakios, and you can see they have a spacious pouch there in the front. They have an easy access fly. They are ultra soft, and I can attest to that. I did try them out for a week. I have 3 pairs. I wore all 3 pairs this week. These things also have the best moisture wicking in the industry. They also have tensile modal fibers, which are sustainably sourced, so that's also good for the environment. There's a bunch of different color options to choose from on this 3-pack, so go ahead and see what 3 colors you like the best. Now these tensile modal fibers are supposed to stay soft through a long period of time with these boxer briefs. These guys have a high absorption rate, so they keep you nice and dry during the day. Now these tensile fibers are made from renewable wood sources, so you know that they are worried about the environment when they're going to use products like that. Everything they use in those modal fibers is certifiable as biodegradable and compostable. These are the top end of boxer briefs. If this is something that you feel like you need to take care of make sure you look into Bakio. They are so kind to have sponsored Supercar Street Racing. I wanted to get that out directly to you today so you could check them out yourselves. Now they are priced competitively due to what they have inside of them, the fabric, the brand, the quality, the craftsmanship, all top end. And it is so important that you guys help us with our vendors and our sponsors so that we can keep the channel going and bring you more stuff like Bakio and their amazing boxer briefs. Now let's get back to the video. Back in the Supercar Street Racing garage the next day, and I have a plan. I went ahead and bought some black caulk, got him.
These nuts.
And I am going to go ahead and drill right through the top here, run the wire directly on top of the golf cart to the back. It is then going to come down this nice little thing right here. This is actually a drain. I don't know if you guys knew that. I'm going to drill through the side of this metal thing right here and pull the USB cable right out of the side there. All we have to do right here and right now is I found my sticky things. If they will stick, I'm going to use those to kind of route the wiring in the channel here on top of the golf cart. Let's see if it works. All right, we're back out in the garage this morning trying to wrap up this whole project. And last night we were trying to figure out a way to stick down the wires up here, and we did use our sticky pads and they worked great. So all we're doing right here and right now is continuing that process. We got it all the way down to there, cleaned up. So let's go ahead and finish the process of sticking down these wires ASAP. All right, I have gotten the wire down through the channel right there. I am going to drill a small hole first with a little drill bit, follow it up with my step bit, and I'm going to need to have enough width to get this USB cable through. So it's going to be almost the entire width of the bar here. So I got to get this drilled out now. So let's see if we make things really bad. And I broke it. Let's go ahead and power this on, see if it actually works. It does work. Power did come on. Let's go, son. Let's see if we see the rear camera. We do. Success. That's kind of perfect. So I got to clean this off first and go ahead and stick it here and then drill my hole wherever I feel like drilling. Let's do that. It does have 3M sticky tape on the back, ready to go. And it's perfectly straight because it's hitting the top of the trim. So it's level. I'm just putting pressure on it now. Not enough to break it. Yeah, I can get it from the backside with the screw. But check this out. So I'm gonna go ahead and drill just a tiny hole right here. But my wiring's right in the way, of course. Okay. Let's see if I did it wide enough. All right. Let's go. Got him.
Ha! Got him! Got him! Oh! Whoa!
Yeah, so the camera overheated again, of course, and I would say if I had to guess, the garage is maybe, I don't know, 82, 83 degrees, not anything crazy, but I did go ahead and clean up. I vacuumed everything off, and now our only job left to finish this entire project is to put caulk around the holes that we created in the roof of my beloved golf cart. I hate it, but I kind of wanted this project. I want video from golf cart, and I want good video, so we're gonna get our caulk gun here. We got black caulk.
These nuts.
Ready to go. And all we're gonna do right here and right now is seal up 2 holes, maybe 3. Not gonna lie, it definitely took me to another level of challenge. I don't usually have these many problems with a project. This one I kind of guessed on the way because I don't know the actual anatomy of the golf cart, but it turns out that I figured it out in the long run. And basically, we got the 4K dual dash cam installed for you guys, and I'm so hyped. And one of the cameras is right here over my shoulders. This is a rear cam, records at 1080p, front cam at 2160p. So 4K in the front, 1080p in the rear. And guys, it would help me so much If you order all of your Amazon purchases through our affiliate links down in the description, you don't have to buy this. I would encourage you to buy it from Rove, but if you don't, buy something else. It helps the channel so much. But tell Rove how much you appreciate Supercar Street Racing by buying this camera through our affiliate links down in the description. Okay guys, we are right in front of the Rove app for the Rove dash cam, and I just wanted to give you guys a little overview of this. I went ahead and set up Wi-Fi and changed the Wi-Fi password, so I can go ahead now while I'm in the app. I have already added the device, so that's the first thing you do is actually add the dash cam. But you do that by connecting to its Wi-Fi, which the default password is 1234567 But now that we have done that, we can connect to the Rove. It does use Wi-Fi, so it's going to show us its Wi-Fi network here, hopefully, if I'm in range. And there it is. So it is on the default Wi-Fi name. I did not change that, but I did change the password because you don't want people connecting to your dash cam, probably. Now it's going to say connected without internet, and your phone will probably prompt you if you want to connect to it always, and you just say yes. So you back up now. Now we are connected to the dash cam, and you can see right here, we are recording. We also do have a front and a rear. All right, this is the front dash cam here. If we click this right here, we can go to rear, and you can see my garage door right there looking so fly. You can also go into the dash cam itself and look at videos. So here's videos from the front. From yesterday, we have a whole bunch of videos that I will be showing you. And this is how you configure the actual video. So you can set your video resolution here. I have it on 4K in the front, 1080p in the back, 30 frames per second. This is where you set up the loop length. So it's the length of each clip that you have recording. Now, this is the G sensor, and on the golf cart, it is very, very sensitive. I'm gonna go ahead and switch that off because we hit bumps in the golf cart. It thinks we had an accident. HDR is definitely turned on. And this is a default exposure for the camera. You can do time lapse on this setting. I do not use that. This is where you set the video compression. H.264 will be larger files. H.265 will be smaller, but also very good quality. I have the bitrate set on high for the highest quality. Your file size will be bigger if you do that. We did not put the 24-hour kit on. We're not turned on 24 hours, so we can ignore that. This is what you want to be stamped onto the video. I have everything switched on. This is how you change from mile per hour to kilometers per hour. You can hide the status icons on the camera after a certain amount of time. This puts the live speed and the compass on the display. And this allows you to rotate the video. Let's say you installed the camera upside down. You can go into either the front or rear, and then you can flip the camera view over. And that is it. We are connected to the camera right now. We can go to the front or the rear, and you can see right here the garage of the Supercar Street Racing compound. All right, here I am inside the Supercar Street Racing garage, guys. Now guys, that's gonna wrap it up from the Supercar Street Racing garage. The next step, take it back to the SCSR editing studio, Studio B, not the main studio, the secondary studio, and show you guys this on Amazon. All right, let's wrap this up inside with a look at the Rove dash cam online. We're back in Studio B in Supercar Street Racing office, and we have the Rove R2 4K dual dash cam right in front of me. It does have 4.5 stars on Amazon, so it does have good reviews. Right now it is selling for $129, and there is a $30 coupon you can apply to it that you can see right there. Go ahead and pick one up from the link in the description. It will help me out so much if you can go ahead and use that link. It just helps the channel out a little bit, gives me a few dollars to keep going because we lose money on the channel. So please buy from our affiliate links on Amazon. And thank you so much for supporting the channel. And we'll see you guys later. We got to get out of here later. Okay, so the next step in this is to redo this wiring back here into something a little bit more acceptable, and you know I can't live with it like this, so we're probably gonna have to disconnect our internet in the process, and it always takes forever to get back up. But I'm gonna get back here with my zip ties and try to get this mess into something, even though I don't even have all the stuff yet. I can pull the wiring from here back to the wall and then just leave it back here till it's time to go up to the TV, but that's the opposite way to do it, so I cannot do that. Amazon just got here and delivered the 4K 75-inch Omni TV, and it is looking fly in the living room. But that thing has to translate to that wall, so we're gonna see how good that fits. Probably perfectly, but let's go. All right, we need to get the 75-incher over to this coffee table, lay it on there, get it unboxed, and then start with the LED strip installation and the TV mount. So let's get to work right now, dude. We got the TV packing materials out and in the trash, and we have the TV left over. So now we have two missions. Get the mounting brackets on, and then also put the Govee DreamView LED strips on the TV while we have a chance to do that. Now, this is the DreamView strip, that's the TV DreamView strip, and the mounting arms right here, dog. We'll figure that out next after my meeting. All right, we got the mounts lined up. I went to the top because I figured why not? I mean, let's measure from the top of the mount to the bottom and see if we actually are as high as my center channel speaker, and then we'll see. All right, we have the TV here with the mounts on. So now our job is to just find the right bolts that attach to this. If they need spacers, we'll have to put spacers in. They give you spacers here. And then all we have to do is just make sure that they can be tightened. So we measured from the mount to the bottom of the TV is going to be 13 inches. So we have to actually do 13 inches on the wall above that speaker, but we're going to do 14-ish. That should put the TV perfectly above the center channel. Guys, we have the socket set for the mount, and we are just going to center this over the center channel and go ahead and mount the TV mount with this bolt right here. 4 of these bolts and this impact driver, 50% here and here, halfway between the two. Let's get busy. All right, so we need to measure 50% of this. 78 divided by 2. Activate. Whoa, that's good enough. You need to go up at least 3. I got the mount ready to go, and then I carved out a section for the wall box. So now all I have to do right here and right now is cut that box out and put the box in. So let's get that done now. Let's get that drywall saw up. Hole is cut for the electrical box. We have the box here. We don't have the wall plate. It will be here later today. So what we have to do is make sure that we have everything punched out so we can get wires through it. Leave it outside. Oh, we're not gonna be able to mount the TV till the wall box gets here though. Dang, son. These things come like this, but you have to kind of punch out the boxes to put wires through it. So you punch out the feed right here. Otherwise the wires can't fit. So all we have to get through here is power and HDMI and network. So we need 3. And see what I did here? Got the power cable right here. That is tight. Super lucky that we have access here, but yeah. We got it. We got it, dog. We got all the wires run. Now we have to get an extension cord for the power. I'm sure I have one in here somewhere. Power cord isn't long enough. It comes barely out of there. So let's just go ahead and run this inside the wall. We got power ran, we have Ethernet, we have HDMI. That's all we have to run to this guy. So all we have to do now is basically put the wall plate here, connect all the wires here, put that plate on right there, and put the center channel speaker in because it's already wired up and ready to go. Let's get this center channel installed. We have every other wire ready to go.
Alright guys, welcome to the stream. So today we're taking a look at the Starlink mission, trying to figure out if my audio sounds good or not. So I'm listening to it in headphones here. Oh, it actually does sound good. Okay. Wonderful. Alright, so today we are looking at the Starlink mission, and this is for SpaceX to put another batch of Starlink satellites up. And I don't know if you guys heard or not, but SpaceX actually put Starlink satellites up over the Ukraine so that Ukrainians could have internet access.
LWO1 Weathernet, lift off conditions.
And here we go, so they are starting the stream now. Lower that volume a little bit there. Make sure that still sounds good on my headphones. Sorry guys, this is my first one, so I'm still trying to fine-tune everything. Yep, still sounds good. We are live. And there is Starman there.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Good look at Falcon 9 with the vapor trail coming off the back of the engine there. There's a double landing.
Good morning. It's Thursday, March 3rd, and you're looking at a live view of the Falcon 9 awaiting its 9:25 a.m. Eastern Time launch from Launch Complex 30.
So it looks like we're still go for a launch here in about 10 minutes. And so right now they are fueling the rocket. You can see at the bottom of the screen right here where the RP1 was loaded, and then the LOX loading is still going. They're going to chill the engines around this time at about, I can't remember how long it is before the actual liftoff. They retract that strong back right there, and then we should see a timely liftoff here this morning. The weather looks perfect. It's actually, I'm actually in Florida. I'm about 2.5 hours away from the launch site. I can't see them usually, unfortunately, but sometimes at night, I suppose you could probably see it from Jacksonville. So he's just talking a little bit about Starlink now and how SpaceX has operational satellites over the Ukraine. Let's listen to see what he's saying here.
Similar to our previous Starlink launches this year, or some of them anyway, we won't have ground station coverage during payload deployment, which means we won't have live audio.
Okay, so we're not going to see it.
Of payload deployment in real time.
We're not going to see the video of the Starlink satellites being deployed. So what happens in the Starlink is that with the deployment process is that the Starlink satellites are stacked up inside of the bay there. The fairing pops off because it's no longer needed once in the vacuum of space. The fairing is just there to protect the payload on the ascent stage phase of the mission. Once they are in the vacuum of space, they jettison that fairing, which then falls back into the ocean. It's retrieved and reused. Now, SpaceX has been trying to refurbish these fairings now for a little bit because of the expense involved in them. So they are reusing the fairings. This will also be the 11th landing of this particular booster, and not sure which booster it is. But it will be the 11th time that it lands. And so you can always go to check out like launch schedule. If you don't know, if you can go to Spaceflight Now and you can go to the launch schedule here, and here we're looking at, so it's Starlink 4.9. And it tells you the exact time. So this is supposed to go off in 7 minutes. And then we're going to launch 47 satellites. And so we're going to get to see a drone ship landing, hopefully for the 11th time. But yeah, we are live now. We're 7 minutes away.
Depending on the payload that we're flying. Above the first stage, we have our black carbon fiber inner stage. It's got that distinct color from the unpainted thermal protection system on the surface. This structure connects the first and second stages and houses our pneumatic pushers that are used during stage separation in flight, as well as the Merlin vacuum or MVAC engine on the second stage.
Notice this condensation coming off the rocket is normal. So what happens when the cold surface of the rocket meets the warm Florida air? It's probably about, I don't know, it's in the low 60s here in Jacksonville. Maybe a little bit warmer down south.
Payload into its destined orbit. The first stage will then return to planet Earth.
So there's a good look at, just read the instructions.
11th time on our drone ship named Just Read the Instructions.
And they're pre-watering that deck for the heat that's going to be generated when that landing burn is activated there. It's a good look at the fairing right there that they actually do recover. So this is reused. You can actually tell here that they refurbished this one. So that fairing is to protect the payload, the Starlink satellites on the way up to space. Looks like we're about 5 minutes away.
Some pops, some hissing, and some callouts on the net about propellant loading. That started at the T-minus 35-minute mark. Falcon 9 uses two propellants, a refined form of kerosene called RP1, or rocket propellant 1 as its fuel.
The RP1 and then the LOX
as its oxidizer. The liquid oxygen is chilled well below its boiling point.
Yeah, so what SpaceX does to increase the performance of the engines is that they actually load propellant all the way up until the launch time, even with astronauts on board, which is unprecedented in spaceflight. And what this does is that gives the higher performance on the engines because the fuel is super chilled, and that produces more performance. We're about 4 minutes away now, guys, from liftoff down at Kennedy Space Center. And they are at LC-39A, Launch Complex 39A, as you see right there. About 4 minutes away, guys. We're still adding fuel here. About 1 minute into when we're going to launch here, 1 minute before launch, the vehicle is going to go into startup mode where the flight computers are going to take over. And at that point, if the computer sense anything wrong, it will automatically scrub the launch.
To pull away from the rocket slightly, and then
he's talking about the strong back here. That's going to fall back and allow the rocket to lift off.
Fully retract away, clearing the way for Falcon 9 to lift off from the pad. Now, the TE is a structure that provides liquids, gases, and electrical connections to the second stage. It also
make sure that we're actually broadcasting here. Yep. Okay.
You can see on your screen that it's starting to retract away from the second stage.
Look at the strong back here. It's actually moving backwards.
At this point in the mission, the first and second stages are almost completely loaded with propellants. Fuel loading is complete. Coming up in about 10 seconds, we'll hear a call out for liquid oxygen loading complete on the first stage, followed about a minute after by liquid oxygen loading complete on the second stage.
So they're almost done with fueling now. We're just waiting to hear that call out.
Speaking of that liquid oxygen, you're seeing some gassy clouds around the vehicle.
There.
Those are actually caused by that liquid oxygen. We periodically vent some of the gaseous liquid oxygen in the tanks to maintain the pressure as we top it up. And once that cold,
some of that you're seeing is venting, some of it is just the rocket reacting with the warm Florida air.
And forms literal clouds around the vehicle. Now the payload, the Starlink payload, continues to look healthy. We're not tracking any issues with this.
Coming up on about 2 minutes to launch here, so these launches are so common now that it's really easy to zip down. If you guys haven't been down to KSC to see a launch, you should definitely go down there. I saw the in-flight abort test from Kennedy Space Center, and although the weather was not great, we did get to see it go up, but we did not see it come back down. Coming up on 2 minutes here, fueling should be pretty much done here momentarily.
Now, shortly after LOX loading completes on the second stage, we will also see venting from the transporter erector. Call it there, indicating that propellant loading is complete in preparation.
So propellant loading is done. So we're about to get a go for launch here.
As I mentioned earlier, it provides the fluids and gases to the vehicle. So as we're preparing for launch, we clear out those gases from the transporter erector. In about 15 seconds, Falcon 9 will transition to internal control.
This is what I was talking about a little bit earlier. The flight computers are going to take over here in about 7 seconds, and we should see that on the screen.
Through the rest of the mission. And then shortly after,
Falcon 9 is in startup.
So it's in startup now. Then we see right here, flight computers are taking control. Let's listen to this amazing set of sequences here.
From the launch director.
We should hear go for launch here momentarily and see some exciting lighting of a candle. 30 seconds till launch.
T-minus 30 seconds.
LD, go for launch.
All right, we just got to go from the launch director. LD is
Under
launch
30
director.
seconds to go. Launch director giving their final go for launch. Let's watch the final seconds here of terminal count as Falcon 9 takes these 47 Starlinks to low Earth orbit.
T-minus 15 seconds.
We got 15 seconds to launch unless we get a scrub
10,
here. 10 seconds.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition.
All right, our telemetry is on the lower left-hand side there. And there we go. What a beautiful shot this morning at Kennedy Space Center. You can see your speed on the lower left-hand side and your altitude. Now here, coming up here shortly, we are going to see this vehicle reach max Q, which is the maximum stress and aerodynamic pressure that are exhibited on the vehicle. Good shot down, looking back down the vehicle.
Falcon 9 lifting off from Space Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center.
Check out the coast there.
Carrying 47 Starlink satellites to low Earth orbit.
Nice shot.
Now, we just throttled down the Merlin 1D engines in preparation for max Q. That's the point of maximum aerodynamic pressure.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
That's the point when the combination of the velocity of the vehicle and the density of
So the vehicle is now traveling faster than the speed of sound, and you probably could see it pass through the sound barrier, and that might have been what that plume was just there.
So with that, we are through the point of maximum aerodynamic pressure.
Okay, made it through max Q, which is the most dangerous point for the vehicle. You can see they're going almost 2,300 kilometers per hour. They're at 19 kilometers in altitude. We're going to see the main engine cut off here momentarily, at which point the first stage will spin around and fire its engines and head back towards the drone ship. Just read the instructions.
Using those pneumatic mechanisms in the interstage. Right after stage separation, the first stage will be making its way back to Earth.
What a great shot, man. They are doing so good with their coverage these days.
Today on a drone ship stationed out in the Atlantic named Just Read the Instructions.
Vehicle is following a nominal trajectory.
Almost 44 kilometers in altitude, almost 6,000 kilometers per hour at this point. We're going to see Miko here in the next 10 seconds. Main engine cutoff. And hopefully we'll see that first stage flip around and head back towards the drone ship.
Cutoff followed by stage SEP and then SES1.
There's main engine cutoff. Now we should see that shot from the vehicle. There goes first stage. You can see those the engine firing.
Fairing deployment as well.
There we go. So stage 1 is headed back to Earth now. We can see the telemetry. There's your grid fins.
Seeing space for the first time. There's a shot of the Merlin vacuum. You can actually see the fairing halves heading back to planet Earth. And on the left of your screen,
you can see the fairings dropping off and heading back down as well. But on the left side, we've got stage 1, and we see our grid fins. You're looking down towards the bottom of the rocket here, and we are going to have an entry burn. What that means is that thing's coming in hot, so the entry burn slows the vehicle down enough where it doesn't burn up re-entering the atmosphere. On the right-hand side, we see the Merlin vacuum engine performing amazingly, and we can see the stage 2 telemetry on the lower right-hand side. We are not going to see the deployment of the Starlink satellites today because they won't have tracking station available. So on the left side, you can see those coal gas thrusters orienting the rocket as it makes its way back down to just read the instructions. So those grid fins, basically what those are for, those are to steer the rocket when it gets more into the denser part of the atmosphere. Those things are worthless in space, obviously, because they are air-based fins. So until the rocket gets into a place where there's more atmosphere, they're kind of worthless. On the right side, we can see almost 10,000 kilometers in speed as this thing makes its way up to a final speed of, I don't know, 25,000-ish miles per hour or something like that. And it's 165 miles up. Left side, we see stage 1 headed back down towards just read the instructions. And we do see the ocean there underneath. Still traveling at 6,800 miles per hour, and it will have to have an entry burn here shortly to slow the rocket down substantially. You can see our altitude's dropping though. We're at 129 kilometers now on the stage 1 on the left-hand side. Still gaining speed on the second stage though. We're at 11,400 kilometers per hour, almost 183 miles. On the left side, we still see stage 1 heading back down to just read the instructions. And it's traveling, actually accelerating in speed, but we're going to scrub some of that speed off here shortly with a entry burn. It's going to fire those Merlin engines and slow down quite a bit here. You'll see on the little clock timeline there when that hit entry burn. We'll see our entry burn on the left side.
And as we get back into the Earth's atmosphere, the first stage only uses those grid fins.
Now the only thing that's going to keep this guy from burning up in the atmosphere is this entry burn. If you come in straight down like that, you would literally burn up in the atmosphere. I notice it's speeding up more. That's going to happen as it enters the atmosphere and gravity starts taking a hold of it. And as that gravity starts taking a hold of it and it enters the atmosphere, the more heat that builds up around the vehicle, so that therefore they'd slow it down with a entry burn. All right, we're at 70 kilometers in altitude for stage 1 now. And we should see those rockets fire, those engines fire right now on stage 1 on the left. Right in here somewhere. There we go. So there's the entry burn. Notice the speed dropping substantially there. So that's what the entry burn does. It brings that speed down enough so that this vehicle can withstand the heat and the atmosphere coming in. And notice we're still at 39 miles, or 39 kilometers, sorry, in altitude there. And the right side's almost 17,000 miles per hour, getting up to 25, 26,000. I'm saying miles per hour, it's kilometers per hour, sorry. Used to the standard system. Okay, we're at 5,000 kilometers per hour.
The exhaust plume from that entry burn, we actually deposited a layer of soot on the rocket.
Notice those grid fins starting to steer the vehicle now. Well, we lost our feed on the left, but as that vehicle gets closer and closer to the atmosphere, those grid fins can have more of an effect, and so you'll see those actually working more. And it's too bad we may not see stage 1 at this point because we lost our feed.
Deposited onto the vehicle. Coming up about 20 seconds from now, we'll have landing burn on the.
So 20 seconds away from the landing burn, as you see right here. And then Seco is second engine cut off. Now we should, hopefully we can see this, but it looks like we're going to miss the landing burn. So it's going to be an uneventful feed here. We may just get video of when it's actually landed. We may not have live video from just read the instructions here, which is a bummer. All right, it says that we have landed. Well, actually the speed's still scrubbing off here on the telemetry. So we should see that landing. We're not going to be able to see it. There it is, live from just read the instructions. 11th landing of this particular booster. And of course we lose the satellite feed because the instability of the antennas on the ship and so there we go, guys. 11th landing of this particular rocket, and it has hit the X marks the spot. So another successful day for SpaceX in spaceflight, and they are going to be putting out these Starlink satellites, which we will not see. So at this point, I would say so far mission accomplished. And we're going to end the stream right there. Guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope to see you guys again on the next one. I want to do these more. And I got...
Let's get one great actor. I don't trust you. And if you betray us, I'll rip your fucking balls off and stuff them up your ass so that the next time you shit, you'll shit all over your balls. Got it? Next time you pull a stunt like that, I'll drill 2 holes through your dick so that when you pee, it shoots out in all different directions. You got it?
I think it might be too tight.
That's what she said. Michael.
Got him! Got him!
All right, we're out here in the garage and Joe came over and brought his battery puller and he's trying to take the back seat off right now so we can get access to where we're gonna mount our rear speakers right here and then figure everything else out as we go. We went to Daddy-O's, we bought some 6.5-inch speakers, 2 ways for the whole golf cart, 2 in the back, 2 in the front. And so what you're gonna see right now is Joe taking off the back seat. And then we'll just pull it tight. Well, that's not good. Anything break? No. Guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we have a special enhancement for the garage, and it's sitting right here looking so fly and fresh. And this is going to go into the garage right now, but first we're going to open it up on Supercar Street Racing. All right, guys, sitting right in front of me is an LED picture light for the garage to go over our Supercar Street Racing banner. And let's get this thing unboxed. And inside here, right here, and right now, you can see the LED light looking so fresh. And basically, this light just uses USB power. It is very light. It probably won't need anything except drywall screws to hold it in. We will see. Does come with drywall inserts though, if you need them, and this little telescoping arm. And here is the mount. So basically you put this on the wall. It's almost got like a hot shoe mount. This comes out over and you can redirect your light any way you want. And it does come with this remote control as well, but you now shall not receive batteries with this. In front of the Supercar Street Racing banner, and the plan right here and right now is to put this TV back all the way like this and hang this banner. The TV will generally be facing this way because it's in the corner. Now all we want to do right here and right now is mount this TV. Now all we want to do right here and right now is mount this light so that it shines down on our banner like so. And then the wire will simply run behind the TV to this USB receptacle that I have. We have power available, a USB-A right behind it. It's super convenient. And I believe this thing works like this. Well, no, it would have to be like that. Screws on like that, so that's how you do that. And then we will just mount this up here and we will zip tie our wire. I wish the wire wasn't running, you know, wasn't right on the tip of this. I wish it was like, but actually that's not bad, you can't see it. So that's as high as we want it because it's going to be hidden right under the TV and we want it dead centered. So somewhere we probably need to get our, we need to get our measuring tape and measure dead center. Grabbing the measuring tape, and it is 4 feet. So we're gonna go at 2 feet. 2 feet is right above this little graphic. So what we wanna do is go as high up as we can without interfering with the TV right there, and at 2 feet right at the center, and just throw our screws in right there, as high as we can go. Hopefully we don't need inserts for this, it's very light. Screws are very long and it's very light. And now we will just try to level it out so it doesn't look crooked, right there. There is that. This thing is fine, it's not going anywhere. Light is very light. Get it? Now we'll zip tie this to the little neck. We'll run the neck right there. And all we have to do now is give this thing power. And there is a USB type A connector on the actual receptacle back here, which makes this very convenient. And it is plugged in and on and freaking out. It is oscillating. Oh, it's audio based. Nice. Okay, it is on music right now, but so eventually it's going to come up like that and you won't see it. We will tie it straight up like this and it's completely hidden by the TV. But for now, it is on music mode. So I'm putting it on auto where it is doing a nice RGB effect, as you guys can see. We can put it on color. That is white. That's as white as it's gonna get. It's sort of a cool white, but you can see how it lights up the Supercar Street Racing banner right there. Pretty cool. And then back on, and that is the brightness level. You can do dim or bright with the remote. That is full brightness. Now back on auto is where it oscillates through the colors. Looks pretty cool, guys. And I'll get another shot at night, and we also have to deal with this banner at the bottom not working right. But we need to get some zip ties and finish up our work. And the light is on, and the wire is completely hidden, guys. Check it out. Looks fly and fresh. Well, that's not good.
Got him! Got him!
Anything break?
No.
Yeah. Well, I broke my microphone connector. That's wonderful. Hey guys, and welcome back to the 4K production studio. My name is Brad, and today we're taking a look at this RGB picture light. Now this RGB picture light is pretty cool, and what we wanted to do is also show you our custom vinyl banner. Now this banner was made specifically by me, and I designed it on uprinting.com. But first, let's take a look at this RGB picture light. Now basically what this light is for right here is for hanging on top of a piece of art, and it can light up your art in multiple different ways. Now we are using it for our Supercar Street Racing banner out in the garage, and you can see it right here on the screen where it says RGB picture light with remote, and this thing does work with USB, so it does have a USB Type A on the end of the plug. And checking right here online here on Amazon, it does have a 4.3 star review, and it does cost $34.98 right now for the RGB one. And that's the one we have out here in the garage right now. And let's take a look at some of the reviews here. It has 69% 5-star reviews, easy to install, and so nice. Satisfied and perfect fit. And the 1-star reviews say it's supposed to be wireless, but that is not true. It is not chargeable. And this guy says doesn't work with the timer. And the other guy says just cheap, which yes, it is very cheap, but it does work fine. And now taking a look at some of the pictures here, you can see there is an app for this as well. I didn't use it. And here we have the different colors that you can switch it to over your artwork. And right here, right now, you can see on the app where you can control the music as well. And right here is what's in the package. Basically, it comes in pieces. It has some drywall inserts and screws, the neck, and it has a small remote control on the actual wire so you don't have to use the app. And you can see a picture of it right here in someone's living room with the RGB effect, and that's what I had turned down, as you guys could see in the video, out in the Supercar Street Racing garage. And right here it has the remote control feature, the button control feature, and also you can control it with an app on your phone. And now we're taking a look at the custom banner that I ordered on uprinting.com. Now I did design this myself. I'm pretty good at Photoshop, as you can see on some of the videos. So I did design this myself, and I used Photoshop to design it, and then I uploaded it to uprinting.com. I chose 48 by 36 because of the area I wanted to cover up. And you can see right here, right now, it was $29 for the subtotal here for my custom banner, which is not bad. Now the other two banners I ordered were very large, and they were much more expensive. Now you can see the other order was almost $250 for the two large banners out in the garage, but the 48 by 36 banner was only $53 with everything included. So please check out uprinting.com. And back here on this Supercar Street Racing channel here, and we want to encourage you to please help out the channel by buying all your Amazon products through the links in the description. And you don't have to buy the actual product. You can buy anything you want through any of our links in our description. It does give us a small amount of money, and you help support the channel. And please like and subscribe. That's very important for the channel as well. A lot of people watch but aren't subscribed, and we could really use your support. And we want to thank you guys for the shark coating video support. That video has over 200,000 views, and it did very well. And we're so excited to be growing with the community and have you here on Supercar Street Racing. So go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button. And we'd love to hear from you in the comments as well. What do you think about the channel? What needs to be improved? What are we doing right? And what are we doing wrong? And we're going to be back soon with the Marantz Cinema 70S review. We have that all set up and ready to go. I just need to put that video together and get it out to you guys. But for now, I gotta bounce. I gotta get over here and edit. Out in the Supercar Street Racing garage, and of course we are recording on the phone, which has better low light video. We got the garage lights set to purple, but I wanted to show you guys the art print light that is chilling so nicely over the Supercar Street Racing banner, and it is set to a cool white, but we have this remote here that can do whatever we want. We can go red, green, blue, yellow, light blue, purple, and back to white. Or we can do oscillating colors, which looks fly. Guys, I hope you like this video. Please like and subscribe. We got all the walls patched. Right there, that's where we will power up our power conditioner. And then we need about the same to get to the wall. Good morning, guys. It is a fresh day and I wanted to come in here and show you guys exactly what I got done yesterday and what my plan is going to be for this morning. So yesterday we got a whole lot done. Basically, we got all the walls patched. You can see we filled the huge hole right up here where wires were coming through when we moved them down there. We filled the hole where our subwoofer jack was up there, and we have basically everything ready now for paint. I'm gonna go ahead and tape the floor off this morning. Notice we have our subwoofer jack chilling in here. We got our plate for our Ethernet in here, so we're ready for Ethernet as well. All we have to do now is tape the floor and go ahead and paint this room. So I'm gonna go ahead and prep for that right now. Little update from the hallway here, and you can see that the closet is 100% painted. It is drying right now, so I'm just giving that about an hour and a half to 2 hours to really dry with the fan on it before I start working and putting wall plates and stuff in. I have the audio rack right here in front of me, and I need to start building out the audio rack. The big question is, where does everything go? Well, we know the subwoofer goes on the ground. That can go in last as long as we have the cabling all run. The tricky part about this is once that rack is in there and the trim is on, it will not come out without taking the trim off. We have to get a few things on the rack. We have to get our Juke amp, our audio distribution for our subwoofer system. This is a distribution amp for the sub signal. We got to get our Behringer Ultra Bass, and we got to get our preamplifier that is ordered, the WIM. All that cabling has to be in place when we roll in the shelf. So it's going to take some planning, because if I don't get it right, I won't be able to hide the wires, and I can't get to the back of the rack once it's in there. So that's kind of where we are now. I'm going to start laying out the audio on the shelf and figuring out where everything's going to go. The WIM is very small. I want to get the measurements out of that and kind of mock up where that's going to go so I can get the cables all done. Okay, so that's where we are. That's our next step, to lay out this audio shelf completely and see where everything's going to go. We need to go ahead and unbox a couple things here. We need to get our power conditioner out and also our switch. We have a switch to put in. This is our power conditioner. It's a Panamax, pretty good, really kind of expensive power conditioner for the shelf here. So let's go ahead and get this unboxed. Big thick cabling, I like that. Looks like it has rack mountability. Well, it's got LAN also, but I don't think I'm going to use that. But yeah, here it is. It's got 2 banks of power on the back. It's got LAN. It's got telephone, old school. It's got cable TV. Don't need any of that stuff, but here's the front. It does have a USB-A on the front and a plug on the front. It looks pretty cool. I'm not going to use ears for anything. There's the audio distribution amp. It has 1 input and 4 outputs to feed the subwoofers. That's it, besides our WIM. 8 deep, 7 wide. Let's get some stuff laid out here. I think it'll be fun. All right, so here is our shelf, and you can see we have power right there. That's where we will power up our power conditioner. We have 1, 2, 3 racks. The 4th rack is going to be for the subwoofer. Nothing will go there. So we have to figure out a good layout for this with all of our equipment, keeping in mind this shelf is lit. So whatever we want to be lit up needs to be right there. And we also have to keep in mind power and running cables. And once this thing is in the closet, it is in the closet till the trim comes back off. So let's bring some of our stuff over. Okay, the top shelf is designed for the amp because I have the height just perfect to hide the wiring here. So the top shelf will have to be the amp. Let's go ahead and plug in the power. So there is power right under here and also USB type A. I'm thinking the WIM on top, very top, so on top of the amp. It doesn't have any cooling or anything on top, so there's no reason not to put that there. Power management might make more sense here because power is literally right behind it. Wow, it just lit up, that's cool. It has lights on the bottom to light up other parts of the rack. If you're in a rack and you have equipment under it, it looks like it lights up the equipment below it. Very cool. So I'm thinking maybe the splitter there, because it uses the output of the Ultra Bass. Let's unbox our switch. We got another Unify 2.5 gig. That switch can go there, lit up all nice. We also have our Echo Dot that has to go somewhere, like that. That is everything except the WIM. All right, so this is about wiring. Let's get this thing turned around. We're back behind the rack again after a trip to Home Depot and some research. I found a power cable for the WIM. So I bought it. I bought a bunch of zip ties. I'll never run out again. And I bought some cable management sticky things, the sticky pads that you use with zip ties. Those are very helpful. Here is the new power cable. Unfortunately, it's 12 feet. I don't need it that long. That's going to be tied up in the back. But yeah, this will allow me to pre-wire for the WIM. That's the whole point, is to get a head start because it's not going to be here for a while. I'm going to put this up here just to hold it for now. All right guys, a little update here from the closet. I got done with the wiring in the rack, and now I am going to go ahead and finish off the closet with all the wall plates. Hopefully I have everything I need. I don't have the one for the RCA jacks for the subwoofer for the whole house. I have everything else, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that now and get all these wall plates put in the closet. I have a brush plate for all the wires that I have to put in. All right, guys, that's going to do it for today. I want to give you guys a little wrap up of everything that I accomplished today. So today was finishing off the audio closet. I got all of the wall plates in, as you can see there. We got power up there if we need it. If we want to do like a cool sconce or something or whatever, we have power available. I got the brush plate on for the audio outputs for the whole house. Everything's labeled and on the plugs and ready to go for the Juke amplifier. I've got the RCA plate in. I'm just hoping that the rack doesn't interfere with it, but I don't think it will. It's going to be close, but not quite. I got the Ethernet plate on, and I got our other power plate ready down there. I got all of the wiring done on the rack and everything tied up behind the rail so you won't see them when you turn the thing to the front. I've got everything hooked up. I've got our Juke ready. I've got all of the wiring for the WIM. The WIM's going up here on top of the Juke. I've got the labeling for the WIM right here. The WIM's going on top of the Juke. It's so funny. I've got this is a sub output. This feeds the sub that goes down here in the closet and also the entire house. Everything labeled. I've got power for the WIM because I bought a power cable ahead of time so I could get it all wired up. It's a long one too. I've got NUC. I've got the Juke input right here. I'm waiting for male-to-male RCA connectors for the back of the WIM. And so the WIM will feed the Juke. WIM output, Juke input. So we come out of this, female RCA, we have male to males. This will go right into the WIM Juke output, if that makes sense. Now the WIM will also be fed the DOT. So that's what this is for the WIM input, and the WIM output feeds a Juke. Pretty ingenious setup. The Juke is the whole home, all zone, 8-zone amplifier. Down here we've got our Ubiquity 2.5 gig switch. We've got our DOT, and then we have our distribution amplifier for subwoofers for the house. So it comes in here and it is distributed twice. Once to feed the audio closet sub and once to feed the entire house right there to that wall plate. All the wiring is ready to go for that. And then down at the bottom we have our Panamax MR4300. So that is our power conditioner there. Our Panamax, it has two different banks of power, one high current, one not. It has nice little lights on it that are going to glow right here. It has a power on the front and also a USB type A in case we ever want to put a device here. And then that is also extra power there that comes with the actual rack here. There'll be a link to this in the description. It's in the other description of my other video. I'll copy it over. But yeah, that's about it for today. This thing is ready to go as soon as I get literally 2 packages from Amazon. We've got mail to mail for this, and we have, it feeds the Behringer Ultra Bass. The Behringer Ultra Bass feeds this 4-port distribution amplifier. So I'm waiting for the cable from the Behringer Ultra Bass out to our distribution amp in, and it is on the way. It'll be here anytime now. But guys, that's gonna do it. In the next video, you're gonna see all this stuff powered on and how it looks. All this trim will have to go back on as well. This will not fit with the trim on, so this is gonna slide in, trim will go back on, everything will be good to go. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing.